Aren't you father and daughter? If anyone was asleep on the train at that moment, even if they were 7 carriages away, they were woken by Louisa's shrieks of laughter. It comes so abruptly that the baby starts laughing too when it hears it. No, we're just friends, Louisa says. Oh, the woman says, more uncomfortably now, looking a lot like someone who's trying to figure out the age difference. I mean, not friends, Louisa declares immediately. We're just ordinary friends. Ted doesn't even like girls. He likes conductors. Louisa, Ted hisses to shut her up. But obviously there's no hope of that. Her mouth has a longer braking distance than the train. And even if it looks suspicious, you should know that he hasn't kidnapped me. Or has he? Louisa goes on, winking merrily at the conductor and the young mother. Louisa! Ted snaps, and quickly adds in despair. She's joking. Tell them you're joking, Louisa. Louisa turns to him in a sudden attack of teasing that he certainly doesn't appreciate. Oh, am I? Are you an expert at humor now, all of a sudden? Tell us a joke, then, she demands. Oh, stop it, Ted mutters. Somewhat unexpectedly, the conductor steps in to rescue him. I know a joke. My nephew told it to me yesterday. Do you want to hear it? Okay, you shouldn't get angry with lazy people. They haven't done anything. Louisa laughs, the mother laughs, the baby laughs. Ted smiles. I mean, lazy people not doing... Louisa immediately explains considerately. I get it, Ted says. It doesn't look like it, she points out. I get it, Ted insists. So tell us a joke, then, Louisa suggests. Then Ted feels so crowded by everyone's stares, perhaps by the baby's most of all, that he actually does as he is told. He clears his throat, collects his thoughts, then says, Okay. The police stop a car for a routine check. Inside the car are 1 man and 4 penguins. The policeman asks the man, Why on earth have you got penguins in your car? The man replies, They don't like being home alone. The policeman says, But you can't do this to penguins. Surely you understand that. You really should take them to a zoo. The man looks surprised, but promises to do as the policeman says. The next day, the policeman is standing in the same place when the man drives past again. The policeman stops him and sees that the penguins are still in the car with him, only this time they're all wearing sunglasses. The irritated policeman says, Didn't I tell you to take these penguins to a zoo? The man nods happily and replies, I did, and today I'm taking them to the beach. Ted falls silent. He clears his throat again. Louisa and the mother and the baby definitely aren't laughing. But the conductor? Oh, he's laughing. So hard that he drops the little machine that he uses to check people's tickets. Seriously? Louisa says, looking at him accusingly. That's really funny, the conductor exclaims. Then Louisa turns to Ted and sees that he's giggling too, at his own joke. God, you two really would be a good match, Louisa says. But it definitely isn't a compliment. Ted blushes and the conductor lowers his gaze. New passengers, he mutters toward the other end of the carriage and walks on. The mother hesitantly leans across the aisle and asks Louisa, Sorry, this is really nervy of me, but could I ask you for a big favor? Would you mind holding her while I go to the bathroom? All the color disappears from Louisa's face for a moment. Me? Yes, the mother says, holding out the baby. You're going to let me hold her? If it isn't too much trouble? It's no trouble, Louisa tries to say, but her voice cracks, as thin as a soap bubble. Then she sits there with the baby in her arms, hardly daring to breathe, the way you do when someone has said the nicest thing one person can say to another. I trust you. I trust you so much that I trust you with the start of life. Louisa glances at Ted and looks so proud that even he admits, it is cute for a baby. Can you tell me the rest of the story about the janitor now? But hurry up, Louisa says with her forehead close to the baby's smile. Why should I hurry up? He asks. Because it sounds like a story that isn't going to end happily for everyone. And it's easier to cope with sad endings if you're holding a baby, Louisa replies. "27. The 14-year-old boy and the 20-year-old janitor spent 3 days painting the wall behind the gymnasium. They painted butterflies and dragons, angels that reached down to touch Yoar and Ted when they came to look late in the afternoon, birds that took flight so that Ali's hair moved in the flow of air. But most of all, they painted skulls. Skulls everywhere, beautiful and alive. As an adult, the artist would think that this was the best work of his entire career. He was glad his friends had gotten to see it because hardly anyone else got the chance. It reminds me of Basquiat, the janitor said on the third day, pointing to the wall filled with the boy's imagination. They were alone then, he and the boy, standing on ladders in a world without clocks. The janitor's gaze flickered occasionally, his hands shook from time to time, and a couple of times his nose started to bleed suddenly. He said it was his allergies. I don't know who that is, the boy confessed. That doesn't matter. The janitor smiled, squinting in the sun as if the light hurt his eyes. Then he trotted out everything he knew about Basquiat, which was an awful lot. Did your mom teach you all that? The 14-year-old wondered. Yeah, Mom's a teacher. She isn't even quiet when she's asleep. If you taped up her mouth, she'd find a way to talk about art through her ears, the janitor said, rolling his eyes. Nice, the 14-year-old whispered honestly. The janitor looked ashamed at that. Sometimes you don't appreciate your own blessings until you see the envy in someone else. I mean, she's great, my mom. I was just a handful as a kid, that's all. I always hated it when she pointed to paintings and asked, "What does that say to you?" It felt like a test in school. But now I'm starting to realize that it's pretty much the nicest thing you can say to anyone. One time I asked her why she was so obsessed with what I was thinking, and she got angry and yelled, "Because I want to know what's happening inside you. Because you happened to me. You happen to me every second I'm alive." The 14-year-old, who came from a home where no one happened to anyone else at all, was holding a brush over a naked body he had painted in one corner of the wall, as if he regretted it and was about to paint everything white. My parents don't like me drawing. They're ashamed. They say I should try to be normal, he said. They're wrong, the janitor replied, like it was the most obvious thing on earth. You're an artist. Sometimes that's all that's needed. I'm not an artist, The janitor interrupted him so sharply that his ladder wobbled. You're an artist if you create something. You're an artist if you don't see the world the way it is, if you hate white walls. No one else decides what art is. No one can stop you loving whatever you like. The cynics and critics can have control of all the other crap on the planet, but they can't decide how hard your heart beats. Become whatever you want, but don't become one of them. Art is a fragile enough light as it is. It can be blown out by a single sigh. Art needs friends, with our bodies against the wind and our hands cupped around the flame until it's strong enough to burn brightly with its own power, until it's an inferno, unstoppable. The boy hesitated for a long time before saying, I can't paint the way the art teacher wants. I can't paint things. There's something wrong with my brain. That's because you don't paint things the way they look. You paint them the way they feel, the janitor replied. Then he quoted Frida Kahlo, who said she painted flowers so they wouldn't die, and Leonardo da Vinci, who said that art was never finished, only abandoned. The sound of the doors being unlocked inside the boy then should have been heard around the world. The ground should have shaken. That's how much everything changed inside him. They went on painting the wall until the sun abandoned them. One day, many years later, a woman wrote in a newspaper that the most beautiful thing about the artist's pictures was that they felt inevitable. Once you've seen his art, you can't imagine a world without it, she wrote. But for the artist, it would never feel inevitable, merely improbable. His first painting had friends before it even existed. Who has luck like that? Can we paint again tomorrow? He asked as darkness fell. We can paint every day, the janitor promised. Because that's what we do. Promises like that aren't lies. They're acts of rebellion against death. Then he quoted his mom's favorite poem by Mary Oliver. Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? The boy didn't answer. But he painted a window on the wall, and inside it he painted a child holding a paintbrush, so it looked like the child was painting from the other side of the wall. As if the janitor and the boy were inside the child's painting, as if they were the art. Then the janitor looked him straight in the eye, and the boy would never forget it, that a look could feel like that. Here, the janitor said, handing him a piece of paper. It said, Christian, with skulls above both eyes, followed by a telephone number. The janitor peered up at a street lamp that had just come on. His nose was bleeding again. Are you okay? The boy asked anxiously. Yes, it's just a nosebleed. That's my mom's number. I don't have a phone at the moment, but if you ever need help, call her. She's the best. I'm going to tell her about you. The boy held the piece of paper to his chest. When they parted, he called, Tomorrow? Yes, see you tomorrow for more painting, the janitor grinned. And just before he disappeared into the darkness, he turned around and called, Don't hurt yourself. The first time the artist saw the janitor's mom, she was standing outside the church. And then the boy wished her all the art in the world, because he had never seen such a desolate person. Make sure you keep that job, please, Christian. The principal only gave it to you because we're old friends, his mother had said to her 20-year-old son when he got the janitor's job. Then she had sighed to herself, muttering something about who was she trying to kid. He could never paint a wall white. Her boy. Christian hadn't said thank you, hadn't said he loved her, because of course he was far too smart for that. Instead, he had grinned and said, You happen to me, Mom. You're my art. How could she be angry with him then? She had been pregnant with Christian when she fled from a war. He was already improbable right from the start. When he was little, the other children used to tease him at school, calling him refugee, but when he didn't know where he belonged, she would tell the truth. Art was his homeland. Hers too. That was how they survived reality. Every time they argued, the mother would think of Frances Harper, who said that every mother should be a true artist. When Christian was standing in front of a painting, she always wanted to know what he was thinking, and when he got annoyed, she would quote Marcel Duchamp, Art is completed by the viewer. When her son thought she was embarrassing because she talked too much and laughed too loudly, she would throw Émile Zola's words at him. I would rather die of passion than of boredom. So perhaps it was her fault, she often thought, that Christian later sought passion everywhere. Art is nothing for people with armor. You need a thin skin, but someone like that isn't only sensitive to beauty, but to everything. Seeking out euphoria is a life out of balance. So her little boy grew up, even though she forbade it, and she lost her grip on him. When Christian was born, his mother held the newborn little body and only felt a single heart beating, first in him and then in her, one and the same. From then on, she became twice as scared of the dark. When he became a teenager and disappeared out into the night, she always slept with the light on and her hand on the phone. When it rang, she always answered on the first ring. He started taking drugs. She hoped he might stop when he got into art school, but it got worse. And how was she supposed to protect him against the world? She who couldn't even keep hold of her own glasses. When Christian was young, he used to carry around an extra pair for her to use whenever she was looking for the first pair. Once, in a gallery full of sculptures, she left her glasses on a stool. When they got back, a group of tourists were taking photographs of them because they thought they were art. Her son's laughter echoed up into the roof, and that would never leave her dreams. "It's a lie that people can't fly, Christian. Don't forget that," she said as they walked home that day, and he answered, Yeah, Mom, I know." Then he held her hand, and her skin still tries to remember how it felt all the time. You can't love someone out of addiction. All the oceans are the tears of those who have tried. We're not allowed to die for our children. The universe won't let us, because then there wouldn't be any mothers left. She helped him get into a rehabilitation program. He made all sorts of promises and broke every single one. He was drawn to parties like smoke finding its way toward the sky. He loved music, lived for dancing. Sometimes he cycled home, sometimes he traveled in a police car, sometimes in an ambulance. She knew he was living too fast, he was running out of time, but it was like trying to stop sunshine. New treatment centers, new promises, but it never worked. But then, in the end, she managed to arrange a job for him as a janitor at the school. There, he failed to paint a wall white, but succeeded in something much bigger instead. He managed to start a story. When the phone rang late one night, the mother answered on the first ring, always ready for it to be the police and for something terrible to have happened. "Is it my son?" she yelled into the receiver, still half asleep. Christian laughed drunkenly on the other end and said, "Yes, sorry, what time is it? Were you asleep?" Asleep? She hadn't slept since he was born, the little brat, she felt like replying. But instead she whispered, No, has something happened?" He breathed softly and easily into her ear. "I've found one, Mom." "One what?" she asked. "One of us." Then he told her he had found a boy who saw things on a white wall that Christian could never have imagined. Christian had borrowed a stranger's phone at a party just so he could call his mom and tell her, and his voice was bubbly. His mother's heart was beating so hard then, it was a wonder the buttons on her pajamas didn't burst off. Christian shouted happily at the other end of the line, "I've never seen anyone paint like this, Mom. You'll see, you're going to love it." Then he quoted Ragnar Sandberg, whose words his mom had quoted to him throughout his childhood. "He paints like the birds sing." His mom nodded with wet cheeks. Of course she could hear that her son was high on something, so she just said, "I love you." Her son laughed, her only boy, wild and precious. Just before he ended the call, he said, "I love you, Mom. You're the best." When the phone rang the next night, his mother was sleeping so soundly that she didn't answer until the second ring. That time, it was the police. The 14-year-old artist sat with his back against the wall behind the gymnasium and waited the whole next day. When it got dark, his friends came and got him. Then he sat silently on the floor in Ted's basement, drawing all night. His friends sat around him as if their bodies were shielding a flame from the wind. The next morning, they found out what had happened. "He had a heart attack," Yoar explained, crushed. They were sitting in a window in the hallway in school, close to the stairs they had covered with soap what felt like 1,000 years ago. "What do you mean?" the artist whispered. "I heard 2 teachers talking about it. They said he was a junkie. He was at a party, dancing, and his heart just stopped beating," Yoar tried to say as gently as he could. "What do you mean?" the artist yelled. He didn't actually want to be given an explanation of how Christian had died. He wanted an explanation of how he could be dead, because that was impossible. No one can be so alive and then not. "Wait," Ali pleaded, but it was too late. The artist had already started running down the stairs, across the schoolyard, and around the corner behind the gymnasium. As if it might all be a lie, as if Christian had to be there. But instead the artist stopped abruptly in shock, because there were two old men in overalls standing there with ladders and cans of paint. They were painting the wall white. As the artist looked around in desperation, he made eye contact with the owl. The man was standing in the window of his classroom, the only place in the entire school with a good view of that wall. The owl had reported it to the police as graffiti and vandalism. He had personally called the two men in overalls, because rules were rules and they had to apply to everyone. Perhaps he had once been a different sort of man, but now he was nothing but ashes. All the things that the wall had been filled with over the course of a few wonderful days, angels and dragons and birds and skulls, were disappearing little by little. Before the day was over, it would all be white. Christian's mother remembered screaming into the phone when the police called, but not how it sounded. Her ears seemed deaf afterward. She hardly remembered the funeral, only the coffin, because all she could think was, how can Christian fit in there? He was far too big, her whole world. She didn't see them when she came out of the church, but 4 14-year-olds were standing behind some trees. When the mother got home, her phone rang just once. She answered immediately, but heard nothing but sobbing on the other end before the other person ended the call. The next morning there was a drawing placed on top of the grave. It showed Christian on a ladder, with a smile so big it was a miracle the paper could contain it. She had never seen anything like it. At the bottom, in pencil so faint it was almost illegible, it said, "Like the birds sing." She slept with that drawing on her bedside table next to the phone, trying with all her strength to force it to ring once more, but it didn't. Not for several months. Yoar and Ali and Ted went to the pier with the artist every day. They tried to get him to draw again, anything at all, but he couldn't do it anymore. At the end of the spring term, he got an F in art. No one ever notices it when summer vacation begins, but there are torn-off wings lying all over schoolyards everywhere then. The artist didn't speak, barely ate, and his friends were all thinking the same thing. He's never going to survive this. But they were lucky. They were wrong. The first day of the vacation, Yoar found a damn ad in a damn newspaper about a damn art competition. That was how everything started. Again. "28. The baby is clutching Louisa's finger tightly. It's the first time she's been hugged since Fish was around. "Do you believe in God?" she asks quietly. "Sometimes," Ted replies. "Sometimes I do too," she says, with her nose against the back of the baby's neck. The mother comes back from the bathroom, as grateful as only a parent who has been able to go to the bathroom undisturbed can be. She gently takes the sleeping child from Louisa's arms. Louisa looks like she's freezing when her body is alone again. "What was the competition, the one Yoar found in the newspaper?" she asks. "It was for young artists. You were allowed to paint whatever you liked, and the first prize was having your painting hung in a museum," Ted replies. "That's all?" Ted smiles down at the box with the ashes. "That's exactly what Ali said. She kept saying it sucked. She thought you should win money or a car or something, like on game shows on TV. But mostly she just nagged because she thought it was fun to annoy Yoar. Deep down, she knew that it didn't matter. We weren't trying to get him to win. We were just trying to get him to paint." Louisa frowns. "Still a pretty useless prize." Ted shakes his head slowly. "No, it was a fantastic prize, because we thought that if he could just see his painting there, on a big white wall beside other artists' paintings, just once, then he'd realize he belonged there." Louisa says nothing for so long that he almost starts to worry before she concedes sullenly, "Okay then, not completely useless, maybe." Ted looks out through the train window and sees a whole life. It's strange what our memories do to us, editing our feelings. All summer I tried to get him to laugh, Ted remembers. Did you tell him the one about the penguins? Louisa groans. No, Ted says, but he can't help smiling. Because he remembers now that this was how they dragged the artist back to life after Christian's funeral, one giggle at a time. He tells Louisa how one day at the start of summer vacation, the artist whispered that he could try to paint the sea, even if he would only be doing it to make Yoar happy. But it wasn't until the end of June that he actually started. That was after Ali had lain beside him on the pier saying, I know what you should paint. You should paint us. Yoar immediately pointed out that Ali was so self-centered that what she actually meant was paint me, but Ali had just shrugged nonchalantly and said, You can be in it too. You're so short you won't really be seen anyway. Yoar chased her into the sea then, and she laughed so loudly that you could still hear it when she was underwater. And that was how the artist decided to paint them. Not the way they looked, but how they made him feel. He decided to call the picture The One of the Sea, just to tease Ali, because she really did think it should be called The One of Ali. On the last day of June, the artist went to Christian's grave, sat there alone for several hours, and drew the first pencil sketch of what would one day become a famous work of art. Then he went to the pier with his friends, took all the pills he had stolen from Ted's dad's bathroom cabinet out of his backpack, and threw them one by one into the water. Then all his friends felt, just for a brief moment, that perhaps everything could be all right. I believed in God when I saw him paint, Ted says on the train. He has so many memories of the artist, he realizes, but his brain almost always picks one where he's smiling like a child who's just found a coin. That last period in his big apartment, he would often lie on the sofa next to Ted, showing him photographs of all the places he had been in the years between art school and becoming famous. They showed him standing on boats and beaches and next to walls full of imagination, always with paint on his clothes, cans of spray paint in his hands, and eternity in his eyes. He had danced and painted his way right around the world, and when he was lying there on the sofa, he would smile at Ted and say that he didn't care what people said about him when he was gone, just as long as no one said he died young. Because he had lived for 1,000 years. I've never prayed to God, Louisa suddenly says. Sorry? Ted says. Louisa is drawing in her sketch pad, her eyes hidden behind her hair again. I said I've never prayed to God, but I prayed to the demons, like you did. But they still took fish. Her pencil dances between explosions on the paper as 2 tears land there. I'm sorry, Ted says. Sometimes I can't bear the fucking thought that she isn't here, she whispers. Ted nods to the box containing the painting. He carried on painting those skulls because then it felt like Christian was still alive in his fingertips. Perhaps it's like that for you too. Art is what we leave of ourselves in other people. Louisa draws tiny falling flakes. Did it snow much in winter where you grew up? She asks. Yes. It hardly ever got cold enough where we were, but one winter nature seemed to sort of short-circuit, you know? So one night there was an insane amount of snow. Fish and I snuck out that evening and had a snowball fight. I hated having such a big body then because I was so easy to hit, but of course it didn't matter because Fish was so bad at throwing. Seriously, she couldn't have hit a box from inside it. A snake would be better at throwing snowballs than she was. Then she made a snowman, and I mean, it was so ugly it gave you a migraine. I had to ask if she'd ever actually seen a snowman before. Had she even seen a man? She said it was a modern snowman and that I didn't understand art. I laughed so much my voice went hoarse. Then we made snow angels everywhere, all over town. Every time I think of that night, it feels like it lasted a whole winter. It was like we gathered up 100 days of memories all at once. If I lay them all out, I think I've got enough to make a happy childhood. The train disappears into a tunnel and the world stops. Ted cleans his glasses for a long time and puts some new tape on the frame. When the tunnel spits them out on the other side, he says, "Maybe that's enough?" Sometimes I think that my whole childhood lasted 2 years, between when I was 13 and 15, he says. Would you swap those 2 years for a whole childhood? I mean, like a happy childhood, only with different friends? Louisa wonders. I wouldn't have swapped those idiots for 1,000 childhoods. Louisa nods and draws a million snowflakes. Fish said she'd read in a book that in heaven you could choose a moment in life when you felt really good, and then you got to feel like that for all eternity. She said it didn't matter if we lived to be 80 years old because that's only a billion different nows, and one really good now is enough. And that night in the snow is your now? Louisa nods. What's yours? Any day on the pier. Have many people you've loved died? She asks out of nowhere. Yes. I've been lucky, really, she says. How do you mean? I haven't loved many people. Ted glances at the mother and baby on the other side of the aisle. He thinks about what she said about the days passing slowly, but the years quickly. What I hate most isn't that people die. What I hate most is that they're dead. That I'm alive without them. Maybe you should start smoking after all, Louisa suggests helpfully. They would have liked you, he laughs. Who? All my people. In the seat beside them, a baby is sleeping in her mother's arms, the mother dozing in her baby's breath. Perhaps she was a different sort of person once upon a time, but now she's one of those who will always answer the phone on the first ring. Louisa glances at them, too. Then she asks Ted, You said the janitor's mom was a teacher, didn't you? Yes, she taught art history at the university, but I think she liked fiction better than history, to be honest. She talked much more about myths than facts. Louisa raises her eyebrows. What do you mean myths? Like fairy tales? Yeah, so why don't you just say fairy tales then? Because they aren't quite the same thing. Louisa frowns. Tell me a myth, then. Ted sighs. Well, okay, here's one. In ancient Greece, there were 2 artists, Zeuxis and Parrhasius. They challenged each other to a contest to see who was best. Zeuxis painted a picture of some grapes, and it was so true to life that birds flew down from the sky to try to eat them. So he turned to Parrhasius, confident of victory, and said, Now do you admit I'm the greatest artist? But Parrhasius just smiled and said, Pull aside this curtain, my painting is behind it. So Zeuxis went over and took hold of the curtain, but he couldn't because the curtain was the painting. So Zeuxis had to admit he'd been beaten because he had only fooled the birds, but Parrhasius had fooled Zeuxis. Ted falls silent. Louisa looks confused. Is that the whole myth? Yes. So a myth is just a slightly rubbish story? Well, no, Ted begins, because he wants to explain the moral of the story, but he doesn't have time to before Louisa says, People do that with cakes now. There are TV shows. You think it's a shoe, but it turns out to be a cake. You think it's a car, but it's a cake. You think it... Okay, I get it, Ted sighs. I'm just saying, since you seemed pretty impressed when it was just grapes, she snorts. It must have been loads of fun having you as a student, he notes. Did you tell that myth to your students when you were a teacher? Has it ever occurred to you that that might be why you got stabbed? She asks, not unkindly. When I got stabbed, I'd just been teaching them about how Julius Caesar died, Ted replies instantly. Louisa grins, and he feels a little proud of her then because she realized it was a joke. Then she asks, Do you really think you'll never go back to being a teacher? Then Ted thinks about the ceiling in the school and how he had lain on the floor of the classroom looking up at it while everyone screamed. The boy who had stabbed him had run off, leaving Ted lying there. He could hear the sirens in the distance but hadn't realized they were for him. When the ambulance arrived, he had tried to stand up because he didn't want to be any trouble. When he got to the hospital, he was laid on his side so the doctors could feel and squeeze every part of his body, and only then did he realize there was so much blood everywhere that they didn't even know how many times he'd been stabbed. When he woke up after the operation, he cried, first with shock, then with guilt. All the best people on the planet die all the time, die of nothing, but he doesn't even die when someone stabs him with a knife. No, he whispers. I'll never go back to teaching. What are you going to do instead? Become a comedian? I'm going to become a politician and pass a law saying that annoying teenagers shouldn't be allowed on trains, he grunts. Hello? She exclaims. See, I'm funny, he yawns. She rolls her eyes so hard that she almost falls off her seat. Then she asks, how do you know all that about the janitor's mother? That she was a teacher and liked myths and all that? Ted yawns again, almost as loudly as he sneezes. I met her, we all met her, at the end of that summer. It was actually because of her that I became a teacher, but that's a long story. Oh no, and I'm so busy, Louisa says, gesturing toward the silent train carriage. Ted looks at the time. We should try to get some sleep. We have to change trains later. He closes his eyes, which Louisa lets him do for about 10 seconds. Okay, but don't lie, she says. About what? Ted says, half asleep. You didn't become a teacher because of the janitor's mom. You became a teacher because of the owl. Because you're one of those people who want to make the world better, she says, almost annoyed that he hasn't realized that himself. Thanks, he says quietly. Is that who we're going to see? Christian's mom? You said when we met that there was someone in the town where you grew up who can help us sell the painting. Is it her? Yes, if she's home, Ted admits. You haven't called to say we're coming? No, because he would never do that to her. Every time her phone rings, she still thinks someone has died. So what will you do if she isn't home then? Or if she can't sell the painting? Louisa asks. I don't know, but I'm sure you'll think of something. Me? Louisa blurts out in horror. Yes, I believe in you, he yawns. A new record for the kindest thing he's said. The train rocks on through the darkness. The world lies silent. But just as dreams are taking him, Ted mumbles to himself, Good night, ghosts. Louisa wants to ask what that means, but he's already asleep, exhausted and huddled up in his seat. So she sits beside him for a long time, just drawing in the silence, waiting until his breathing becomes slow and calm. Then she whispers, I'm sorry. Ted sleeps deeply and soundly for the first time since the artist was around. He dreams his best memories of being 14 years old and lying in the sun on a pier by the sea, of smiles and fingertips seeking each other. He doesn't even notice when the train stops. When he wakes up, there's a drawing on the seat next to him, and Louisa is gone. 29. Fish always said that kind people were the worst, because at least with mean people you know what you're dealing with. There's no limit to how dangerous someone who seems kind can be. Louisa slips off the train and out onto the platform. It's easy to be invisible when you know you don't matter. Her outline dissolves in the darkness like sugar in warm water. She turns around and sees Ted's sleeping face on the other side of the train window one last time. She raises her hand and waves, which might seem silly, but she feels she should make the most of the opportunity. She doesn't know when she'll have someone to wave to again. She's left the painting on the train with him. She was never thinking of keeping it. She just knew he wouldn't accept it voluntarily. Now he has no choice. It isn't a perfect plan. Louisa doesn't have a perfect brain. She'd actually been thinking of leaving him a few stations back. To be honest, she only really stayed because she wanted to hear the rest of the story about him and his friends. She would actually have liked to stay a few more stations, but doesn't dare, because right now, Yoar is still alive, and she knows how stories about people like him end. Don't run. When you want to disappear, you walk like you're just going to the bathroom, Fish whispers in her head. Fish was the best at disappearing. She got chased by security guards and the police hundreds of times after various break-ins, but always slipped out of their grasp. The trick is relaxing and making all your muscles soft. That makes you slippery. Pretend you're a bar of soap, Fish had explained. And when Louisa pointed out that bar soap isn't particularly soft, Fish had snapped, "Liquid soap, then. Stop spoiling my story." She liked stories. She would have enjoyed being on the train with them, and that's why Louisa knows she has to run away now. It felt too nice, sitting there next to Ted. Nothing that nice happens to someone like Louisa unless it's a trap. She hurries away from the tracks without even knowing which station she's at. It doesn't matter. She has nothing to go back to. If she's going to disappear, she may as well disappear here. Be soap. Fish is giggling in her head, and Louisa wants to yell at her that this isn't the right time to be making jokes. But instead she whispers, "I miss you, you moron," right into the darkness. Then she walks through the deserted ticket barrier and turns a corner very nonchalantly, skipping down some steps without noticing the echo, and doesn't see the two men until it's too late. "30. There's nothing more dangerous than being noticed by men," Fish said, even though she herself was really bad at that. Because everyone noticed her, of course. Sometimes when she was a bit drunk or high, she would lie in bed with the screwdriver in her hand and mumble to Louisa, "You can't trust them. Have you ever seen the floor of a men's bathroom? And those creatures are actually allowed to make political decisions and drive cars. Do we really want to put people who can't even piss straight in charge of all the horsepower in the world? We shouldn't even put them in charge of one horse." But when she was sleepy and sad, she would whisper in the darkness, "You can't trust men, Louisa. They're far too easy to love." Fish was always in love with someone. Her crushes were like the drugs she took, happiness on credit. Her heart paid the debt with interest. The world was too thorny for her. She kept getting scratched. She tried to seem cynical, always telling Louisa not to trust anyone. But deep down, Fish's big problem was that she believed in happy endings. That was why she was so easy to hurt. She fell for men who were geniuses, but quite a few who weren't. And the kind ones were the worst. They picked her up in their cars, and sometimes they gave her gifts. Louisa wished it had only been jewelry or watches, but often they gave Fish something far crueler. Promises. They said they would leave their wives or girlfriends, that they would have a life with her, but of course that never happened. While Fish lay asleep beside her at night, it was incomprehensible to Louisa that all the wives in the world didn't get left for this person, that no one realized she was the best. Or almost, anyway. Okay, maybe not in the morning. The only bad thing about Fish was that she was terrible in the morning, because she always woke up happy, and that's a complete misunderstanding of what a morning is. Louisa, who was a normal person, always woke up to find Fish bouncing on the bed as if it was going to be the best day ever. Then she got sadder and sadder with each hour that passed, until in the evening she was like a wilted flower. You had to make the most of the light if you wanted to see her blossom. On her 18th birthday, early that spring, the sun had shone all day and she had sat on the back of a wobbly old bicycle laughing wildly as Louisa rode her around town, chasing the light as if the shadows had teeth. When the sun was going down and Louisa saw her friend Wild, she did the most magical thing she could think of. She broke into a library, because that was where all the fairy tales were. Naturally, Louisa wasn't as good at breaking into places as Fish was, so in purely technical terms, it wasn't actually a break-in. It was more like them getting shut in on purpose, which is possibly in purely technical terms still a break-in. But it wasn't the break-in that was the present. It was the plan. When Fish realized how much time Louisa must have spent working out how it was all going to happen. "I didn't know I took up this much space in your brain," Fish had said. "You're everywhere in my brain all the time," Louisa had replied. "Is that where I left my gloves? I've been looking for them everywhere," Fish had grinned. "Shh," Louisa had replied, because they had just heard the security guards. The plan was as simple as it was stupid. They had hidden in one of the bathrooms when the library closed, in the last stall. But of course the guards had come in and noticed that one stall was locked, and the girls had sat huddled up together on the cramped toilet seat, holding their breath. First the guard yelled and banged on the door of the locked stall so hard that Louisa wanted to crawl out of her skin. When there was no response, he went and got some tools, then stood outside for several minutes removing the screws, and when the lock clicked, Louisa jumped so hard that she almost cried out. The guard threw the door open triumphantly with his fists clenched, and Fish held her hand over Louisa's mouth, their hearts beating so hard that it was incomprehensible that the guards couldn't hear them. "I told you, the lock must have clicked shut by itself," the other guard had grumbled. The first guard just stared in surprise at the empty stall. "I could have sworn I heard," he mumbled. "Come on, I want to get home. The game starts soon," the second guard said. So they left. Not to brag, but the plan was so stupid, it was genius. Louisa had figured out that if all the doors were unlocked, the guards would check all the stalls. But if just one door was locked, they wouldn't bother opening the others. Because what sort of idiot tries to hide behind an unlocked door? "You're the best, Giant. Have I ever told you that?" Fish had grinned a couple of minutes later when they emerged from the bathroom and wandered out into the dark, empty library. She had lit a cigarette, and Louisa had looked prouder than a cat that has just left a mouse in its owner's cereal bowl. "I wanted to give you something no man has ever given you," she smiled. And then Fish had held her hand. They wandered about in the sea of shelves between waves of books, and Louisa had never been in a quieter space. It was crazy, really, that Fish loved quiet places, yet was friends with Louisa, who always needed noise. Who always was noise, actually. If Louisa wasn't talking, she was humming, because she was scared of death, and death is silent. But for a few moments, even she embraced the silence. Then they played games. They pretended they were in a zombie film where humanity had been destroyed, and then they switched to hide and seek, which was a ridiculously stupid idea because Fish was so good at it that Louisa started to panic. "I give up, just come out," she hissed desperately into the darkness, only to be met with a, "What did you say?" when Fish jumped out, frightening the life out of her. Louisa yelped in terror, and Fish hissed, "Shh!" Then they lay on the floor, and Fish read out loud, because her favorite thing in the library was the fairy tales, but Louisa's favorite thing was Fish's voice. "Don't worry, she's the main character, so she isn't going to die. The main character never dies in fairy tales," Fish explained when she read one that she particularly liked. She was wrong, because in their fairy tale, it was Fish who died. When they got hungry during that night in the library, they drank Coca-Cola and ate muffins in the deserted cafeteria. Fish pointed out that in purely technical terms, it wasn't theft. "We're in a library, aren't we? So it's a loan." They would probably have stayed there all night if Fish hadn't gotten curious and opened a door that said emergency exit. Then the alarm went off. Louisa had been in the bathroom and came rushing out with her pants around her ankles to point out that that hadn't been the smartest thing to do. Then Fish muttered, "I just wanted to see where it went." When Louisa demonstratively pointed to the sign that said emergency exit, Fish said, "Okay, but exit to what?" Considering that they were geniuses, they weren't always geniuses, those two, so it was lucky that they were good at running. At least they were once Louisa had pulled up her pants. On the way home, they held hands tightly, and when the first light of dawn burned in Fish's eyes, she said, "If I live until I'm 80, it won't matter, because this is my now forever." That's what Louisa misses most, because every day may not have been the best day, but with Fish, at least you knew that the day had a chance. "You mustn't be frightened of death, Giant," Fish had said when they had almost reached the foster home, and then she had pointed at the sky. "Look at the sun. Do you get how crazy it is that it rises every morning? Do you get that, Giant? How crazy it is that we are here?" Then Fish had growled and howled and made faces at Louisa to show how insane it was that a human being could do all that, how impossible a body is. Isn't it totally unbelievable that we even exist? So it won't be a tragedy when we don't exist anymore. It's just cool, really cool that we happened at all. Almost every night since she died, Louisa has woken up screaming into the darkness, "I give up. Just come out." The curse is the same for everyone who has loved someone who died of an overdose. We think that if we could just have been with our human every moment of every day, then it would never have happened. It never stops being our fault. Louisa and Fish had a life together, but at the end they also had two separate lives. Louisa tried to be like the girls at school, doing her makeup like them and dressing like them, but of course they just laughed. The clothes they wore didn't even come in Louisa's size. She envied their self-confidence most of all. They knew who they were because they had families. They had inherited a belief that they belonged in every room they walked into. Louisa felt like a rat born in a laboratory. The girls came back from school vacation talking about trips and restaurants and visits to the sea. They could all swim, and they could roller skate and eat with chopsticks. One of them asked Louisa if she liked sashimi, and Louisa thought it was a cool new band, so she said, "Yes, I listen to them all the time." Their laughter was like shotgun pellets. Once she got invited to a birthday party, by mistake, of course. Someone's mom had asked all the girls in the class without checking if they were all the same. But for a few hours it was still great. They drank Coca-Cola and watched films and gossiped about boys. Louisa didn't say a word, but still felt almost normal. Then someone's wallet went missing and everyone looked at her. The wallet reappeared. It had fallen behind a bed, but by then Louisa had already seen what she was in their eyes. Not one of them. Not really. She stopped trying after that. Loneliness was better than disappointment. Fish tried to belong in other places. She stopped going to school, disappeared into dark alleyways and down into black holes instead, finding older friends in a fog of bottles and pills. Sometimes Louisa felt hurt that she wasn't allowed to go with her, but Fish joked, "Who's going to look after me tomorrow if we're both hungover?" When she got back to the foster home at night, she would only get undressed if all the lights in the room were switched off. She slept in long-sleeved shirts. One time she said, "I don't want you to see the worst of me, Giant. I just want to be the best version of myself in your brain." Fish hated reality too much to bear it. Trying to save her was like catching smoke with a net. The girls shared a bed but still slipped away from each other. Soon after Fish's 18th birthday, the adults at the home found all the gold jewelry and watches in her backpack. Of course, Fish refused to say where she'd gotten them, so the adults called the police. One of the necklaces had come from one of the kind men, but it actually belonged to the man's wife, and after he gave it to Fish, he had reported it stolen to get the insurance money. The police had started an investigation. Fish wasn't allowed to stay in the foster home. The adults there didn't want to be responsible for her, so she got swallowed up by the town and the night. Louisa wanted to run away with her, but Fish forbade her because Louisa was still only 17 and the police would look for them. God, how Louisa hates herself for doing as she was told. The last thing Fish did was kiss her on the cheek and promise, "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Our fairy tale has only just begun." A few nights later, a cleaner arrived at the library, just as the sun was rising. She found Fish curled up on the floor among the fairy tales. The policeman who called the foster home said the doctor had declared it an overdose, but said that Fish had drifted off peacefully in her sleep, her body full of happiness on credit. "31. Louisa stops abruptly on the steps. She sees the two men by the car down in the street, can smell their cigarettes. She can't hear what they're saying, but she can tell by the harshness of their laughter that it isn't anything good. A bad foster home teaches a child a lot of things, but most of all to identify danger. She tastes blood in her mouth before she realizes how hard she's biting her lip. She glances back up the steps but realizes there's no point trying to run back up there. Any moment now, the train will thunder away from the platform. She'd never get back in time. Down here, there isn't anyone else in sight. The nearest houses are a long way away. The world shrinks until it consists of just her and the men. There is nothing more dangerous. Wait! Quiet, one of the men down in the street suddenly exclaims. What? The other one grunts. Louisa can hear that he's drunk. I thought I heard something. No, it was probably nothing, the first one says. The brain does a lot of stupid things when it's stressed. It won't cooperate at all. Suddenly, it starts reminding Louisa of her trick in the library bathroom, snaking on the floor, through the gap beneath the side wall into the next stall, and how disgusted Ted would have been if he'd found out about that. She has to put her hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing out loud. Stupid brain. It's sheer luck that the shadows on the steps are kind, wrapping their long arms around her. She pads down the steps 2 at a time to the street, staying close to the wall and hurrying away from the car. She doesn't know if the men have seen her, but as soon as she's beyond the street lamps, the night is a dark hole. She can't see the train behind her anymore, doesn't hear it leave the platform, but she hopes that Ted won't hate her for leaving him and the painting. The worst thing about Ted isn't that he seems kind, but might be mean. It's that he might be kind for real. She wishes he hadn't said what he did about believing in her. That's too much responsibility. All she can give him is disappointment. Sunrise is still many hours away. Beyond the lights of the train station, the road is pitch black and absolutely silent. She clutches the straps of her backpack tightly. She's 18 years old and alone, not missing, just gone. Then she hears a man yell. Then another one. And she runs. "32. Ted is dreaming a lovely dream about a day without a name. Because a really good summer vacation should only really have 2 days, the first and the last. All the ones in between should be nameless. It shouldn't matter if it's Tuesday or Sunday. In a good summer, everything is all just bicycles and comic books and salt water, time being wasted with the sun on your face. 1 or 2 small farts, 1 or 2 little giggles. Aren't you going to color it in? Yoar wondered early one morning on the pier, when he saw the artist's first sketches of what was going to become the painting. I don't have any paints, the artist confessed unhappily. In the dream, all the others are 14 years old, but Ted is grown up, perhaps because he already felt like that back then. He's the one who asked, "What does paint cost?" "Too much," the artist said. "How fucking much can some paint cost?" Yoar snorted, and started feeling the pockets of his shorts with an optimism that really was admirable, because there were kangaroos that had money in their pouches more often than he did. So the artist took a deep breath and told him exactly what it cost, because there was a shop that sold art supplies in town, and he had memorized every single price tag in the window. Then his 3 friends looked like they were having at least 6 heart attacks. "For paint?" Ali shouted. "Are all damn artists damn millionaires or what?" Yoar marveled. "Forget it, just forget it," the artist whispered unhappily, and that's how close the painting came to not existing at all. "And then you need one of those damn cloths too, right? The thing you paint on? How much does that cost?" Yoar asked. "You mean canvas?" Ali mocked. "You mean canvas?" Yoar mimicked sullenly. "Why are you even asking how much it costs? You can't actually count anyway," she grinned. Yoar held up his middle finger and told her to count that. Ali replied that she'd seen bigger matches than that cute little finger. Yoar didn't actually know why he got so angry about that. Just forget it, the artist repeated quietly, but no one heard because Ali threw a small stone at Yoar. It wasn't really that hard of a throw, but it hit him on the ear, and Yoar had sensitive ears. So he chased her into the water. When they were lying beside each other on the pier again 10 minutes later, exhausted and soaking wet, Ali suggested, "Maybe we could try getting a job?" "What sort of job? Robbing wishing wells?" Yoar suggested. It was, astonishingly enough, Ted who had an idea at that point. And it was, astonishingly enough, not a bad idea at all. In the dream, they are suddenly just there, in the big parking lot outside the supermarket. But in real life, they must have walked all the way. Or cycled? In that case, was it Yoar who stole the bikes? Ted's memory lets him down, but dreams don't care. In real life, they were all full of fears and sorrows, and soon there would be another funeral. But that summer, they are still happy. "There, ask that old lady," Yoar said, pushing Ali forward. Okay, Ali snapped. Then she told Ted and the artist to hide, but instructed Yoar, "You just stay exactly where you are." Yoar did as he was told, which was a minor miracle, even in a dream. The supermarket kept all its carts chained together like an iron centipede, and to free a cart you had to insert a coin, which was where Ted had gotten his idea from. Ali walked up to the old woman, smiled her most childish smile, and said, "Excuse me, I only have bills on me. Could you possibly lend me a coin for a cart?" The woman looked skeptical, so Ali quickly nodded toward Yoar and said, "Our mom sent me and my little brother to do the shopping, but she forgot to give us a coin. She has trouble remembering things since the accident." Credit where credit's due, Ali was a great actor, both in the dream and in real life, with real tears in her eyes and everything. The woman gave her a coin, and when Ali came back, Yoar just stared at it as if it were unicorn poop. "What the hell is this? Free money? Why didn't you think of this before, Ted?" He patted Ted gently on the back, and Ted swung in confusion between compliment and accusation. Then Ali said eagerly, "There, go ask her." So Yoar went up to the next woman, and it went well. A little too well, actually. The woman thought Yoar was so cute that she pinched his cheek and offered to go with him into the store and do his shopping for him, but Yoar got the distinct impression that she really wanted to take him home and lock him in her cellar. Then there was an old man, so Ali approached him, and if the man's wife hadn't appeared, she would probably have gotten his whole wallet. As it was, the old man got yelled at instead. Ted had roughly the same lack of success with both old men and women. The artist only asked one man, who was on his own in a car, and the man had smiled and started to look in the glove box. He said he had cash at home and asked if the artist wanted to go with him. He reached out his hand through the car window and stroked the artist's cheek, and the boy froze to ice. Ali was standing 60 feet away, but she could recognize that sort of man a mile off, so she yelled, "Watch out!" It doesn't matter where you are. Those are magic words. They stop time for a moment. Every single person in the parking lot stopped and looked around, and the man let go of the artist in horror, and the artist took his chance and ran. The teenagers took a break after that. A security guard came out into the parking lot looking suspicious, so they decided that the least suspicious thing they could do was to go into the supermarket. It was Ted who pointed out that they ought to take a cart, seeing as all the old ladies they had asked for coins would see them in there. "Sometimes you're damn smart," Ali smiled. It was a miracle that Ted didn't hit his head on the top of the door, given how tall he walked after that. Yoar sat in the cart, the artist steered it. Ali pointed at things on the shelves, and Ted ran and got them. They spent some of the coins so the guard wouldn't think anything was wrong, put a small packet of cookies and some cans of soda in the cart, but even more in their backpacks. They turned a corner, and the artist asked tentatively if they could buy some pastries, and it was the first time in months they had heard him say he was hungry. Ted would love Danish pastries for the rest of his life. Yoar stopped at one shelf to smell all the different deodorants he liked. Then they passed an entirely different shelf, and he suddenly asked, "Hey, Ali, how do these work?" Ali stared at the small packs of tampons he was pointing at. Are you kidding? How do they work? Yoar blushed, but his curiosity overcame his embarrassment, and he grunted. Yes, is that a really stupid damn question or something? I mean, do you just shove them in? I mean, all the way up? For a moment, Ali probably felt something like sympathy for his almost admirable stupidity, so she said, not entirely patronizingly, How else do you think they would work? That you would swallow them and wait for them to make their way down? Yoar muttered, But don't they fall out? Like when you walk? I was thinking maybe they have little hooks or something. Ali blinked so slowly that her eyelashes looked like they were about to brush her socks. What sort of hooks? Are you completely stupid? What the hell would the hooks even be attached to? Why would the tampon fall out? By now, Ted and the artist had caught up with her. Obviously, they hadn't heard any of the conversation. But Yoar didn't think that a complete lack of context ought to stop anyone from having a firmly held opinion, so he said, Ted, how do you think tampons stay in? Ted looked so uncomfortable that he almost melted and ran down a drain by sheer effort of will. Then he mumbled, They squeeze, maybe? Ali looked so disappointed that Ted ducked instinctively. You think girls go around squeezing the whole time while we're having a period? Is this your first day on Earth or something? Your balls must be bigger than your brains, she snapped. All three boys looked very confused by this, the way you do when you're not entirely sure if you've been insulted or not. She muttered that she hoped none of them would ever have children because they would be the stupidest children in the history of the world. Yoar peered at her as if he was trying to work out if she was joking. Then he said in the tone of a very patient teacher, Are you stupid or what? Boys can't have children. Ted nodded helpfully. Only girls can have children. I think that's why you have periods. Ali sighed so deeply that the shelves swayed. Idiots. Then she threw a pack of tampons fairly hard at Yoar's head, and he got angry and threw a deodorant at her. Then they had a fight. Typical of a girl to be so sensitive, Yoar said when they eventually made their way to the checkout. Ted looked like he was about to say, Yeah, really, but the artist took hold of his arm warily and shook his head. So Ted didn't say anything, and Ali let him live. When they reached the checkout, the security guard was standing by the door looking suspiciously at their backpacks. The cashier, on the other hand, glanced cheerfully into their cart. Oh, I wish I could eat Danish pastries for breakfast. How do you stay so slim? She chirruped. In the meantime, the guard was talking to one of the women who had given the teenagers a coin. She was pointing angrily in their direction, and the teenagers didn't even wait for the guard to yell. How do we stay so slim? We run a lot, Yoar said simply. And then they ran, with the cart and everything, out into the parking lot. To confuse the guard, Yoar rushed off in one direction and Ali in another. When the guard had almost caught up with her, she yelled, Watch out! Which gained her a second, and she darted sideways. And when the guard tried to grab hold of her, he lost his footing and fell. By the time he got back on his feet, she had already caught up with the other teenagers on the far side of the parking lot, with the artist pushing the cart and Yoar clinging to the front like a pirate captain. He threw a Danish pastry at the guard like a frisbee and yelled, You look very pale. You should eat something. They ran straight across a busy road, almost getting run over by a truck, and they didn't see the hill until they were already on their way down it. Ali and Ted tried to slow the cart by jumping up onto it, which might not have come very high on the list of the smartest things they could have done, and soon the cart was moving so fast that the only thing the artist could do was either let go or go with them. That was how four idiots ended up riding a shopping cart down the steepest hill in town. Ted dreams of the blind terror, metal rattling beneath their backsides, cars blowing their horns, the wind roaring in one ear, and Ali shrieking with joy in the other. At the bottom of the hill, the cart tipped over and the pavement scraped their elbows and cheeks, but it didn't matter. They just lay there in a happy heap, giggling, until Yoar swore. God damn it, now I've got dirt in my pastry. When autumn came that year, the supermarket would replace its shopping carts with a type that didn't take coins, just a sort of token you had to get from the checkout. A few years later, adults hardly ever carried cash at all. Yet more evidence that society hates teenagers, if you were to ask the teenagers. They took the cart with them to the pier, all joining in to push it, then all jumping into it as it flew over the end straight into the sea. Perhaps that is Ted's moment, he dreams, his now that Louisa was talking about, when they were in midair. He has probably never felt better than he did then. The shopping cart hit the water so hard and sank so quickly that everything went black for all four of them. There was a certain point down there in the darkness when panic sets in. The water stops being transparent, and suddenly you just feel the whole weight of it. You try to turn upward but are just forced down. Your pulse is pounding in your ears. Your eyes hurt like they are bursting. When you finally manage to get your bearings and feel that you're floating up, you think you're never going to reach the light. When you break the surface, that first breath is nothing but pain. It took several seconds before Ali managed to gasp. "Here! Here!" Ted panted. "Here!" the artist called. Then, nothing. Just silence. "Here!" Ali yelled again. "Here! Here!" Ted and the artist replied. Silence. "Here! Here! Here! Help!" The other three had already started climbing up onto the pier when they saw Yoar out in the water. "Help!" he screamed once more. His nose was barely above the surface. He was taking 2 strokes forward and 1 back, as if something was pulling him down. The first time he disappeared below the surface, his friends laughed as if he were joking, but the second time they immediately jumped in after him. Ted will never understand how they managed to get hold of Yoar, but it wasn't until they started to pull him through the water that they realized what had happened. His foot was caught in the chain of the cart where you insert the coin. It was wound around his ankle, and in the water the cart weighed as much as an elephant. The more Yoar had panicked and tried to free himself, the more trapped he had become. They only managed to drag him halfway to the steps up to the pier, with the cart lurking beneath the surface like some lethal sea monster. "Get it off me!" Yoar yelled desperately. Ali was splashing alongside and looked thoughtfully first at the chain, then at Yoar, before asking, "How did you even get your foot caught in there? Just how small are your feet?" Ted was sitting on the steps holding on to Yoar, and he gasped, "You got your foot in but can't get it out? You're like a tampon." Yoar just grabbed him by his shirt and tried to strangle him. "Get it off me!" Ali was paddling alongside him with all the sympathy she could muster as she looked at him, then called out very, very seriously, "Sure. Have you got a coin?" That laugh? A tsunami. They eventually managed to free their friend. Yoar was so relieved that he wasn't even angry. That day, perfect. No one needs more moments than that. They lay on the pier, drying out in the sun, and as they walked home that evening with pastry crumbs around their mouths and laughter in their stomachs, everything was still possible. Everyone was still alive. "Tomorrow," they called to each other as they went their separate ways at the crossroads. What Ted remembers most of all is the sound when he got home and opened the front door. A small creak, a withheld sob. At first he didn't understand what it was, then he peered into the gloom of the living room and saw the outline of his big brother sitting on the stool by the old piano. Ted couldn't remember anyone in the family sitting there in several years. His big brother wasn't playing anything, he was just staring down at the keys, and there were empty beer cans on top of the piano. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Ted understood at once that their father was dead. "33. Are you okay?" Ted wakes up but can't see anything. He blinks against the lights in the ceiling of the train, his cheeks cold. The most frightening thing about his dad dying that summer when he was 14 wasn't the grief he had felt, but the anger. He's thought so many times as an adult that it's a lie that people are scared of being alone, because what we fear is being abandoned. You can choose to be alone, but no one chooses to be left. Sometimes he imagines that mankind invented God just to have someone to be angry with, because you can't be angry with a dad who's dead. Not even a little bit. Ted was most angry with God because he didn't get more memories. All he could remember of his dad's voice was, "Good night, ghosts." A man walking quietly around the house at night while Ted was still very young, turning out all the lights and sending a whispered smile into each room. "Good night, good night, good night." That stopped when he got ill. Ted doesn't have any images of his dad as a person after that, when the man was alive. All he can remember is someone lying in bed, dying. The cancer went on for Ted's whole childhood. Yet the most remarkable thing about losing a parent is that you don't even need to miss them for their loss to be felt. The basic function of a parent is just to exist. You have to be there, like ballast in a boat, because otherwise your child capsizes. "Are you okay?" the voice asks again, gently. It's the conductor leaning over the seat. Embarrassed, Ted wipes his eyes and face with his palms, hiding behind them for a moment too long, as if he's playing peekaboo. Yes, excuse me. The conductor smiles awkwardly. "I'm the one who should be apologizing. I promised her I'd let you sleep, but it sounded like you were crying." "It's my allergies." Ted lies behind his hands. "Oh," the conductor says. "Would you like me to see if anyone on the train has any medication?" No, please, it's fine, really," Ted pleads. The conductor smiles again and touches Ted's shoulder fleetingly, and Ted doesn't hate it. That's quite a big thing. "Let me know if there's anything I can do. The train's having mechanical trouble again, so we're going to be here for a while," he says. Ted nods silently and thinks that the conductor has beautiful hands. Beneath the old tattoos and the first wrinkles of middle age, small maps of a life. The baby sneezes on the other side of the aisle, then it laughs, astonished at its own bodily functions. The conductor turns and laughs too. Only then does Ted look around and realize that Louisa is not there. There's a drawing on her seat. It's of the artist, but as a young man, not yet sick. It's astonishing that she has been able to imagine him like that. In the bottom corner, she has drawn some skulls and written, "For Ted. I hope the birds sing for you." The paper rustles as his fingers start to shake. He stands up but finds just an empty luggage rack. The box containing the painting, the box of ashes, and Ted's suitcase are still on the floor, but Louisa's backpack is gone. Where's... he begins, still confused and half asleep, before he blurts out to the conductor, "Wait, what did you mean when you said you promised her you'd let me sleep?" The conductor glances over his shoulder brightly. "Your friend? She was getting off at this station. I asked if she was going to say goodbye to you, but she said it was better if you got some sleep." "What are you talking about? Getting off? Getting off the train? Why would she get off the train?" Ted splutters, with sudden panic in his chest, like beer cans on a piano. The conductor looks a bit like Ted has asked him how gravity works. "Well, you have to get off the train to get off the train. How do you mean?" "Why would she get off here?" The conductor really does his best to understand the question. "I don't know. I did actually ask because it isn't a very safe area at this time of night, but she said she needed to get going. Sorry, is something wrong?" Ted glances out the window, but the platform is silent and dark, holding on to all its secrets. "How long is it since she left?" 10 minutes, maybe." 10 minutes? "Yes, we should have moved on, but like I said, we're having mechanical issues again," the conductor says apologetically, as if this was primarily a question about the timetable. Then he calls out, "Wait, where are you going? We're going to be leaving soon." But Ted has already run off the train, out onto the platform, into the darkness, The only thing he's holding is her drawing. He calls out her name, the first time as an order, the second time as a negotiation, the third time as a prayer. The way a parent would scream at the sea. He gets nothing back. The darkness is a wall. All he can hear deep inside his head is the artist's laughter. It's a miracle that you managed to close the bathroom door when you pee, Ted. You're so bad at being alone. It's like you're an introvert, but terrible at it. During their last year in that big apartment, the artist was often amused that Ted would sit in a corner reading without saying a word. But if the artist went into another room, he would always turn around after a while and find Ted sitting there reading instead. He didn't necessarily want to be with his people, just near them. At exactly the same times every day, he would look at his beautiful gold watch, close his book, and say, "Time for your pills." The artist, always busy with something more interesting, like building houses out of playing cards or eating cheese, used to groan, "I should have given you anything else for your birthday other than that damn watch." Even so, that watch was the only thing he wouldn't let Ted sell when they were getting the money together for the painting. He had engraved all their initials on the back, Yoar's, Ali's, Ted's, and his own, so that they would always be with him. "Louisa!" Ted yells as he runs across the deserted platform and through the turnstile. No response. He slips down the steps to the road in the darkness and almost runs into a stranger. "Okay there, everything all right?" the man says amiably. He's young, with a lilting dialect, and Ted is reminded how far from home he is. "Excuse me, I'm looking for my friend, a young woman, 18 years old, very tall, talks all the time. Have you seen her?" he explains, carefully picking up the drawing which he had dropped on the ground. The young man shakes his head apologetically. "Sorry." "Thanks anyway." Ted nods quickly, looks at his watch as if he's trying to work out how far she might have gotten. The man calls after him, "Do you want help looking?" "Oh, that's too much to ask, Ted mumbles because he suddenly realizes that he doesn't even know where to start. "It's no trouble. Come with me, my friend's parked over here." He takes Ted gently by the elbow and leads him toward a car. A man is standing next to it, smoking. Ted will never really be able to explain why, but he instinctively folds Louisa's drawing and puts it in his pocket. "He's looking for a girl. We can help him, can't we?" the young man calls. Sure. The other man by the car nods and stamps out his cigarette beneath his shoe. Ted tries to slow down, but the young man has his hand on the small of his back now, guiding him toward the open car door. "It's okay, really. I don't need any help. I'm sure she's gone back to the train," Ted attempts. The other man has already grabbed hold of Ted's arms. When Ted resists, the first blow lands, and he lets out a shriek of anger. The second time as a negotiation, the third time as a prayer. They don't manage to get him into the car, but they do take his watch. They search his pockets for his wallet, but it's still in his suitcase on the train. Perhaps he screams again. Perhaps that's why they get so angry that they kick him in the head, he thinks. Even then, his brain tries to figure out how this might be his fault. Then everything goes black. The last thing he hears is a ringing in his ears, like the sound of telephones. And Ted realizes that tomorrow they will be ringing for him. "34. What was it Louisa said on the train? That sometimes you don't want to hear the end of a story because when you find out who survives, you know that all the other characters in it might die. Throughout his life, Ted has been frightened of men. When he was young, his big brother, 6 years older, used to beat him up like it was a game. Even the fact that Ted used to curl up rather than fighting back would provoke him. "Fight back, you coward! Fight back!" his big brother would roar. When Ted still wouldn't, he would hit him even harder. Once he threw Ted down the basement stairs so that he hit his head and lost consciousness. At the hospital, their mother had to lie and say he had slipped. The doctor had looked suspiciously at the bruised younger brother, but Ted had lied so well that even he began to think it was true. From then on, he took his socks off every time he went up and down the basement stairs so he wouldn't slip again. Some children are born lucky. They're the children who ask things like, "What's the most dangerous animal in the world?" But Ted never did. He was a child who always knew the answer. Once when he was 8 or 9, their mom had been at the hospital with their dad, so Ted's brother had stolen their dad's beer and sat in the kitchen drinking with some boys from school. When they got drunk, they shouted for Ted and forced him to come into the kitchen. At first, they just pointed to things and asked him to say what they were called, so they could laugh and make fun of his accent. His big brother, who had the same accent, didn't encourage them, but he didn't stop them either. Ted had tried to escape to his room, but the drunkest guy in the kitchen, known as the Ox for all the obvious reasons, stopped him from leaving. "Do you like girls?" the Ox asked with a grin, and Ted was smart enough to nod. "Really? You like pussy? Or are you a little fag?" the Ox snarled, his grin gone now. "Shut up! My brother isn't a fucking fag!" Ted's big brother slurred from the other side of the table. It sounded nice, as if he were defending Ted, but he was really only defending himself. Being what they were accusing Ted of was such a serious crime where they grew up that it would threaten the honor of the whole family. "Maybe you're a fag, too. The Fag Brothers?" the Ox grinned, standing up and stretching out his arms so that his body looked like if he got hit by a truck, it would mostly be the truck's problem. But Ted's big brother replied stubbornly, "You really do talk a hell of a lot about fags. Do you think about them when you're jerking off, too?" The violence was an explosion. The Ox flew over the table in an instant to grab hold of Ted's brother's face, but didn't have time because by then something had flared up inside Ted's head. He grabbed a full can of beer from the table and threw it as hard as he could. "Don't touch my brother!" The can hit the Ox in the eyebrow, and the huge 15-year-old yelled so loudly that it must have been heard across the whole block. Ted was shaking with stifled sobs even before the blow was struck. He could have run, but there wouldn't have been any point. The Ox's fist was like a sledgehammer when it hit his little chest. Ted lay on the floor, unable to breathe. The Ox stood over him, raining blows on his back, as if Ted were a lump of meat. People who have never been beaten up don't understand the recklessness demanded of the person doing the beating, what must be missing from someone like that, or what happens inside the person getting beaten. Lucky children often ask what the most dangerous animal in the world is, but all other children already know. It isn't the lion, or the hippopotamus, or the snake, or the spider, or the shark. The most dangerous creature on the planet is, and has always been, a young man. And the worst thing about a young man? That until very recently he was just a boy. No one gets any warning when he stops being one. Ted doesn't even remember how he got away from the Ox, or how he crawled to his room. He just lay there shaking beneath his bruises, as if he had a fever. Late that night, before their parents got home, his door opened and his big brother came in with grilled cheese sandwiches. Ted had eaten in silence, and his big brother had asked anxiously, "You're not going to tell, are you, that I took the beer?" He wasn't at all worried that Ted would tell about the rest of it. One day, not long after that, Ted heard his mother talking to a friend. She had walked into his big brother's room without knocking and caught him looking at porn. She sighed into the phone to her friend and said, "Well, I suppose it's just natural. That's what boys his age are supposed to do, isn't it? Get into fights and look at porn. That's what men do. Otherwise, I suppose I'd worry that he was, you know." Ted has been frightened all his life. He hears the kicks to his body now, on the pavement beside the car below the train station, but he no longer feels them. Perhaps his brain is protecting him by blocking the pain signals, like when the Ox beat him up in the kitchen, and when he got stabbed in the classroom many years later. Enough adrenaline becomes insulation. The world stops, like when you stop fighting against water and just let yourself drown. But then he hears a cry, far beyond the ringing in his ears. At first he thinks it's his own, but it sounds different. His body slumps when the kicking stops. He falls onto his back, blinking at the only street lamp a short distance away. Then he hears the cry again. It's one of the men, like an animal caught in a trap. No, Ted suddenly realizes. It isn't even a cry of pain. It's a cry of shock, like an animal encountering a more dangerous animal. Louisa may be alone when she comes rushing out of the darkness, but she's like you are. She fights like an entire gang. She's holding a metal pipe in her hand. Later, she won't even remember where she found it, only that she snatched it up out of pure instinct. In the fullness of time, she will hate herself for this, and how natural this violence is to her, what must be missing inside her. Most people never find out what they're truly capable of, but she will never forget. She swings the metal pipe and hears it break the first man's arm, then hits the second man as hard as she can across his calves, knocking him screaming to the ground. All Ted hears after that is the clatter of the metal pipe hitting the ground, and Louisa shouting, "Run!" So they run. Ted staggers, and she drags him, up the steps, through the turnstile, out onto the platform. They get there just in time to see the lights at the back of the train as it thunders away along the tracks and disappears into the night. "35. You don't realize how loud a heart is until you've run the whole length of a train platform and you're left standing in the cloud of silence that the train spews out as it abandons you. "Wait!" Ted bellows desperately at the lights, but that's about as effective as throwing marshmallows at a whale and thinking it will change direction. No one on board hears him. The train doesn't care. That's how everything goes to hell. There goes a world-famous painting, along with the ashes of the man who painted it. Ted does a pirouette of anger. "Why did you get off the train?" he snaps, with his lip split and blood dripping from his nose. "Why did you get off the train?" Louisa retorts instantly, and when she clutches the straps of her backpack, he sees how bruised her knuckles are. "I was worried about you," he confesses. "Yeah, wow, I'm really the one you should have been worried about," she snorts with a wild gesture toward his face. Ted's chest is thudding with exhaustion. It takes an awful lot of energy to shout at someone else when it's yourself you're angry with. Why did you get off the train?" he repeats. She jumps up and down with anger at that. "Because I can't take responsibility for such a valuable painting. Why can't you understand that? Why couldn't you just keep it?" Ted sighs, spraying more blood from his nose. His entire body hurts when he talks. "Because he gave it to you." "Why the hell are you so stubborn?" she demands to know. "I'm stubborn. You are the one who—" Ted yells, but falls silent when he sees her whole face crumple. "Things like this, they just don't happen to people like me. Don't you get that?" she sobs angrily. "This is too good to be true, and that's always dangerous. I'm just trying to survive in this goddamn world." Then Ted jumps up and down with anger as well, which hurts tremendously, even though he doesn't jump very high at all. "I'm just trying to survive too," he shouts before quietly adding, "Ow." Her cheeks are wet. "You don't get it." His are too. "What is it I don't get?" "That you can't trust men," she yells. "Do you think I don't know that?" he yells back. They stare at each other with furious desperation. Then Louisa looks down the tracks and blinks, full of regret. "I didn't mean for you to lose the painting," she whispers. "I know," he whispers back. So the pair of them, two broken dolls, stand on the platform, faces streaked with tears. And sure, it might not have been a totally genius idea, Louisa can admit that. But everything had actually been going very well until she didn't hear the train leave the station. She had gotten off the train, run out through the turnstile and down the steps, snuck past the men by the car and off along the road into the darkness. But there she had stopped, just for a few minutes, to listen for the train to disappear. It was stupid, but being stupid is human, and today she was extra human. So she stopped to listen because she needed to lose hope. She needed to hear the train leave the station, so she knew it was too late to change her mind and run back. Because she has never abandoned anyone, so she doesn't know if she can. But being abandoned? She's world-class at that. But she didn't hear the sound of the train. Instead, she heard Ted yelling her name. Then she heard him call for help, and now they're standing at the end of the platform, and the distance between them and the painting is growing at over 100 miles an hour. So no, it wasn't a perfect damn plan. It really wasn't. If I'd known that you can't be left alone for 5 minutes without getting beaten to death, I'd have locked you in the bathroom before I left, Louisa mutters. 10, Ted replies sullenly. What? You were gone 10 minutes, he insists. She lets out a laugh at that, reluctantly, as quietly as a creaking door. Then she holds something out to him. Here. It's Ted's glasses. In the middle of the insanity and violent tumult down on the road, she had seen something glinting on the ground, dropped the iron pipe, and picked them up. Thanks, Ted manages to say. Oh, don't mention it. They're probably scratched and broken now. She begins, but he's shaking his head. No, I mean, thanks for coming back. I thought I was going to die. She looks down at the platform and hides her feeling behind an insult, as usual. Oh, well, those glasses suit you. You see less of your face when you're wearing them. He starts to adjust the tape holding them together and replies, It suits you, that laugh. I'm glad they didn't manage to take it from you. Who? All the people who have tried. She looks him in the eye, only very briefly. Perhaps she's thinking of saying something smart, or perhaps something honest. But instead they hear voices from the other end of the platform, and suddenly the faces of the 2 young men appear over by the steps. One man's arm is dangling uselessly by his side, broken, but in the other he is clutching the iron pipe. His eyes hardly belong to a human being anymore. He and his friend are no longer muggers, they're hunters. Run, Louisa snaps. Where? Ted gasps. There, she calls, and jumps down onto the tracks. Before Ted even has time to think about it, he's limping down after her. "36. Ted has read so many books with explanations of what fear does to the human body, but always gets annoyed by the most basic supposition, that fear is described as something abnormal, as if we shouldn't be afraid all the time. When you get chased, your brain immediately channels power to what matters most, like a backup generator in a power outage. So the parts that govern logical thought and strategic planning shut down. A million thoughts get filtered down into a single one: survival. When Ted gets nervous, he loses all sensation in his nose. That's why he puts his glasses on and takes them off so often, why he pretends to polish them. Because fear changes our blood flow and the heart supplies the biggest muscles first. When someone is being chased, their hands go cold and their digestive system shuts down to save energy. It might sound remarkable that the body is biologically prepared for something as unlikely as being chased, but of course the opposite is true. This is exactly what we're built for. Throughout our entire existence, we have been on the run, first from wild animals, then from each other. Run! Louisa yells as Ted limps across the train tracks. She jumps over a small fence on the other side as if it were nothing. Ted, on the other hand, struggles to get over it and tears a hole in his pants on the barbed wire, lands with a thud on the ground next to her just as another train appears. For a few blessed moments, it forms a wall between them and the men on the platform, but as it roars past just a few yards from them and the ground shakes, Ted curls up as if he's about to get kicked again. Eventually, a body can't handle any more fear, any more flight, and he closes his eyes and just wants to sleep now. Louisa doesn't let him. "Come on," she demands, tugging at his dirty suit jacket. "They're going to get their car and drive around the station and chase us on the other side. We need to hide." They slide down a grass bank toward a small square and a deserted parking lot. Louisa looks desperately for somewhere to hide, heads over to a thick clump of bushes, and shoves Ted straight into it. Soon they see the headlights of a car slowly coming closer. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. Ted can't remember a time in his life when he wasn't thinking about death. The brain is so strange. As he huddles in the bushes, with the smell of the earth in his nostrils and the sound of barking dogs in his ears, he remembers his dad's funeral 25 years ago. The minister in the church had kept it brief, some might even have called it unsentimental, but it was probably actually the opposite. It would only have taken the slightest note on the organ, one sob, the smallest change in the air, for every person in the pews to have broken into a billion pieces that day. The fact that the minister said so little was an act of mercy. His audience couldn't bear to feel any more than they already did. Grief is a luxury for those living an easier life. It had been early July. During the night, a storm had passed over the town, and the rain remained as a cold curtain. After the funeral, the adults hurried to their cars, hunched up. The only person who remained in the church was Ted. No one noticed he was missing because no one noticed he was around. He was like a piece of lint on clothing, Yoar used to joke. You could go a whole day and suddenly you would catch sight of him and think, "Oh, how long has that been there?" Ted's mom hadn't said a word after she got home from the hospital the night his dad died. Ted's big brother had sat in front of the empty beer cans on the piano every morning, but never played anything. The only thing he had said to Ted before the funeral was, "We mustn't cry. We have to be strong for Mom's sake." Ted had promised. He and his brother had sat there in the front pew and been what they thought men should be, strong and silent. Afterward, when Ted was sitting there on his own, and the tall roof of the church left him in an echo with no content, he could only hear silence upon silence. He remembers thinking that if he stayed in there, his dad wasn't dead, not really, as long as he didn't go out into the rain and reality. He tried to remember his dad's voice or his laugh, but there was nothing but emptiness inside him where those sounds should have been. He had realized then why his big brother and his mom were so angry all the time, why they hated Ted so intensely. Because Ted was only 14 years old. He could only remember the dad who had been sick. He hadn't lost the happy dad, the one who existed before, the dad who had played the piano. That must have been much worse, Ted thought. "Good night, ghosts," he had whispered into the emptiness. Only then did he cry. He didn't hear the church door open. Exactly when they came in or how long they had been there before he noticed them, he had no idea. But suddenly they were all around him, Yoar, Ali, and the artist. Like lint on clothing. They had no words, so they let him cry, only not alone. "Shh," Louisa whispers in the bushes. Ted realizes to his shame that he has been sobbing out loud. His brain is so stupid it can no longer tell the difference between threat and reality. He's just frightened of everything all the time. The young men's car comes slowly along the road. They're staring at the fence by the train tracks where Ted tore his pants when he climbed over. One of the men leans out the window and peers toward the bushes where they're hiding, but he's unlucky, because at that moment a taxi comes along from the other direction. It stops right in front of Ted and Louisa. The men in the car are blinded by the taxi's headlights and swear loudly. The taxi driver, an old man with the body of an oversized duvet squeezed into a too-small bag, gets out like an elk getting out of a ditch. Then he stands next to the bushes, legs apart, right in front of Louisa and Ted, and starts to undo his belt. Louisa whispers, No, tell me he isn't going to pee." He most definitely is. Louisa shuffles backward, deeper into the bushes, dragging Ted with her. But just as the taxi driver has undone his pants, one of the young men in the car calls out, "Hey, you old man, have you seen an old guy and a girl?" The taxi driver turns around in surprise. "Here? Not a person here, no. Why else I'm having a piss here, you think?" The men appear to consider this for a few moments. They certainly don't give the impression of being particularly quick-witted, but eventually one of them can be heard swearing again. Then the engine revs and the car skids away and disappears. The taxi driver fiddles with his belt for a good while before he finally looks over his shoulder and mumbles, "Safe now. Safe for you two to come out now, I think." When Ted and Louisa don't emerge at once, the taxi driver leans closer to the bushes and says, "My friends, I have many, many children. I am very, very good at hide and seek." So Louisa gives up and cautiously sticks her head out, but she's clutching a stick in her hand. "Back off," she demands. The taxi driver obeys with his hands raised. Backing off. But if hiding, I'm just saying, maybe hide with a more agile friend than your friend in there, yes? Saw him limping from the tracks from a mile away, I did. As agile as a fridge, that one." Louisa holds the stick in her hand as she crawls out of the bushes. Only then does she realize that the taxi driver actually isn't an old man at all, but an old woman. "So you weren't going to have a pee? You were just pretending?" Louisa deduces. "Pee? In bushes? Not an animal, am I?" the taxi driver snorts. Louisa gets to her feet, looks the taxi driver up and down, and finally drops the stick. Ted comes crawling out on all fours. "Are you okay?" Louisa asks. "Great, tremendous, never been better," he grunts, getting to his feet with all the grace of a pony in high heels. The taxi driver grimaces with sympathy when she sees how bruised his face is. "Ouch! Lucky you were, yes? Isn't safe round here at night, it isn't." "Thanks, we noticed that," Louisa points out. "Got off at the wrong station, yes," the taxi driver wonders, gesturing off toward the train tracks. "You could say that," Louisa admits. Then she nods toward Ted. "He left something on the train, something important. Could you help us catch up with it?" The taxi driver smiles, a smile where roughly every fourth tooth seems to be in the right place. "Catch up with train?" Louisa sighs when she realizes how stupid her question was. But it isn't so damn easy to know. She hasn't been in a car that many more times than she's been on a train. Ted takes the roll of tape out of his pocket again and nervously begins to repair his glasses. "We have to," he begins, without having the slightest idea how he's going to finish the sentence, but the taxi driver interrupts him. "Catch up with train!" "Excuse me?" The taxi driver's eyes sparkle as wildly as a badger's after a double espresso. "Yes, catch up with train, we will. Come!" Louisa lights up, as if someone has given her ice cream and fireworks. "Really? Yes, we'll catch up with the train. Come on, Ted!" Ted puts his glasses on. "I don't know if this is such a great idea," he whispers. Louisa immediately misunderstands and bites her cheeks. "Sorry, you don't want me to come. I get it. No, I mean, yes, of course I do. What are you talking about?" he groans. Her hands are shaking. She wishes she were as good at abandoning people as she is at being abandoned, but it feels too late now. "I understand that you're angry, but I just want to help you find the painting and the ashes. I don't want it to be my fault that—" she begins. "I know, my God, of course I know. That isn't what I meant," Ted insists. "What the hell did you mean, then?" Louisa says in response. Her talent for switching from defense lawyer to prosecutor in an instant really is unsurpassed. "I mean that maybe it isn't such a good idea for us to jump into a stranger's car," Ted whispers, so the taxi driver won't hear. "Do you want the painting back or not? Are you worried we're going to get robbed by an old lady or something?" Louisa whispers back, which she obviously does so well that the taxi driver only manages to hear absolutely everything. The woman laughs at Ted. "Scared? Scared of me? I'm old, very old. Dangerous as a meatball I am." Ted's scared of everything, Louisa informs her helpfully. No, I'm not, Ted protests, affronted, but at that moment, unfortunately, the dog barks in the distance once more, and he jumps as if someone has put pins in his underpants. Scared of dog? The taxi driver wonders. Really scared of dogs, Louisa nods. Ted turns toward them with his feet wide apart and puts his hands on his hips like a very angry and very short Superman and snaps, I am definitely not scared of dogs. "37. He is definitely scared of dogs. Terrified. But he wasn't always, not before his dad's funeral. 25 years ago, he was sitting in the church with his friends. They heard footsteps behind them, and Yoar turned around like he always did, fists clenched, prepared for war. The minister walking down the aisle jumped in surprise. Terribly sorry, you startled me, he smiled. Don't creep up on people in churches, you psychopath, Yoar roared back at him. I work here, the minister said in his defense. Like I care, you psychopath, Yoar pointed out. The minister looked like he didn't exactly know what to do with that information, so instead he turned sympathetically toward Ted and said, I'm very sorry for the loss of your father. What for? Was it you who killed him? Yoar snapped, so quickly that even Ali gasped. Yoar turned to her, first sullen, then surprised, and added, Well, was it? Then Ted laughed out loud, and then they all joined in. Dear Lord, how Ted needed that. The minister had taken all this with admirable calm. The teenagers had to give him that, with just a little twitch of the corner of his mouth and a fleeting glint in the corner of his eye. Then he nodded to Ted and walked on along the aisle without any hurry, gathering up the hymnals and forgotten umbrellas. But Yoar, who was strong enough to control anything except his tongue, couldn't help calling out, So was it God who killed him? Sorry? The minister said in response. Yoar held up his hands as if he were being mugged. Don't get mad, okay? But when someone gets sick and recovers, you always say that it was God who did that. So it's pretty damn cowardly for him to escape the blame when someone dies. It would be wrong to say that the minister looked amused by the question, but he didn't look unamused. I think that God's plan sometimes involves a meaning that we can't see, he said tentatively. So God murdered him on purpose? As part of his plan? Yoar persisted. The minister may have then looked a little like he wished he'd gone home for his lunch instead, but he replied with all the patience his training could muster, I don't have all the answers, I'm afraid. That's why it's called faith. Yoar, who hadn't been to a single science lesson all term, snorted with a confidence that was pretty impressive under the circumstances. Right, if you want answers, we have something called science. If the minister felt insulted, he hid it well. Perhaps the one doesn't necessarily rule out the other, he suggested. Have you met God? Yoar asked. How do you mean? Yoar shrugged his scrawny shoulders. I mean, God talks to you, right? Is it like watching TV, or is it more like talking on the phone? The corners of the minister's mouth danced at that, albeit reluctantly. I'm probably the one who does most of the talking, I have to admit. Yoar couldn't have looked more disappointed if Santa Claus had turned out to be a dentist. So you're full of shit, then? Sorry? Yoar's arms flew out from his sides so fast that he almost hit his friends. What? This whole thing, with a big fancy church and asking people for loads of money, and you haven't even talked with God? I thought you could, ask for favors and stuff. What sort of shit religion is this? The minister took a thoughtful breath, smiled briefly, and replied, Perhaps you should ask God yourself? Yoar stared at him in genuine surprise, as if he were expecting the minister to hold out a tin can on a piece of string, with God sitting at the other end. How the hell am I supposed to do that? The minister gestured amiably toward the roof. God belongs to you as much as to me. You can ask whatever you want. Yoar pursed his lips thoughtfully for a long, long time. Then he looked up at the roof, cleared his throat seriously, and said, Okay, can you stop giving people cancer? You fucking bastard! The way Ted laughed at that, on that day of all days, probably saved his life. And the way Yoar looked when he heard that, he had probably never felt so proud. If the minister heard it, he pretended not to have. And if heaven existed, God was probably prepared to overlook it too. Come on, let's go and buy some pastries, Ollie whispered to Ted, and they stood up. And only then did it feel like Ted's dad was really dead. That's why he always thinks of himself as an adult when he thinks back to that summer, because he was never a child again after that day. On the way out of the church, the artist dropped a page from his sketch pad. The sheet of paper drifted down the aisle and landed in front of the minister's feet. The man leaned over and picked it up. He held it tight and was lost for breath. Is this? He mumbled in astonishment, looking up at the high walls of the church. I'm sorry, the artist said out of instinct, as if he had committed a crime. The minister stammered. No, don't apologize. I've never seen anything like this. Did you just draw this while you were sitting here? Incredible. It was a drawing of the church windows, of Jesus on the cross, his naked, bleeding body. The minister looked at it one final time, as if he really wanted to memorize it, before he handed it back gently and said with a smile, One day you'll be someone whose work sells for millions. The boy squirmed uncomfortably and said down toward the floor, You can keep it if you like. It was the first time someone other than his friends had said his art was worth anything. The first time an adult, apart from a janitor called Christian, had said what he drew was anything other than shameful and embarrassing. The minister held the drawing gratefully as the boy walked out of the church and disappeared into the rain with his friends. What did the minister say? Yoar asked outside, and the artist told him the truth. So a moment later, the church door flew open again, and Yoar rushed back in and snatched the drawing out of the minister's hands. The boy's eyes looked apologetic, but all that came out of his mouth was, Not if it's worth millions! Then he rushed out again, and the minister laughed and laughed and laughed. Perhaps God did too. The 4 teenagers crossed the churchyard and jumped over the low wall on the far side, going past the parish hall where a happy family had just had a party. That morning, before Ted's dad's funeral, the minister had conducted a christening. Many years later, Louisa will sit on a train and say that the best thing about babies is that they remind us that life goes on. But just then, Ted didn't do much thinking at all. He was busy with the noise Yoar made. They walked past the kitchen door of the parish hall, where the cleaners had left some black trash bags, and Yoar kicked every single one because he was one of those kids. Everyone knows one. A kicker. The first bag sounded like it was full of paper, the second full of plastic, but the third sounded different. Yoar and his friends stopped dead and stared at it. Was that? Ollie whispered. It sounded like... Yoar agreed. He cautiously kicked the bag again. The sound was as easy to identify for a kid as the ice cream truck coming around a corner. The bag was full of drink cans and plastic bottles. Deposits! Ollie hissed. The next moment, Yoar had slung the bag over his shoulder and the 4 friends set off, running as fast as they could, their whole bodies laughing. One of the cleaners shouted angrily after them, but didn't bother trying to chase them. How many paints and canvases and shit can we buy with this, do you think? Yoar grinned to the artist. It was a good day. A really good day. Or at least it was, until they ran past a house with a large garden and Ted caught sight of another black trash bag, which looked exactly like the one Yoar was carrying. That could only mean one thing. More deposits. Ted! Wait! Ollie cried, but it was already too late. It wasn't that Ted was particularly desperate for the money. It was more that he wanted to succeed at something. He wanted to do something just once that was worth a damn. He wanted to be the big hero instead of it always being just Yoar. So he climbed over the fence and ran toward the house to grab the trash bag. In his defense, it went pretty well. Not a single person inside the house saw him. The only problem was that the big black bag wasn't a big black bag at all. It was a big black dog. That was how the four friends found out that Ted really, really needed glasses. Ted has never run so fast, before or since. He ran like a ferret on fire, with a barking, howling wild animal hot on his heels. It was never dogs he was scared of after that, it was death. From the corner of his eye, he could see the tongue lolling between the razor-sharp teeth, and could imagine the sound they would make as they sank through his flesh and crushed his bones. He would dream about that 1,000 times. If Uar hadn't run along the fence and distracted the dog for a few moments, Ted never would have gotten away. Unfortunately, the only way Uar could think of doing that was to throw the whole bag of cans and bottles onto the lawn. The noise confused the big black beast, and when Ted jumped over the fence, Ali leapt up and yelled as loudly as she could, "Ah!" The dog hesitated, just for a moment, then went on barking like a lunatic, but it still backed away a couple of paces. Ted would always remember that as the moment when Ali scared death itself into retreat. Not even death had the energy to argue with that girl. While Ted stood there on the right side of the fence, bent double and gasping for breath, and the other three stared longingly at the treasure scattered across the grass around the furious dog, Uar muttered, "Almost all those damn bottles are from that fizzy water. What sort of morons pay for water?" "It's called mineral water," Ali corrected. "You're a mineral poo," Uar informed her. So they had a fight. Then an adult who had heard the dog barking yelled something from inside the house, and they ran off again. "Sorry, sorry," Ted kept repeating, but his friends just laughed it off. "We'll find the money for paints some other way," Ali promised. Uar nodded exultantly. "It's a good thing it was you the dog was chasing, Ted, because you've got such a tiny ass. If it had been chasing Ali, she'd have been bitten right away." Then Ali looked at Uar and did the kindest thing the boys had ever seen her do. She stayed quiet and let him win. Just that once. You couldn't possibly love anyone more when you're 14 years old. 25 years later, Ted is standing in a parking lot near a train station staring at a taxi. His suit jacket is crumpled, his shoes are full of dirt, his face is bruised, and his wrist is bare when he raises it to see what time it is. Somewhere out in the darkness, a dog is barking. But dogs are not what Ted is scared of. They never were. "38. Human beings are capable of such unbelievable stupidity. We speak of the birth of a child as a miracle, but really the miracle is everything that comes after. The artist used to sit in a big window in his apartment looking at the people down in the street and muttering, 'The dinosaurs died out, but you and I and all these idiots managed to survive? We do nothing but try to find ways to destroy everything that's keeping us alive, but we're still here?' Then Ted used to go to the stereo in the living room and play some opera to remind them that humans are also capable of that. How can there be enough room inside a person for something this beautiful?" the artist had whispered once when they were listening to Maria Callas. Then Ted had thought about the myth of Zeuxis and Parrhasius, and the curtain that wasn't a curtain, and he thought that Maria Callas's voice sounded like the artist's paintings felt, as if they were more real than reality. But there isn't enough room. Art is what can't fit inside a person, the things that bubble over, Ted had said. Sometimes you're really smart, the artist had replied. Unfortunately, that wasn't true. Everything Ted has done in his life since then suggests the opposite. Ted? Louisa repeats, making him jump. What are you yelling for? He snaps, looking around the parking lot in panic. You're not listening. I'm listening now. Louisa gestures toward the taxi. I said if you're worried about being robbed in the taxi, you don't have to worry. You don't have anything left to steal. Really? You think so? Ted replies, affronted, and holds out his arm where his watch used to be. Louisa rolls her eyes toward the taxi driver. Ted's generation is very ironic, you know. Ah, the taxi driver says understandingly. Ted breathes in through his nose irritably, which is much more difficult now that there's so much blood in his nostrils. Deep down, he wants to point out that in this particular case, he was actually being sarcastic, not ironic, but instead he just sighs. Okay. Okay? Louisa says suspiciously. Okay. I mean, okay? Or okay? Or okay? Ted frowns. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He groans. I said okay. Let's get in the taxi and try to catch up with the train. We might die, but what does that matter? This day can't really get any worse anyway. I'm sitting in the front, Louisa exclaims quickly, then shrugs off her backpack and rushes around the car. Then you'll have to sit with Albert, the taxi driver nods to Ted. Excuse me, Ted says, but it's already too late. Albert is sitting in the back seat. He's a plant. A very, very, very large plant. The taxi driver explains that her house is very dark at this time of year, and Albert needs a lot of sunlight, so she takes him to work with her. Ted looks out the window. Pitch black. Good idea, he says, trying to avoid getting one of Albert's leaves in his eye as the car turns around in the parking lot. Ironic, the taxi driver whispers to Louisa, while putting her foot down on the accelerator as if it were trying to steal her breakfast. No idea. Ted is very complicated, Louisa replies, and squeals with delight as the taxi flies along parallel to the train tracks. We're driving very fast, Ted points out in terror from the back seat. Thank you, the taxi driver cries. He probably didn't mean it as a compliment, Louisa says. You're right. Very complicated. Youngsters these days, the taxi driver snorts like it was a swear word. Did you hear? She called you a youngster. Louisa grins toward the back seat, but Ted is fully occupied regretting every one of his life choices. Louisa looks around the car curiously, pressing all the buttons. The taxi driver isn't the least bit annoyed, just smiles. Like my children. Pressed everything they did. Louisa's expression swings between embarrassment and enthusiasm. I've never been in a taxi before. I mean, I've been in police cars a few times, and they're a bit like taxis, right? Only there, the doors are locked. She carries on pressing buttons and accidentally turns the stereo on. Terrified, she tries to switch it off, but the taxi driver shakes her head calmly and turns the volume up instead. She hums along to the music. What's that? Louisa wonders. Opera! In Italian! The taxi driver yells. What are they singing about? Love! It must be nice to speak Italian, Louisa says dreamily. Italian? Can't speak a word of it. How do you know they're singing about love, then? The taxi driver chuckles, turns the volume up until the speakers rattle, and promises, My friend, all opera, always about love. Albert is asleep on Ted's shoulder in the back seat. Ted shuts his eyes tightly and tries to think happy thoughts. He isn't very successful. People say that anxiety is fear for no reason, but Ted's brain is very helpful when it comes to providing suggestions. Once he read a book that said that people with neuropsychiatric disorders need to make friends with their brain. But Ted and Ted's brain are not friends, they're classmates, forced to do a group assignment called Life together. And it's not going great. Ted shouldn't be here, his brain says. He shouldn't be the only one left. What sort of selfish god deprives humanity of a world-famous artist and leaves behind a neurotic high school teacher? Ted can't look after Louisa. He can't even fall asleep without her going missing. He can't take responsibility, not for art and not for people. He can't even walk off a train without getting beaten up. One person can achieve a lot of stupid things, but managing to lose his best friend's watch, his best friend's painting, and his best friend's ashes in the same evening surely must count as some sort of record. Maria Callas is singing on the radio. Albert is good at keeping secrets. No one will know that Ted cries on him then. Is that your husband? Louisa asks in the front seat, pointing to a photograph on the dashboard.
That's my man, yes, yes,
the taxi driver smiles, waving a wrinkled finger and a worn ring. How long have you been married?
40 years.
Wow, Louisa gasps, because that's a length of time that no 18-year-old can comprehend, the fact that they've been with each other for more than twice as long as she has been with herself.
Secret? You know, everyone asks, what's the secret? Do you know? Holding hand.
The taxi driver nods. Holding hand? Louisa repeats.
Everyone say, don't go to bed angry. But you know, if you hold hand, very hard to be angry for long, you know? So you hold hand when you go for a walk, when you watch TV. You hold hand, so you know. You and me. Always.
That sounds simple, Louisa smiles.
Other thing, important. In restaurant, he orders food I like, always. Halfway through meal, we swap plates. You understand? You must live with each other, not only alongside each other.
Louisa nods. She's never been to a restaurant, but when she and Fish stole ice cream, they used to swap halfway, too. Is that your children? She asks, pointing to another photograph taped to the dashboard.
Yes, 7 children.
7? Have you and your husband ever tried just going to the movies one night or something? Louisa exclaims. And then Ted leans forward between the seats and scolds.
Louisa, you can't say that.
What? I'm just asking. I mean, I like babies and all, but 7? Louisa points out. The taxi driver just grins.
7 children, all grown up now. 2 dead. But have grandchildren now. And Albert, a person needs to keep something alive, you understand? Otherwise, we are not people.
Louisa nods seriously and adds, Ted hates children. He's scared of babies.
I'm not scared of babies,
Ted protests, so annoyed that he accidentally hits Albert. No, you're really brave, Louisa giggles, and the taxi driver chuckles, and then Ted glares at the pair of them.
Well, the conductor on the train believed I'd been in prison,
he snaps. You say a lot of stupid things when you're feeling stupid. Sure, but for some financial crime or something, or for riding a bike on the sidewalk, maybe, Louisa informs him.
I could very well have been in prison, and I'm not scared of babies,
Ted says. And it's hard even for him to decide which lie is biggest. Albert lurches as they go around a bend and ends up lying in Ted's lap.
Or dog, also not scared of dog,
the taxi driver nods encouragingly. I'm just not hugely fond of them, Ted grunts, carefully putting Albert back in his seat and fastening his seatbelt. Then the taxi driver puts her foot down and clutches the steering wheel tight, and every bit of metal in the car shrieks.
No! There!
They can hear the train in the distance. The taxi driver skids to a halt by the steps of the station, and Louisa, who has already taken her seatbelt off, jumps out of the car while it's still moving, scraping her shoes so that bits of rubber swirl like snow around her feet.
This certainly isn't a good idea,
Ted says to Albert, because Albert is really the only one listening to him nowadays. Then Ted jumps out of the car too and runs as hard as he can. Or limps, anyway. He can see Louisa far ahead of him. She flies up a flight of steps and rushes out onto the platform, waving and shouting like someone possessed. The train thunders into the station and thunders straight past her.
Wait!
Louisa roars. But the train doesn't care. It's already thrown itself into the darkness and been swallowed up by the night. That's how quickly it's all over. Ted stands with his hands on his knees, so out of breath that it hurts to even think. He hears Louisa screaming furiously at God and the universe and everything, but what does that matter now? When they eventually stagger back down the steps, Albert and the taxi driver are still there waiting. They look apologetic, or at least the taxi driver does. Albert just looks like Albert.
Come, next station, we go,
the taxi driver shouts encouragingly. We'll never make it in time, Ted sighs. The taxi driver laughs.
No, of course never make it. What do you think I am, a moon rocket?
Then what's the point in even trying? The taxi driver shrugs her shoulders.
Next station, lost and found. Maybe someone leave what you lost there?
I doubt it. It's very valuable, Ted says disconsolately. The taxi driver shrugs again.
Maybe people surprise you? What to do without hope? Eh? Come on, I drive you.
So they get in the taxi again, driving at a more civilized speed this time, following the train tracks into a small town where the main street is paved with cobblestones, so Ted and Albert bounce around like pinballs in the back seat. Most of the shops look like they're boarded up, but there's a small hairdresser's and a small cafe, and at the far end a small sporting goods store with bathing suits in the window. Optimistic at this time of year, Ted thinks.
Only Easter now, but in summer all tourists come,
the taxi driver informs them. Louisa peers out into the darkness in the hope of understanding what would attract tourists, but sees nothing but buildings. They could be anywhere. Wow, what happened there? She asks, as they pass a parked car with its windshield covered in white splotches.
Bird shit. Really big birds here. Worst thing about living close to sea,
the taxi driver replies. Louisa splutters as if she's just choked on air. Are we near the sea? She manages to ask, astonished.
Near the sea? If I turn right here, we in the sea,
the taxi driver grins. But she turns left instead, toward the next train station, and adds,
The birds are like tourists. They screech and make a mess, but you're not allowed to shoot them.
When the car stops, Louisa opens the door and breathes in deep, astonished mouthfuls of the darkness outside. It tastes of salt. The sea, she repeats. Ted doesn't hear her. He's busy checking his pockets with growing panic. Oh, God, I don't have my wallet. It's in my suitcase on the train, he wails in despair. I've got money, Louisa says calmly and pulls some crumpled bills from her pocket. I got it out of your suitcase on the train. The taxi driver takes the money, moves Albert to the front seat, then turns to the pair of them.
You take care of yourselves now, you hear? Don't forget, hold hand.
Ted and Louisa really don't look like they're planning to do that, but Louisa hugs herself and calls brightly, Thank you for rescuing us, and thanks for the lift, and thanks for the love story about you and your husband. Ted is a little more restrained. Thanks for everything, he says, and really tries to look like someone who isn't scared of dogs. The taxi driver takes one last look at him up and down.
How do you say, the first day of the rest of your lives, so live this life.
Ted feels fully occupied just trying to get through the night. But the taxi driver glares at him until he doesn't dare do anything but nod. Then she and Albert drive off around the corner on a long road towards sunrise. Ted watches them go and thinks exhaustedly that it doesn't matter if life is long or short. It isn't time that's the problem. It's the speed. Far too much happens when you're alive. Everything goes so damn fast. How are you supposed to have time to be a human being? Louisa clears her throat twice behind him. Aren't you going to say thank you to me for paying for the taxi? She asks. Ted's eyebrows bounce. With my money? You can still say thank you, right? Louisa points out, affronted, and starts heading toward the sign on the station that says Lost and Found. Ted follows her with a sigh that could have toppled trees. This is the first night of the rest of his life, and it starts with a squelch. Watch out for that dog shit, Louisa calls. Precisely 1 second too late. "39. It's funny what the body remembers, long after the brain has forgotten. The smell of the sea, the sound of a squelch.
Watch out!
Ali called 1 second after Yoar stepped in the dog shit.
Ah!
Yoar roared. There's dog shit there, Ali informed him helpfully. Yoar responded by jumping around on one leg and trying to wipe it off on her, then on Ted and the artist, as they squealed with terror and laughter. They were halfway through July at the time, those hours every year when you suddenly wonder where all the others have gone, like you've been mugged. The middle of summer vacation is a quite specific sort of sadness. "What's that?" the artist suddenly asked, and they all stopped laughing. That was the day they found the dead bird. It was the beginning of the end of summer. It had been raining for several days, but that day had given them a brief window of sunshine. They had run to the pier that morning, competing to see who could strip down to their underwear fastest and throw themselves straight out into the sky. Afterward, they had dried off in the sun, eating cookies Ted had brought with him from home and drinking Coca-Cola Yoar had stolen. "It always smells so good after it's rained during the night," Ali had said. "Petrichor," Ted had replied. "What?" 3 gawping mouths had replied at the same time. He had evaded their gazes, always shy about explaining something, worried about seeming patronizing. "Petrichor, that's what it's called, the smell of rain. People usually say it's the soil that smells, but it's actually most evident near pavement and rocks." "And on a pier, maybe?" Ali had said, patting the pier as if it were a big, living friend. "How the hell do you know stuff like that?" Yoar had wondered. "I read it in a comic. It said that people can smell rain more clearly than a shark can detect the smell of blood," Ted had replied. "You ought to be a teacher," Ali had suggested. "Yes, you should," the artist had agreed. And perhaps that was enough for that to be what happened. "Why the hell would sharks need to smell rain?" Yoar had muttered. Then they had all laughed, first at him, then with him. "Did you watch TV last night, the show about that millionaire who lost all her money?" Ali had asked. "Yes, serves her right," Yoar had snorted. "Don't say that, I felt sorry for her," Ali said. "Why? Why feel sorry for her for that? Almost all people are fucking poor." "Yes, but we've been poor all our lives. She's only just started." They had argued about that for quite some time, as usual. That was how you knew that Yoar and Ali had boundless imaginations, because otherwise 2 people who loved each other so much could never have found so much to fight about. "So how are we going to get enough money for the paints and brushes and canvas and everything for the painting?" Ted had asked. "There's no need," the artist had mumbled quickly. "We can just forget about the competition." But he could forget that, of course. "Maybe we could hire Ali out as a singer? People could send her to someone they hate," Yoar had suggested. "Maybe we could sell one of your 2 brain cells, Yoar," Ali had shouted back, getting to her feet to fetch some stones to throw in the water, one of her favorite pastimes, apart from throwing them at Yoar. "Maybe we could sell your face to someone who wants to dress up as an ass," he had answered. She had sighed disappointedly. "What are you even talking about? Is that your best insult?" Yoar had blushed. "Maybe it isn't so easy for you to understand an insult because you're an ass." They had carried on like that all day. You can have worse days when you're 14. Far worse. The artist had lain on his back with the sea in his nostrils and his friends' voices in his ears, and it was that feeling that he would paint the sky with eventually. Heaven is a summer. And then, on the way home, they heard a squelch. That was when Yoar stepped in the dog shit. When he tried to wipe it off on Ted, Ali teased, "Ted isn't scared because it's shit. He's scared because it's dog shit." "No, I'm not," Ted protested. A little more than a week had passed since his dad's funeral, when he discovered he needed glasses after being chased by a trash bag. Every evening he had gone home to a dark house, walking quietly through echoing rooms and collecting empty beer cans. Every morning his friends had teased him relentlessly to stop him drowning in the silence because they didn't know what else to do. Ali pretended to be very serious. "Perhaps it's human shit, Ted. Does that make you feel better?" "No!" Yoar roared. "Ugh! What if it is human shit?" Then he took his shoe off and scraped it against the edge of the sidewalk, which only resulted in him getting a tiny bit of shit on his finger, which made him look very much like he wanted to scrape his whole hand off. Ali laughed at that, but unfortunately with her mouth full of cookies, so the crumbs hit Ted's face like a sprinkler. He looked so disgusted that even the artist giggled. Oh no, crumbs in the face. Ted would probably rather have gotten dog shit on his pants. They laughed so much that Ali accidentally pushed Yoar into a large bush. He disappeared, then jumped up again at once like a stripper out of a birthday cake. That was when the artist caught sight of something. What's that? He asked. Deeper in the bush lay a bird, tangled in a net. Is it breathing? Lay it on its side. Should we give it mouth to mouth? Ali said in a confused torrent, because she was good at a lot of things, but not much good at anything when she was stressed. You shouldn't give it mouth to mouth with that breath anyway, Yoar grunted, moving his head away from hers. It's the cookies, Ali muttered, putting her hand over her mouth. Ted reached forward to pick up the bird, but Yoar quickly knocked his hand away. You mustn't touch birds. Their mother won't take them back then. Ted leaned closer to the bird and said tentatively, This bird looks like it's old enough to be retired. It probably doesn't have a mother. The artist leaned forward too and added quietly, Besides, it's dead. Yoar stuck his head into the bush and conceded, Okay, maybe it does look a bit gray around the feathers. And dead, Ali pointed out. Yoar gently freed it from the net. The artist dug a small hole in the ground, and they buried it there. Yoar thought they ought to say something, and then everyone looked at Ted because he was the one who was responsible for words. So Ted repeated, as well as he could remember them, the words the minister had said at his dad's funeral. There is a time for everything, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, a time to dance. When he fell silent, Yoar wiped his eyes, and Ali did a few sad little dance steps. The artist covered the grave with soil. Only then did they hear a peeping sound from the bush, and that was how they found the second bird, the one that was still alive. It was caught in the net, emaciated and abandoned. The friends hesitated just a moment. You do it, Ali whispered to the artist, seeing as he was the only one who could lift the bird out of the net without it struggling. Some people have those sorts of hands, as if all living things instinctively know when they are being touched by someone who would never do them harm. He gently held it up toward the sky, but the bird didn't fly off, as if it didn't realize it was free. Maybe it's hurt inside, Ted said sadly. It's probably just frightened, Yoar said. That's the same thing, Ted pointed out softly. Have we got something we can put it in? Ali asked. I have, the artist said, and carefully took the box out of his backpack with his free hand. The other three glanced at it, a little concerned, even the bird, but Ali was the only one who dared ask, Is that the one you kept all the pills in? The artist admitted. What the hell difference does it make? If there are any left, they might be painkillers. We're like better than vets, Yoar declared, and helped the artist lay the bird in the box in a way that a vet definitely never would. Yoar carried the bird all the way home. When it started to rain, he protected the little box with his body, and when they could almost see their houses, he said decisively, I'll take it home. My mom will know how to save it. None of his friends had the heart to disagree. But even Ali, the queen of bad ideas, knew that this was a bad one. Behind them, the rain and wind took their whole childhood and disappeared. 40. Ted is an idiot. The Lost and Found office is closed. Of course it's closed. It's the middle of the night. What was he thinking? The only positive with the darkness is that no one can see him blushing at his own stupidity. I can break in, Louisa assures him enthusiastically. We definitely aren't going to break in, Ted snaps. He tries the locked door once more, as if it might suddenly change its mind. Then he screams a very, very bad swear word inside his head. He is so tired of traveling, so tired of himself. He thinks about how strange the artist was. Every time he talked about the trips he made in his 20s, his voice always sounded like it was carbonated with joy. Madness, Ted thinks. I'll be fast. This isn't even a difficult lock, Louisa insists. We aren't going to break in. So what are we going to do then? I don't know, because you keep talking all the time, so I can't think. Okay, have you finished thinking? She says after maybe 9 seconds. No. 15 seconds pass. How about now? No. Well, hello, can't I just break in while you're thinking? She's taken her screwdrivers out of her backpack and is ready. Can you just try to not be yourself for 2 minutes? He implores. Wouldn't it be easier if you just weren't you? She suggests, walking toward the door. No, wait, I'm just going to stop it, I said. But it will be quick, I'm just going to, she insists. And then he loses his temper. What's wrong with you? If it's closed, how would anyone have left anything here since we got off the train? He blurts out, a lot angrier than he means to be. Oh, she says, reluctantly putting her screwdrivers down. Just stand still. This is all your fault from the start, he snaps, so unexpectedly that she flinches, as if he has thrown something at her. Ted has never regretted anything so instantly in his whole life. Louisa backs away so quickly that she trips over herself. Do you think I don't know that? She whispers, biting her bottom lip so he won't see it trembling. Sorry, I didn't mean, Ted says, but it's too late. She throws her arms up and blinks hard. No, you're right. It's my fault. That's why I didn't want the damn painting from the start. I knew you'd be disappointed in me sooner or later, so it was better that I just... She searches for words, trying not to cry, her tongue trying to find somewhere to hide as her teeth chatter. Ted has never carried a heavier guilt, because it's himself he's looking at then, every time his mom raised her voice. It is an act of violence when an adult yells at a child. All adults know that deep down, because all adults were once little. Yet we still do it. Time after time, we fail at being human beings. So when Louisa can't find the words to explain how she feels, Ted fills them in for her, in a voice so crushed that it vibrates on every consonant. Better that you just left me right away. Is that what you are going to say? That it's too scary trying to be liked by anyone? It's easier to just give up? Yes, she whispers. He breathes so deeply that his rib cage rattles beneath his suit jacket. Then he confesses, I thought about leaving you long before you left me. I was thinking of getting off the train when I went to the bathroom. That prompts a new record in silence between them. We suck at abandoning people, she eventually mutters. We should practice, Ted smiles. She smiles too. They probably have more to say to each other, but they don't have time because instead they are interrupted by a voice behind them in the darkness. There you both are. Unfortunately, the voice doesn't know what sort of night they've had, or what effect a voice in the darkness on a deserted train platform will have on them right now. Ted spins around in panic, red in the face like only a middle-aged man who really can't cry attractively can be. Louisa turns around with a screwdriver in each hand and her eyes wide open with wild rage, ready for war. The woman in front of them on the platform almost falls onto the tracks. She stammers. It's the mother from the train. A little farther away, a man is standing with a stroller. He looks sleepy and terrified, two emotions that really aren't easy to combine. Louisa clears her throat the way you do when you've almost attacked someone's mom with screwdrivers by mistake, and quickly hides them behind her back. Ted wipes his face with the sleeve of his suit jacket. Hello there, Louisa manages to say. What are you doing here, in the middle of the night? Ted wonders. I'm waiting for you. The mother smiles eagerly when she regains her balance, before she catches sight of Ted's face and exclaims, "Oh my, what happened?" At first, Ted honestly doesn't understand what she means. Then he looks at himself as if he's borrowed his body from someone else. His pants are torn from the fence he climbed over. His jacket looks like he found it in the forest. His taped glasses are holding on to his nose for dear life, and his face isn't just streaked with tears, but also full of bumps and bruises. "It's a very long story," he begins with resignation. "Are you okay? Should I call a doctor?" the mother asks, the way mothers do. "Don't worry," Ted says. "Are you hungry? I've got some cookies in the stroller. You need to eat," she says, and without waiting for an answer calls out, "Honey, can you bring me the cookies?" The man with the stroller approaches very, very warily, as if he has just read a "Do not feed the animals" sign at a zoo. "No thanks, I'm not really hungry," Ted tries to say. "Eat," the woman says tenderly, albeit in capital letters. The man gives Ted a look that indicates clearly and concisely that he really recommends that Ted eat. So Ted eats, as does Louisa. "You're going to be a good mom," she says. "What did you say?" The woman smiles sternly, clearly disapproving of her talking with food in her mouth. "Nothing," Louisa mutters, and shoves another cookie in. The man clears his throat discreetly at his wife. "Honey, perhaps you should—" At first the woman looks horrified, then she chirrups, "Oh, yes, sorry. The conductor saw you both get off without your things, and my husband was going to pick me up from this station anyway, so I was going to take them with me and leave them in the Lost and Found office, but of course that was closed. I'm so forgetful. I'll just have to blame baby brain." She smiles as if they ought to know exactly what that means, so Louisa and Ted just nod politely and eat more cookies. They're exhausted, their brains aren't exactly working brilliantly either, so it takes a few seconds for them to realize what she's actually saying. Only then do they see what she's got with her: Ted's suitcase and the box containing the painting. "Yes, yes, yes, yes!" Louisa exclaims, showering the stroller with crumbs, her voice echoing around the station. She's so relieved that she feels sick. Then she starts laughing hysterically, and would probably have thrown her arms around the woman's neck if that hadn't required physical contact. "Excuse me," Ted says, so quietly that no one hears, because the woman exclaims in delight, "I hope nothing is broken. That box looks like it contains something fragile." "It's perfect. Everything's perfect," Louisa assures her, looking down into the box. "Excuse me," Ted repeats to no avail. "And here's your suitcase, Ted," Louisa blurts out, looking through the pocket as if she were thinking of pointing out that someone has stolen his money before she realizes that it was her. Ted adjusts his glasses, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, and eventually manages to say, "Excuse me, there was a small box, too. It was next to my suitcase, about this big." The woman turns to him, unconcerned. "Yes, but that was empty, wasn't it?" Ted rocks as if the world is moving. "Excuse me?" The woman tilts her head to one side. "Oh no, it wasn't empty. It was so light. I thought it was trash." Ted's mouth opens, but the scream is silent. Louisa looks from Ted to the woman to the painting, then collapses like a punctured bouncy castle. What happened to it?" she asks, without daring to listen to the reply. The woman scratches her hair nervously. "I think the conductor threw it away. Was it important? Oh no, now I feel stupid. Oh, it's this baby brain." Ted composes himself, but his voice is breaking when he whispers, No, please don't think that. You've done more than enough, really. This big box is the most important one. The other one was... Oh, don't worry, thank you. Really, I wish I could give you some sort of reward, but... The woman shakes her head. Certainly not. I'm just happy I was able to help. You helped me go to the bathroom in peace on the train. A mother never forgets a thing like that. She smiles to Louisa. Louisa takes the box containing the painting in her arms, silently paralyzed by the realization that the artist's ashes are gone. So Ted repeats in a thick voice, "Thank you. Thank you very much." He puts his hand gently on the box, almost touching Louisa's hand, trying to comfort her. The woman smiles happily, then writes her address and phone number on a piece of paper and hands it to him. "If you're ever passing through here again, do get in touch. We have a guest bedroom you'd be welcome to stay in." Ted doesn't really know what to say in response, so he writes his own name and phone number on a scrap of paper and hands it to her. What would anyone want that for, he thinks, embarrassed. Then the woman and man wave, turn away, and steer the stroller off into the night. Ted is left standing there with the piece of paper, and Louisa looks at it as if it is an unbelievable treasure. A guest bedroom? Did these people live in a palace or something? "Come on," she mutters, taking a firmer grip on the box containing the painting and beginning to walk. "Where are you going?" Ted calls. "We need to find a taxi and follow that train. We have to get those ashes back." But Ted doesn't follow her. He remains standing where he is. He could swear he hears the flutter of wings as a flock of birds takes off toward the sky some distance away. No, wait," he says. Then Louisa turns around and misunderstands again. Not to brag, but she really isn't bad at misunderstandings. "Don't you want me to go with you? I know everything is my fault. Just let me help to—" Ted slowly moves his hands as if he's trying to wave down an airplane, which is probably roughly the same level of difficulty as getting Louisa to stop talking. He nervously takes off his glasses and puts them on again, several times. He is going to need an awful lot of tape when all this is over. No, Louisa, it isn't your fault. I should never have said those things before. I'm sorry that none of this turned out the way you imagined. You dreamed about the painting and the children in it all your life, and the only one you got to meet was me. And I've just been myself the whole time. You should have gotten to meet the others instead. You would have liked them. I like you, she whispers, as if she's on the point of being abandoned. He scratches his receding hairline. The last thing my best friend asked me to do before he died was to look after the painting and you. I've failed at both. I'm sorry it didn't all turn out like a fairy tale for you. What was it you said you felt when you saw the postcard of the painting when you were younger? That you dreamed you could fall asleep and wake up on that pier, and that you would learn to swim? Louisa wipes her eyes on the box in her arms. I'm sorry you had to take responsibility for me, Ted. I'm sorry that I'm me, okay? I'm sorry for everything, but just let's go, now. We need to find a taxi and go after that train and... But Ted doesn't move from the spot. He just sticks his hands in his pockets and looks up at the night sky, taking deep breaths and noticing the smells of the sea and dog shit. He thinks of everything that has died, but even more about all the things that are still alive. Can you really break doors open? He asks after a while. Yes, of course I can, she sniffs, as if all normal people can do that. Come on then, I've got a better idea, he says, and starts to walk off in the other direction. No, we need to go after the train. We need to find the box of ashes, she cries. Ted replies, and his voice sounds like it's carbonated. It's okay. He was always going on about how much he loved traveling. So they don't chase after the train. They go to the small street of shops instead and look for the sporting goods shop. Louisa breaks in. They leave money on the counter. Ted writes an apologetic note. They take towels and bathing suits out of the window display. The sun will soon be rising. They walk to the sea. He teaches her to swim. 41. After they found and buried one bird and saved the life of another, the four friends went their separate ways at the crossroads, calling out, Tomorrow, 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 tomorrow. Ted looked over his shoulder and kept Yoar's body in his eyes for as long as he could. They didn't know it then, but they would only swim in the sea together one more time. A little while later, Yoar was sitting on the floor of his room with his mom and asked nervously, "Should we puke on it?" Yoar had been so convinced that his mom would know exactly what to do with an injured bird, but she was standing next to him now and in every way possible looked like she didn't. "Puke?" she said. "Don't mother birds do that to their kids? They eat and then fly to the nest and throw up the food into their kids' mouths?" "I have no idea," his mom smiled happily, because that was how happy she was every time Yoar knew something she had never heard of. "Ted said this bird probably isn't even a kid, but then how the hell are you supposed to know that?" Yoar said, peering suspiciously at the bird, like a bouncer trying to guess if the bird had shown a fake ID. "Oh, darling, you're asking me when I'm such an idiot?" His mom laughed. "You're the one that keeps everything alive," Yoar answered very seriously. Because she did. Plants and him and herself, against all the odds, in a home where everything ought to die. "How lucky am I?" she whispered then, hugging him tight. "Mom," he groaned and rolled his eyes. But she was right, of course, because most teenage boys don't hug their mother's back. So how lucky was she to get to be his? "Do you think it's hungry? We've got cake. Someone at work had a birthday and there was some left over," she suggested. Yoar laughed. "Maybe we should start by just giving it water, Mom?" She sighed at herself and let her hands take turns hitting each other. Yes, of course. I'm such an idiot. I just get so nervous, darling, and then I say such silly things." She was always nervous, always felt stupid. She called from the kitchen to ask if Yoar wanted cake, if the bird wasn't going to have any, and Yoar replied, "Do bears shit in the woods?" Then she laughed loudly and called back, "Is water wet? Do one-legged ducks swim in circles?" They had been telling the same silly jokes since Yoar was little. In a way, it was their equivalent of Yoar and his friends calling tomorrow, a gentle reminder that they still had each other, in spite of everything. "You're not stupid, Mom. You just have poor judgment," Yoar said softly when she came back with cake and water. "I don't really know what that means," she smiled in embarrassment, but then she added proudly, "But I can't be completely stupid, because then I couldn't have had such a smart son. And I haven't puked on you one single time, unlike some mother birds." Yoar admitted, "I don't really know what the hell it means either. I just heard Ted say it about his big brother one time." Then they both laughed, such a miraculous sound in that house that the walls must have been shocked every time. When his mom gave the bird water, she did so by putting one finger at the end of a straw so she could feed it drop by drop, and Yoar thought that was so smart he wished everyone who thought she was foolish could have seen it. Because plenty of things could be said about Yoar's mom, and sadly most people said them all the time. Never directly to her, of course. It was actually pretty remarkable that such a small woman could have a back large enough for half the town to talk about her behind it. But Yoar, as Ali often said, had insanely big ears for such a small head. So unfortunately, he had already heard everything at a young age. The neighbors in the street and the moms at soccer practice and the teachers at school, they all sniggered the same sort of things his paternal grandmother used to say before she died. Yoar's mom wore heels that were too high and blouses that were cut too low. She talked too much and wasn't ashamed enough. She was too old for the way she dressed, too adult for her giggle, wore far too much makeup to be someone's mom. "Poor child," Yoar had heard old women whisper in the supermarket, because that was the worst sort of gossip, the sort that is disguised as concern. Yoar's grandmother had been better at that than anyone, and it often made Yoar sad when he thought of her death, because she had been so very old then, and he was worried his old man would live just as long. Because they were right, the old women in the supermarket. Yoar was a poor child. But not because of his mom. She was all that was good in the world. Definitely not an idiot. But did she have poor judgment? Do bears shit in the woods? When Yoar was little, his mom didn't have a child seat on her bicycle, so she used to put him in the basket on the front like he was a small dog. She never told him to go to bed. It wasn't unusual for her to suggest ice cream for breakfast, and when Yoar occasionally forced her to eat healthy food, she would call him boring. Sometimes Yoar would tease her about the time she accidentally set him on fire when he was 7, which was obviously an exaggeration. She just happened to set a small part of his pants on fire. She had been trying to mend a hole in them because even if she was not so great at cooking, she was most excellent at sewing. But unfortunately, they'd had their electricity shut off that week, so she had done it in the dark and accidentally knocked over a candle. In hindsight, sure, it might have been better if she had asked Yoar to take his pants off first, but you can't think of everything. At an early age, she would take the boy to the movies and smuggle him into R-rated films. Well, maybe not smuggle. The guy at the ticket booth might have had a crush on her and pretended not to notice. All men everywhere fell a bit in love with her. Not even Yoar could blame them for that. Sometimes they saw several films in a row, sometimes a really bad one 10 times, all so they could stay there in the darkness where the world smelled of popcorn and always had happy endings. Of course, most children get tired of being best friends with their moms, so she did everything with Yoar as if it were the last time. But it never was. How lucky was she? In the winter, on nights when Yoar's old man wasn't home, they would head out and climb over a fence down by the ice rink and go skating in the light of the street lamps. His mom used to be a figure skater when she was young. Every time she swept out across the ice, it took Yoar's breath away. It was the only place he knew where she wasn't afraid. He got good at skating as well, so good that he had had to pretend to really suck at it when the school organized an ice hockey competition when he was 9. He didn't want anyone to tell his mom that he ought to start playing on a team because they couldn't afford it. Children who played ice hockey in their town didn't get their electricity cut off and didn't use newspapers as toilet paper at the end of the month. It didn't matter, of course. Yoar wouldn't have wanted to play on a team anyway. They were run by a bunch of angry dads shouting at their kids, and if Yoar needed to be around a raging fucking moron, he had one at home. Sometimes the boy and his mom would lie on their backs on the ice rink at night, and she would point out the constellations to him. She knew every single one because she wasn't dumb at all. Yoar could have ended up with any idiot for a mom, but he got her. How lucky was he? When he had just turned 12, she taught him to drive a car. Apart from the fact that he could barely reach the pedals, it had actually gone pretty well, at least to start with. But then Yoar asked what one particular traffic sign meant. When she said, "No idea, darling," he asked, "Didn't you have to learn that to get your driver's license?" "Oh, I don't have a driver's license, darling," she replied, quite unconcerned, then said, "Turn left here." "You don't have a driver's license?" Yoar shouted. No, but how very sweet of you to think that I did," she replied, evidently moved that he thought so highly of her. "But what the hell, Mom? How did you learn to drive then?" "My mom taught me." Yoar stared at her, and to his own surprise heard himself ask, "What do you do if the police stop you?" His mom had looked at him so proudly, because that was the most law-abiding thing he had said in his entire life. Then she had admitted, "Oh, I've only been stopped once, and then I pointed to you in the back seat and said you had an inflamed appendix and that we were on our way to the hospital." "I remember that! I thought you were joking!" Yoar exclaimed. "You're so sweet, darling," his mom replied. They had driven around town in the darkness all that night, and if she had let him, Yoar would have just carried on driving as far away as possible. But she didn't dare leave her husband, and Yoar couldn't leave her. Their prison was invisible. Now Yoar was about to turn 15, and they were saving the life of a bird. His mom patiently gave it drop after drop of water, and Yoar gathered twigs and leaves from outside the house to make a soft bed for it inside the box. How lucky was that bird? Did you know that birds don't have nests? Not for themselves, I mean. They only build them for their kids, Yoar said. Did Ted tell you that? His mom smiled. His brain is like poop. Everything sticks. When his mom laughed really hard, she would fart. No one apart from Yoar knew that, because no one apart from Yoar made her laugh like that. Open the window! Open the window! You're going to murder the bird! He coughed with tears in his eyes, and she laughed and laughed and laughed. She stopped when she turned around. They hadn't heard the key in the lock. Yoar's old man was standing in the doorway of the room looking at them, at first puzzled, then with hate in his eyes. He was 6 or 7 beers into the day. He was breathing unevenly through his nose. His eyes couldn't quite land on anything. But he saw the bird. He saw how happy Yoar's mom was, and the boy knew at once that there wasn't going to be a happy ending to that. "42. Louisa and Ted are sitting on the rocks wrapped in towels, shivering in the sunrise. Is it always that cold in the sea? She wonders. No, sometimes it's much colder, he smiles. I've never felt like this. My skin feels different. There's nothing like the sea. Now your skin knows that. Now it's going to miss it, always, he promises. Louisa sways from side to side, between euphoria and melancholy. I would have liked to tell Fish about this. Sometimes I'm so angry. She never got to see the sea. Ted cleans his glasses for a long time. She saw the sea every night with you on the postcard. And she's seeing the sea now, he says. Thanks, Louisa mumbles. I should thank you. No, I mean thanks for teaching me to swim, she says. No, really, I haven't been swimming in the sea in 25 years, so I'm the one who should be thanking you. Besides, it was much easier to teach you than Ali. She smiles. He does too. I'm sorry we lost the ashes, she says sadly. I'm the one who lost them, he corrects her. Okay, I'm sorry you lost them then, she says quietly. Well, it was a little your fault too, he retorts. She has just enough time to feel very badly insulted before she realizes that he's joking. Very funny, she mutters. I thought so, he grins. She looks at the box containing the painting between them on the rocks. Do you think he would have been angry about us losing him? She asks. No, I think he would have laughed. He liked hide and seek. Her eyes light up. Maybe it isn't such a bad idea to get your ashes scattered on a train after all. That way you're always on your way somewhere. Ted looks absolutely horrified. Ugh, don't say that. Can't we even stop having to travel when we're dead? Louisa laughs. Where do you want your ashes scattered, then? Ted thinks for a good while before deciding. In a library. You don't have to put up with reality there. It's as if thousands of strangers have given away their imaginary friends. They're sitting on the shelves and calling to you as you walk past. There's an author called Donna Tartt who describes why a person falls in love with art. It's a secret whisper from an alleyway. Psst, you. Hey, kid. Yes, you. That's what libraries feel like for me. Louisa has to pretend to have seawater in her eyes at that. How many damn books have you actually read? Not nearly enough. Louisa disguises a sob with a cough. Fish liked libraries too. Then she takes Fish's cigarettes from her backpack, because Fish always said she had heard that a cigarette after a swim is the best one of all. Louisa doesn't light it, she just smells the tobacco, and to her surprise, Ted gently reaches out his fingers and asks, Can I borrow one? Louisa wrinkles her whole face in surprise. Seriously? Not to smoke, just to smell. My mom used to smoke that brand. She hands him one. So they sit by the sea with the painting, each with a cigarette under their nose, a mild breeze in their hair, and the first light of morning on their cheeks. "Are you like her, your mom?" Louisa asks cautiously. "Yes, I think so." "Was she very kind?" Ted's laughter echoes off the rocks. He shakes his head. No, I don't think kind is a word anyone would have used about her. She was a hard woman when I was a child, very hard. Yoar once said she could headbutt a diamond and break it." "Hard in what way?" Ted looks sadly at the cigarette. "Mom had very definite ideas about everything. She didn't want my brother and I to show our feelings, not whine, never cry. It was important to her that we always behaved like men." "So she isn't like you at all," Louisa exclaims angrily. Ted rolls the cigarette back and forth between his fingers, taking deep breaths of the smell of tobacco and salt and a summer that's on its way. "It's incredibly difficult being a mom, Louisa. It's difficult being a human being. I think my mom was very like me at first because she was a romantic when she was young. But there's no harder person on the planet than a romantic with a broken heart." "Did she hit you?" "No." "But you got hit?" "Yes, dear God, yes. My big brother hit me every day when we were little. One time he threw me down some stairs and I got knocked unconscious. It took me a long time to even remember that. I thought I had slipped." "Were you scared of him?" "Yes, it's hard to be little. It's hard to be everything. Yes, that's true. It's hard to be everything." Shivering, Louisa pulls the towel more tightly around herself and asks, "What's your best memory of your mom?" Ted smells the cigarette. The memories are slippery, hard for his brain to get a grip on. "Of Mom?" "Us playing cards." "Cards?" "Yes, she used to work nights so she could look after Dad during the day. I was bad at school. I had trouble with language, trouble reading and writing. One teacher told Mom that I was being bullied, and I wished he hadn't, because I could see Mom thinking it was her fault. That evening I heard her on the phone to a friend telling her that she couldn't bear being at home with nothing but death for company. The next day she woke me with her hand on my forehead and whispered, 'You've probably got a fever.' I can't remember her ever actually touching me before then. It was like the sun, as if she had been possessed by an over-friendly demon. And that whole day we played cards at the kitchen table. It sounds stupid, but that's my best memory because then she just felt like my mom. That first day she pretended I was ill, the next I pretended on my own, and then I went on pretending for several months. We hid away from reality, both of us. It was wonderful. But after a while, Dad got worse and had to spend more time in the hospital, and Mom kept going back and forth, and it was too much work for her to have me at home then. In the end, the school called and said I'd have to retake the whole year if I didn't go back, so one day when I woke up, Mom had already packed my backpack. When I got back to school, I was like an animal that had grown up in a zoo, only to suddenly be released out into the wild. I got teased more than ever. I got beaten up a lot and went home battered and bruised, and I remember how disappointed Mom looked then. I was ashamed that I kept causing problems, so I said I'd fallen. She knew I was lying, but just asked if I was hungry. That evening I heard her talking on the phone. I could hear the sob in her voice as she told her friend that it was probably her fault that I was so weak, that I wasn't anything like my brother, who could fight and defend himself. Mom said she must have spoiled me, made me soft. She said she was worried that I would never be a real man. Ted falls silent. Louisa looks away so he can wipe his eyes in peace. "When did your mom's heart break? When your dad got sick?" she asks. He considers his answer for a long time. "Yes, but perhaps it didn't break. Maybe it got worn out. We didn't have much money when Dad got sick. We only had just enough to keep the house. She probably always felt like she wasn't enough. She worked in a factory, was always tired. The sound I remember most from my childhood is being hushed, because either my mom or my dad was asleep, or both of them. That's why I got the room in the basement, so I wouldn't be in the way." "Are you sure about that?" Louisa asks. Ted raises his eyebrows, somewhere in the borderland between surprised and insulted. "How do you mean?" Louisa's shoulders bounce. "I just mean maybe you got the room in the basement so you wouldn't see how sick your dad was the whole time, and how sad your mom was, and maybe your mom was trying to protect you from your big brother." Ted stares out across the sea, squinting at the sun with shame washing through him. All these years, and he has never even considered that. It's hard to be little, hard to be big, hard to be everything in between. So he turns toward Louisa and says, "It wasn't only bad. It was a love story at first, my mom and dad's marriage." Then her eyes grow wide in anticipation, because she loves love stories. So he tells it to her the way it was once told to him. "43. Ted explains that children know hardly anything about their parents, even if they live with them their whole lives. Because all we know about them is as moms and dads, nothing about who they were before that. We never saw them young, when they still fantasized about all the things that could happen, instead of regretting all the things that never did. He tells her that at the end of that day when he and his friends had found the birds, Ted got home to a house with all the lights turned off. It had just started to get dark, and in the street stood a rusty car whose headlights blinded him. He couldn't see who was sitting in it. He walked past it on tiptoe, his eyes darting about, his body so tense that when the driver suddenly touched the accelerator and the engine growled, Ted's heart beat so hard that he jumped in the air. He heard mocking laughter. When he squinted past the headlights, he saw a broad-shouldered man in his 20s, with fists the size of shovels, sitting in the driver's seat. The ox. "Were you scared, you little fag?" the man yelled through the open window. A cloud of heavy smoke billowed out after him. The door on the passenger side opened and closed with the heavy thud you get used to if you live on a street where everyone has 20-year-old cars. Ted's big brother got out and weaved through the beam of the headlights toward the house, too intoxicated to walk straight. Ted hurried after him, hunched over, but jumped in fear again when the car horn sounded. The ox's mocking laughter disappeared into the darkness with the rumble of the engine. "Bastard," Ted whispered with his fists clenched, furious with himself for being so easily startled. His big brother opened the front door with some difficulty, stumbled through the hall into the kitchen, but managed to kick off his shoes out of sheer muscle memory along the way. Wearing shoes in their mom's kitchen was nothing less than a suicide attempt. They had known that since early childhood. He opened the fridge but found no chilled beer, so he fetched 2 warm cans from the pantry. On his way back to the living room, he bumped into Ted, who flinched automatically as if he were about to be hit. Muscle memory, that too. His big brother's body was so hard he strode into every room with such confidence, a honed knife cutting through air. Ted always moved like he was facing a headwind and driving rain. "The ox is a fucking idiot sometimes," his big brother slurred. And it came so suddenly that it took a long while for Ted to realize what he had just heard. He would never come closer to hearing his brother say he was sorry. Ted shocked himself by replying, "So why are you friends with him, then?" He was expecting to be hit, but nothing happened. His big brother just looked surprised. "We've known each other since we were little." As if that's any kind of answer, Ted thought hopelessly. But of course, in that town, it kind of was. Friends were something a man like his big brother simply acquired one day in the schoolyard without quite knowing how it came about, and then he stuck to them, because in this town boys didn't survive long if they were alone, especially not an immigrant child of the age his big brother was when they arrived. Boys were defined by their surroundings here. The person you were when you started high school was usually the person you remained, either someone who hit or someone who cowered. Hardly anyone could afford to move away, and no sensible person moved here voluntarily, So around here, young men didn't feel that they'd chosen a life, just that they had been allocated one. Life was an allotted period of time, like a prison sentence. After high school, the Ox had gotten a job in the harbor. Then he had arranged for Ted's big brother to get one too. He had vouched for him and promised that he was the right sort of guy. That meant he was the sort of man who stood his ground, who didn't back down, and who knew how to keep his mouth shut if the police showed up. Now Ted stood in the kitchen looking at his big brother's swollen red knuckles and realized that it had been another long evening of being the right sort of guy. Ted usually didn't dare even open his mouth in the vicinity of his brother, but he heard himself say, "You're not a bad person." His big brother's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "What the hell did you say?" Ted hunched up and looked down at the floor hesitantly. "I said you're not a bad person. You just pick bad friends. You pick people who are worse than you because you think that's all you deserve. You ought to pick people who are better than you." His big brother swayed from side to side, bewildered. "Not everyone can be as lucky with their friends as you." Ted was so surprised that he happened to make eye contact, something which all his life had always been rewarded with violence. But this time, nothing happened. I didn't even know that you knew I had friends," he said quietly. His brother grinned. "Did you think I don't notice that you and those 3 little hyenas come up and empty the fridge of Mom's food every other evening?" Ted lowered his gaze again. "You're right. I'm lucky." Then his brother shook his head and mumbled, "No, it's your friends who are lucky." Then his brother turned and went out into the living room, sat down at the piano, and drank beer. Ted stood there, overwhelmed. He leaned against the fridge and managed to knock off a note that was stuck to it, otherwise he might never have seen it. A short handwritten message from their mom. She'd gone to see a friend. There was food in the freezer. It didn't say when she'd be back, or even if she would. She hadn't said a word to Ted after the funeral. The whole house had been a coffin. Ted thought for a while, then he opened the freezer and took out all the ice cubes he could find. He filled 2 bowls, one for beer and one for his big brother's hand, then went into the living room and put them on the piano. His big brother looked up, as if he didn't recognize Ted at first, as if they were little kids who had been pretending to be grown up and had suddenly been pretending all too well. Ted turned to go down to the basement, as usual, so his brother's soft voice came as a shock. "You want a beer?" Ted really didn't, but he nodded anyway. When he took it, his big brother held on to it a second longer than necessary. Holding that beer at the same time was probably the closest they had ever come to a hug. Ted sat down next to him at the piano. Not too close. "Do you like your job?" he asked awkwardly, because he so desperately wanted to know something about his brother but didn't know where to start. "At the harbor? No one fucking likes working at the harbor," his brother grinned. But when he saw Ted look sad, he added, "It's a job, Ted. All jobs for people like us are shit. But with my salary and Mom's, we can probably keep hold of the house." That was how clear it was to him, that it was his duty, too, not just hers. Ted sat and looked at the piano for several minutes before he plucked up the courage to ask, "Can you play something?" His brother's fingers touched the keys. "Mom's asleep. We mustn't wake her." "She isn't home. There was a note on the fridge," Ted said. His brother tried to hide his surprise, perhaps even his disappointment. Not at the fact that she had left him so easily, but that she had left Ted. That's how mercilessly great the responsibility of being a parent is, that you have to be able to take her for granted, like food in the freezer, like ballast in a boat. What do you want to hear?" his brother asked quietly. "Something Dad used to play," Ted asked. So his big brother played, and Ted tried to conceal his envy. He would have liked to be able to play too, but who would have taught him? By the time he was big enough to sit at the piano, their dad was already sick. He always used to play this for Mom when she was angry with him, his big brother slurred, his lips slippery with alcohol but his fingers surprisingly assured. It was a sad song. His brother sang hoarsely, "Every day a small eternity. Had I known how much the world had to offer, I would have asked for less." When he was done, he said gently, "Mom always forgave him when he played that. She used to come and sit on his lap. They never said, 'I love you' to each other. They just said, 'But. What?" Ted smiled carefully, as if he was afraid of disturbing the incomprehensible magic of his brother actually telling him things. "I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Mom isn't so good at expressing her feelings," his big brother smiled. "No," Ted said sarcastically. His big brother laughed, and it was wonderful. One time they were in the car, and Mom got angry because Dad complained about her driving, so she told him to shut the hell up. Then she lit a cigarette and almost drove off the road, so he had to reach over and grab the wheel, and that made her even angrier. And then Dad got so damn frustrated that he said, "For God's sake, I love you, but—" He fell silent. Ted whispered in astonishment, "How do you know all this?" "Dad told me, before he got sick. He used to talk a lot. It's a shame you don't remember that. Actually, maybe that's good. Hell, maybe I'm actually a bit envious of the fact that you don't remember." Ted sipped his beer and touched a key without daring to press it. Was that the first time Dad told Mom that he loved her? His brother coughed. "He told me it was probably the first time anyone ever said that to her. She didn't even say anything back. It was kind of too much for her. But that night, when they'd gone to bed, she whispered, 'But. And after that, they never said I love you.' But, Ted whispered slowly down into his beer. But, his big brother repeated down into his. He still had his accent from their home country. It was more noticeable when he was drunk, but Ted's was nearly gone. Slowly, their inheritance was being polished away. "Does that hurt?" Ted asked, looking at his brother's battered knuckles soaking in the bowl of ice. His brother shook his head. "It wasn't us who started it. There were some fucking idiots arguing with the ox. We were just defending ourselves. I don't start fights anymore." He said it as if it was important to him that his little brother knew that. "Play that song again," Ted asked. So his brother played, and when he was finished, he asked, "Have you noticed that one of the basement steps is taller than the others? Dad used to trip over it every time he went up or down. Mom used to go insane because he never looked where he was putting his feet. Sometimes she left things on the floor, boxes or forks or small buckets of water, anything at all, just to see if he would walk straight into them, and he stumbled straight into every single damn one. Mom used to say he could walk through a damn minefield unharmed because he never lifted his feet. She used to call him the Worm. So when he got home from work late, he would step on every creaking floorboard in the hall on purpose so she would know he was home." His brother fell silent, perhaps because he remembered that he had once thrown Ted down the basement staircase he was talking about, but his little brother just giggled. "The Worm," Ted repeated. Then his brother smiled gratefully and went on. "This house was the cheapest in the whole town when they bought it. It was practically falling down, of course, even worse than it is now. But one of the neighbors said it was so cheap because it was haunted. Dad thought that was hilarious, so he went around all the rooms calling to the ghosts, and Mom said, 'You know, you're so annoying that even ghosts can't cope with you.' So then Dad started playing a game. He would wait until she wasn't expecting it, when she was brushing her teeth or cooking, and he would stand next to her and jump like he was terrified of something. And then she would jump too, of course, and then he'd say, 'I thought I saw a ghost.' She never learned, and he never got tired of it." "I didn't know he was so funny," Ted whispered with embarrassment. "He was seriously damn funny." "I've never heard Mom laugh," Ted admitted. His big brother probably didn't know how to respond to that. So he drank more beer and said, "She's just tired, Ted. Everyone has had a day when they're so exhausted that they can hardly think. But she's been having that same damn day for the past 10 years now. That's hard. She's done her best. She tried to make you and me tough because soft people don't survive in this town. One time I got into a fight at school and she was called in to see the principal, and the principal said I maybe needed male role models. Can you imagine? What a damn psychopath. Dad wasn't even dead then, just sick. Do you know what Mom said?" "What?" "She said, 'Male role models? How well do you think that's worked out so far, purely historically, for you men?'" "What did the principal say?" "He was so taken aback that the next time I got into a fight, he didn't even call Mom." Ted laughed, even though he shouldn't have. His brother had never known how to handle grief other than with anger. Who would have taught him? "So Mom was funny too?" Ted asked. "Really funny when she wanted to be. One time she put rotten fish in the mailbox of a neighbor who was always complaining that you and I were too noisy. And she wasn't always this hard. When I was little, I used to have nightmares. I would wake up screaming so hard I lost my voice. And she would come in with a blanket and pillow and lie down on the floor right in front of the door to my room. So the nightmares couldn't come in, she used to say." Ted sat next to him, wiping his eyes on his sleeve. Then he asked, "Tell me something else." So his brother took a deep swig of beer and said, "Dad told me that his favorite time of the evening was going around the house turning all the lights off. Because that's the sort of thing dads do," Dad said. Last of all, he would go from room to room whispering, "Good night, ghosts." Ted sipped his beer, then suddenly brightened up. I remember that. I remember I used to lie awake in my bed waiting to hear that before I could get to sleep. It's the only thing I remember of his voice. Or sometimes I think I just dreamed it." His brother's red, battered fingers moved beneath his gnarled knuckle and played a few scattered notes on the piano. Ted was so amazed that those hands were capable of both things, brutality and beauty. "He sang pretty good, Dad." "Why didn't he become a musician?" Ted asked, but regretted it at once. He could hear for himself how naive it sounded. "That isn't a job," his brother replied calmly. He meant, for us, that it wasn't a job for people like us. Ted realized that. Their dad had worked at the factory, just like their mom, to give their kids a better life. Trying to be a musician, following their passion, that sort of thing was for parents who only wanted to give themselves a better life. Ted's gaze swept across the wall above the piano. He saw photographs of himself when he was little, until his eyes came to rest on another picture, his parents' wedding. No fancy clothes, a simple ceremony in the town hall. His mom was pregnant. But she was smiling in that picture. She was beautiful. She looked as if she was still dreaming about big things. "Do you think it was romantic when they fell in love?" he asked shyly. It was stupid, of course. His brother snorted instinctively. "What sort of damn question is that?" Sorry, Ted whispered at once, hating himself for ruining the magic. He should have known that real men didn't ask questions like that. He huddled up on the edge of the stool, getting ready to be hit. But something far stranger happened. A little gust of wind. That's what happens when a hard man tries to stifle a sob. His brother didn't cry any tears, just let out a long, ragged exhalation. Then his voice was stern, but his words soft. "It isn't like it is in movies, Ted. It's different in real life. But Dad once told me when he was really fucking drunk that he and Mom weren't like two magnets. They were like two colors. Once they were mixed together, there was no way of separating them." Ted had never, before or since, heard anything more romantic. He peered up at the wedding photograph, trying to focus. It would be a few more months before he admitted to his mother and brother that he really, really needed glasses. "Tell me something else," he asked, apprehensively. His brother sighed. He tapped the top of the piano with the beer can, smiled faintly. "Dad always drank the same beer. He said Mom liked that because men who never swap beer brands aren't very adventurous, so they don't swap wives either. When he got sick, Mom carried on buying beer every week, as if he might suddenly just get up and go get one." That's an extra cruelty that cancer brings, Ted thought, when you're waiting for everything to go back to normal again. Until one day you realize that the illness has become the new normal. "Did Dad like Mom's cooking?" he asked, without really knowing why. Maybe just because the frozen meals in the freezer were the closest thing he had come to real tenderness from his mom in recent years. "Are you kidding? He loved it. I think the whole reason she learned to cook was because she liked to see him eat." His brother grinned, then glanced at his little brother and added, "I think she feels like a good mom when she puts meals in the freezer for us, Ted, when she makes sure that we eat. That's probably the only time she feels like she's enough." Ted leaned over his beer as if it were a chasm. He asked, "Do you think Dad was scared when he died?" Rather than giving him a lie for an answer, he just said nothing for so long that it was an answer in itself. His breath sounded ragged again. "The night Dad died, one of the nurses phoned home to us here. I suppose she wanted you and me to know right away, and I think she understood that Mom couldn't cope with words." More ragged breathing. "What did she say? The nurse?" Ted wondered. His big brother smiled. "She said that Mom had very gently curled up on Dad's bed at the end, and that Dad died in her arms." They said nothing more to each other after that, the brothers. They just sat there at the piano in the empty house, drinking their dad's beer and glancing at each other with their mom's eyes. When the cans were empty, Ted took them into the kitchen and rinsed them. Then he got a meal out of the freezer, ate it even though he wasn't hungry, and left his plate unwashed on the counter. That evening he lay in his bed in the basement and heard his big brother stumble drunkenly through the rooms upstairs, stopping in every doorway and whispering good night to all the ghosts. The night was warm, the basement window was open. Ted smelled his mom's cigarettes when she came home. She got out of her friend's car, sat down on the steps, and inhaled deep drags, gathering the strength to go back to a life full of responsibility. She probably never knew how to explain that she loved her boys, and they had no words either because who would have taught them? But when their mom walked into the house, she intentionally stepped on all the floorboards that she knew creaked, so they would know she was there. And when she went into the kitchen, she saw the unwashed plate that Ted had left on the counter so that she would know he was full and that she was a good mother. So she washed it and felt like one, just for a moment. When she lay in bed that night, she heard a shuffling sound outside her bedroom door, then a small thud. It was the big brother who had gone to sleep on the floor in front of the door to her room, so her nightmares couldn't come in. Ted lay in his own bed in the basement and had almost fallen asleep when he heard a different noise at the window. It was barely a knock, just a scrape. And when he looked up, he saw small red marks on the glass. Yoar was sitting outside. His hands were covered in blood. "44. It's hard to tell a story, any story, but it's almost impossible if it's your own. You always start at the wrong end, always say too much or too little, always miss the most important parts. That last part, about Yoar and the blood, just tumbles out of Ted. He realizes at once that it's a mistake, of course. Louisa is sitting beside him on the rocks, looking like she can't decide if she is moved or scared or angry. Mostly angry, from the sound of it. "You said it was a love story, and it ends like that? What happened?" she snaps. Stories are complicated, memories are merciless. Our brains only store a few moments from the best days of our lives, but we remember every second of the worst. It's 25 years ago, Ted says, as if he's trying to convince himself that it's nothing to cry over. Louisa sobs furiously. Not for me! I wasn't there! For me, it's happening now! I'm sorry, he whispers. And then it's as if everything happens again for him, too. The sun has come up, the world is waking, the day is starting. He pulls the towel more tightly around his shoulders, then he tells her everything. He tells her about the knife, that it was Ali who gave it to Yoar that last winter, because she was the first to understand how everything would end. She couldn't imagine any other story except one where Yoar's old man killed him, or the other way around. By the time summer came, no one else could either. Ted tells how Yoar hid the knife in the soil beneath the flowers in the tin box outside his window, but how he had to move it when his mom got suspicious. After that, Yoar kept the knife in his backpack, which was lying on the floor of his room the day his old man came in and saw the bird. A violent man is a sickness for all around him. Violence is a plague that spreads through everybody it comes into contact with, Ted says, as if he's trying to balance his feelings by talking formally, like a teacher, but it doesn't work. When he goes on, his voice is just 14 years old again. Yoar thought he was going to turn out like his old man. That violence is something you inherit, but that's wrong. Violence isn't a genetic illness. Violence is a contagion. It passes from skin to skin. The heart gets infected. It's exhausting to always be angry when you're a child, constantly having to tense your body not to cry, because you know that if you start, you'll never be able to stop. In the end, Yoar just couldn't bear it. In the end, he was prepared to do anything just so he could stop feeling everything all the time. And I remember thinking, when it happens, no one will be able to say it came as a surprise, because everyone had always known one day he would kill him. Louisa can't breathe as Ted's face cracks, a broken, hesitant little smile that makes his gaze lose its focus, because he suddenly realizes how angry Yoar would have been if he heard that. Yoar would never have liked anyone to talk about him, Ted says quietly. The only story Yoar would ever have wanted to hear was, of course, the one about the artist and the painting, about a happy life and dreams coming true, because the only dreams Yoar had were for someone else. But if you want to understand the painting, you have to understand Yoar, Ted explains. And if you want to understand him, you have to understand his mom, because her story is his. But Yoar's old man? I intend to say as little as possible about that bastard. He remembers how much blood there was on Yoar's hands, as if he had dipped them in a barrel. He remembers his friend's eyes, desperate, terrified. He was sitting huddled up outside the window of Ted's basement room, holding out the crushed little box. He could hardly lift one arm. Half his face was so red and so badly hurt that he couldn't open the eye on that side. He was shaking, so Ted was forced to climb halfway out through the window with his ear close to Yoar's lips to hear. Yoar whispered that the bird had been lying in the box in his arms, defenseless, when his old man came into his room the first time. His mom had tried to stand between the man and the boy, as usual, but it was too late. His old man had already heard them laughing. He hadn't said anything, just took a couple of swigs of whiskey straight from the bottle and disappeared back into the kitchen. Then there was nothing but waiting. Anyone who hasn't seen real violence probably won't understand that, but the minutes between the beatings are the worst, Ted says, there on the rocks. Because you never know how many punches you're going to get, Louisa concludes, pulling the towel tighter around her shoulders. Ted feels ashamed at that, because she probably knows more about violence than he does. But she nods for him to go on, so he tells her that the most evil thing about men like Yoar's old man is that he wasn't evil all the time. Sometimes he was sober for weeks. Then he and Yoar's mom would go for long walks and talk about getting a dog. Once he bought a tent so he and Yoar could go on a fishing trip. Sometimes Yoar got to hold the tools when his old man fixed the car. That was how the boy learned about engines. Some evenings, the three of them all ate dinner like a normal family, and his old man would be attentive and charming, even funny. That was the worst thing Yoar knew, when he heard one of the man's jokes and thought that that was where he had inherited his quick-wittedness from, because then he feared that he would get everything else, too. The good days were never good. They were a lie. They never lasted. There were just enough of them for his mom to believe that the bad ones were somehow her fault. When Yoar was small, he often used to sit on the toilet seat watching as she put her makeup on. He would sniff her perfume and ask over and over again how he smelled, terrified that he would smell like his old man. He wanted to smell like her. "You smell like the best thing in the world, and the best thing in the world smells like you," his mom used to reply. But that didn't help the boy much. His mom always used to get dressed up, even if she was only going to the supermarket. "If you wear nice clothes, people forget what your face looks like," she used to say in front of the bathroom mirror. "Your face is really nice," he would reply. "Your face is really nice, too," she replied. And then he replied sullenly, "Mom, you once said I had a good singing voice, so you obviously can't be trusted." Then she laughed so hard that he had to run out because there was no window in the bathroom. When it was Yoar's birthday, he asked for aftershave, and her heart must have broken, because she probably thought children his age ought to be asking for a bicycle. Some mornings, her arms hurt so badly that he had to help her put makeup over the last of her bruises. He did it so carefully and thoroughly, became almost as good at it as he was at skating, and that was something she could probably never forgive herself for. The amount of violence her boy had seen. Of course, Yoar's old man always promised not to do it again, but that only meant he always hit her as if it was his last chance. Sometimes he would cry and whisper that if she left him, he'd kill himself, but more often he yelled that he would kill her and the boy first. Most mornings, he couldn't even remember who he had hit at all. Yoar got bigger and started to step between them, somewhere in the mathematics of cruelty. Presumably, the boy hoped that his mom would get hit less then, but it just got worse. All they did was to try to protect each other, but neither of them could. They had nowhere to go. They were too small, and the planet wasn't big enough for them to run from that man. The mornings after the worst days, Yoar's mom would get up and put on her most beautiful clothes, and Yoar would play soccer during every break at school, so no one would ask where his injuries came from. Even so, the good days were worst of all, because there were always just enough of them for you to forget they were merely a countdown. Yoar had been sitting on the floor of his room with the bird and his mom. He had heard his old man laughing drunkenly at something on television. What made his old man's eyes turn black after that and sent him charging up into his son's room isn't important. It could have been anything at all. He had no damn fuse, that man, no rhyme nor reason, no logic. The only thing cruelty like his wants is to cause as much damage as possible. Why? No one knows. Sometimes it was enough that someone else looked happy just for a single moment. When Yoar sat there outside Ted's window with bloody hands and told him everything, he couldn't stop the tears running down his face, and that made him shake with fury. Because that was precisely what his old man wanted that night, to see his power over the boy. The man hadn't even looked at the box when he tore it out of his son's hands. Yoar's mother's scream must have been heard across the whole block, but what difference did that make? How many screams must the neighbors have learned to ignore over the years? Yoar's old man had just stared at him, his foot crushing the box and the remains of the twigs and leaves and life inside it without breaking eye contact with his son for a second. Such is cruelty. Ted never found out exactly what happened in the room after that, and what little he did know he didn't want to tell Louisa, because as little as possible should be said about that bastard. But there was a knife in a backpack. There was a boy on the floor. There was a mother with her arms around the neck of a man who wouldn't stop hitting. When Yoar stood outside Ted's window later that night and held out the box, Ted's hands ended up covered in blood, too. "Hide it," Yoar whispered. "Come inside," Ted pleaded. But Yoar shook his head and looked down at his hands in astonishment, as if he was wondering who they belonged to. "I have to get home before he notices I'm gone," he whispered. Then he turned around quickly and went out into the darkness. Ted called out without thinking, "I love you." Yoar stopped just for a moment, without replying and without turning around. Then he ran. Ted's voice is barely audible there on the rocks. Now, Louisa has to move closer to hear about Yoar sneaking back into his home. His old man was snoring on the sofa in the living room, passed out drunk with his son's blood on his shirt. In Yoar's room, his mother was on her knees, scrubbing the floor. It smelled so good in there that Yoar felt dizzy. He had had 2 small bars of soap on his bookcase. Ali had given them to him as a Christmas present. She had stolen them from a shop specially for him. Obviously, they were far too nice for Yoar to wash himself with, so he used to just sit in bed smelling them when he was unhappy. They hardly weighed anything, barely as much as a bird. After his old man had come into his room the first time that evening, then gone out again, Yoar and his mother had quickly wrapped the soaps in a sock and placed them among the twigs and leaves in the box. When his old man had drunk himself angry enough and stormed through the door the second time, full of whiskey and bitterness, he had torn the box out of his son's hands, and Yoar and his mother had screamed. His old man had just laughed. That's how predictable his hatred was. He hadn't even looked in the box before he threw it to the floor and stomped on it. He had been too preoccupied looking at Yoar, too eager to see him broken at the bird's death. And the boy had cried, just as the man wanted, but not about the bird, but about the cruelty. His old man couldn't tell the difference in his tears, too stupid to realize that there could be one. When the man was finished stomping on the box, he proceeded to hit his son and his wife all around the room. When he had finally exhausted himself and staggered back out to the sofa, Yoar had crawled up from the floor and opened the window. The tin edges of the window boxes were razor sharp, and he had been shaking so much he cut his hands. When he picked up the bird he'd hidden in the loose soil beneath the plants, he got blood on its wings, and when he put it back in the crushed remains of the box, he got blood on that too. But the bird was breathing. He had carried it to Ted and hurried back, and a life was saved. He helped his mom scrub the floor, their faces bruised and their hearts broken. Even so, they were both smiling, because a small bird was a big victory over an eternal tyrant. Yoar took deep breaths of the smell of the soap and whispered into his mom's hair, "I love you." "How can I be so lucky?" she whispered. That night they slept next to each other in Yoar's bed, she with the boy in her arms, the boy with the backpack in his. His old man was passed out on the sofa. The next morning when Yoar woke up, everything smelled burnt. His old man had been picked up by a workmate at dawn, still too drunk to make his own way to work, leaving just silence and smoke behind. Yoar rubbed his eyes hard and stumbled out into the kitchen, confused. There stood his mother, in fresh makeup and with a look of embarrassment in her eyes. "I tried to bake muffins. I think they got a bit burnt." Burnt? They were cremated, Yoar thought, but of course he didn't say that. Early one morning at the end of July, they set the bird free down at the pier. It had stayed at Ted's for a week or so, but Yoar had been there every day to feed it seeds and worms. There were 5 of them. That had been Ali's idea. Of course, at first Yoar's mother thought they were joking when they rang the doorbell, but then she had run and put her makeup on and her prettiest high-heeled shoes. Even though Yoar had explained again and again, "We're going to a pier, Mom, by the sea. We're not going to set the bird free in a nightclub." She had taken her shoes off and walked the last bit down to the water barefoot, almost ceremoniously, and said proudly to her son, "Am I the first grown-up who's been allowed to come here with you?" And Yoar had replied tenderly, "You're not a grown-up, Mom." She hadn't met his friends many times, yet she still knew all about them. When Yoar was out of earshot, she had whispered to Ted, He brags about all of you all the time." Ali heard that, unfortunately, and then she felt obliged to run and hit Yoar really hard on the arm so he would hit her back, so that everyone would think that the tears in her eyes were because of that. "Are you crying? I didn't hit you that damn hard," Yoar muttered. "Shut up," Ali sobbed. She loved birds almost as much as she loved boys who loved birds. "Can I ask something?" Yoar's mother asked once they were standing on the pier. "Not now, Mom," Yoar said, but his mom asked anyway. "Why doesn't anyone adopt birds? I mean, you can buy birds and you can adopt dogs, but you can't adopt birds?" "Who the hell adopts dogs, Mom?" Yoar groaned. Then Ali, friend of all animals, snapped, "Anyone who isn't an idiot. You shouldn't buy dogs because there are so many homeless dogs." "How do you know they're homeless? Maybe they just don't want to live in a house," Yoar retorted. "You idiot, do you think dogs ought to live on the street? Okay, so go to the jungle and adopt a lion then. Why should lions be homeless?" "Lions don't even live in jungles, you idiot," she shouted. "I'm not a fucking idiot, you fucking idiot," he shouted back. "Look!" Ted cried out. And that was when the bird took off from the artist's hands. What a moment in life. First, it just lay still between the artist's fingers sleepily for a long time, as if it had been told it was time to go to school. But then, without warning, it suddenly raised its head, spread its wings. And then it flew off, Ted says dreamily on the rocks. "Wow," Louisa says, entirely without sarcasm, which is pretty remarkable for her. It looped around the pier, hovered above the sea, looked over its wing for a second as if... This sounds stupid, but it felt like it was looking at Yoar and his mom. What a second that was for everyone who saw it. What a damn second. The artist did something wonderful, which no one had ever heard before. He cheered. He jumped up and down on the pier and just screamed out loud with joy. How many reasons do you get to do that in an entire life? The sun broke through the clouds. It was a perfect moment, so obviously the stupid bird had to spoil everything. It had gone about 200 feet out over the water when it turned in a big semicircle and flew back. It flew over them toward the town and the apartment blocks. "Wrong direction!" Ali yelled as if it might come back and apologize. "Maybe it isn't the wrong direction for him," Yoar's mom said tentatively. "How do you know it's a boy?" Ali asked. "Because it's flying in the wrong direction," Yoar's mom smiled. "Typical boy," the artist said. Oh, how they all laughed then. Apart from Yoar, of course, who just spun around with his eyes looking up at the sky and sighed. It can fly anywhere it wants in the whole world, and it chooses to fly back to this fucking town. His mother stood beside him and thought for a long time before she murmured, "I think perhaps it flew back to its friends, darling. You would have done the same." They stood in silence for several heartbeats and considered this. Then Ali got restless and yelled, "Come on, let's go swimming." 25 years later, on the rocks by the sea, Ted lets the towel slide off his shoulders. He folds it neatly and puts it carefully in his suitcase, sitting next to the box containing the painting. Then he says to Louisa, "We all jumped off the pier. That was the last time I swam in the sea with my friends." "45. Ted's head rocks slowly back and forth. Louisa thinks he looks like that author he had told her about, the woman who was overwhelmed with grief. He clears his throat in embarrassment when he notices that she's staring. Then he reaches for his pants, takes something out of the pocket, and holds it out to Louisa. It's the drawing of the artist that she had left on the train. "No, don't give me that. It was a present for you," she says, wounded. He nods. "I know. I want it back, but not until we get where we're going." She hesitates, then reluctantly puts the drawing in her backpack. Okay, until we get there. I'm serious, I want it back. One day it'll be worth millions, he insists. Sure, she laughs, as if it were a joke. Ted looks at his wrist, where his watch should have been. Then he looks at the sun instead. I think we'll be in time to catch the next train. How do you know that? She wonders. You can tell from the sun roughly what time it is. No, I mean, how do you know when the next train leaves? Have you learnt the timetable by heart or what? Yes, he says, as if this were normal behavior. You're really weird. Thanks. Same to you. She snorts and stands up, and he does the same. They go off in different directions, and each finds a large tree to get changed behind. When the first drop lands on Ted's hair, he doesn't realize what it is because his skin is already so damp. But then he hears the patter on the treetops and Louisa crying out, Ted, it's raining! The painting! Ted looks at the box and watches with growing panic as drop after drop falls from the sky, leaving small black marks. For a moment, he seeks shelter under the tree like people do in movies, but that doesn't help at all. Trees are far less loyal in real life. So he runs, with his suitcase and the box in his arms, slipping and stumbling like a greedy pigeon with a sandwich that's far too big. Louisa rushes up to his side, throwing her backpack on as she runs, then takes the box from him. By the time they reach the shopping street where they broke into the sporting goods shop, their feet are splashing on the ground. Soon their breathing is coming in gasps and their rib cages are blast furnaces, but they don't stop until they reach the train station and have a roof over them. Is it okay? Louisa gasps as Ted peers down inside the box. He nods, exhausted, and slumps down onto a bench. I'm really, really sick of running. It's crazy that you're so bad at it, even though you do it so often, she gasps back. They don't have time to say more before the train arrives. They struggle on board, earning unhappy looks from the other passengers, even though the rain has actually washed the worst of the dirt from their clothes. Ted sinks into the seat and closes his eyes, falls asleep almost at once. When he wakes up, Louisa is asleep on his shoulder. He looks out the window and exclaims, Wake up! Louisa, wake up! We're getting off here! She sits up in panic and shouts out loud, I wasn't asleep! I'm ready! What? What the hell do you want? She waves her fists at Ted before her brain remembers who he is. Ow! Ted hisses when she accidentally pokes him hard in the cheek. Sorry, What's happening? Where are we? She asks in alarm. He nods at the platform outside the window and suddenly smiles secretively. Come on, I'm going to show you something I think you'll like. They get off the train, and she sits on a bench with the painting and their bags while he goes and buys tickets. It takes ages. When he finally comes back, it's already afternoon. You've been gone forever. Did you have to travel back in time and invent the train or something? She asks. Ted lowers his voice, sudden terror in his eyes. There are policemen here, checking the identity of all the passengers. I heard them saying that 2 men were attacked a few stations from here, that they were beaten with an iron pipe so that one of the men had his arm broken. Attacked? They were the ones who attacked us, Louisa shouts. Shh, Ted begs her. What are we going to do? She whispers, panicking when she sees men in uniform approaching. All her life she's been taught to run from those men, but now it's too late and she should have known better. She's relaxed too much, tricked herself into thinking she belongs in Ted's world. She doesn't. She never will. Just act normal. Or, don't act normal for you. Act normal for normal people, Ted hisses. Sure, it's not like I'm on the run from a foster home and carrying a world-famous painting worth a fortune and traveling with a strange man whose last name I don't even know or anything like that. Just act normal, Louisa hisses back. Just be quiet and smile, he says sternly. So she does, which is probably the first time in their entire relationship that she has followed instructions. And of course that's a mistake too. They make it to the train. They're just on the steps. For a moment, they both think they're safe. But Louisa should have known better. You there! Stop! A voice behind them yells. They turn around to meet the eyes of an angry man in uniform. Tickets and identification, he says, like an order, not like a question. Louisa kneels down and quickly searches her backpack for her passport, panic rushing through her body when she can't find it. It was right here, she whispers anxiously on the ground. She hears the man talking angrily over her head. She can't even register the words, but she's heard voices like that thousands of times before, full of promises of violence. She knows he can see the guilt in her darting eyes and trembling fingers. Where is that damn passport? Her stupid brain should know, but it starts thinking about Fish instead, how she always told Louisa that a passport is proof that you exist, that you're a somebody. But the backpack is empty now, and Louisa's face is burning, and Fish was wrong, her brain screams. Louisa has always been a nobody. She will always mess everything up. So she acts on instinct. It's too late to save herself now, but maybe she can draw the policeman's attention and give Ted time to get away from here? It's stupid. Instincts often are. Society is not built for teenage brains full of fight-or-flight responses. She closes her backpack and clenches her fists and gets herself ready to run. Going north? You live there? She hears the policeman ask just then, and it confuses her because he sounds like he's in the middle of a conversation. Yes, she hears Ted answer with surprising calm. Are you and the girl traveling together? The policeman asks. Yes, she's my daughter. It's the best lie Ted has ever told. What happened to your face? The policeman wants to know. I fell down some stairs, Ted answers. It would have made Louisa laugh if she weren't so terrified. But it's only as she looks up that she realizes the policeman isn't even looking at her. He's only looking at Ted. Louisa can't even hear the rest of the questions over the loudness of her own breathing. But eventually the policeman hands Ted his passport back with a short nod and leaves. Just like that. Louisa stares at Ted like he's just performed black magic. He looks scared, but also insulted. What happened? What did he say? Louisa whispers in shock. He said the police stopped a drunk driver and his friend a few stations from here. And to get out of being arrested, apparently the drunk driver told them he was driving to the hospital because he and his friend had been attacked and beaten with iron pipes by a gang. Gang? Louisa repeats. Yes, because apparently those men didn't want to admit even to the police that they'd been beaten by a girl. Ted sighs. So then why did the police stop us? They didn't. They stopped me. The men claimed that the gang fled on a train going in this direction, so the police are talking to everyone around here who looks suspicious. Louisa's face lights up like that's the nicest compliment she's ever gotten, to not look suspicious. So the policeman thought you looked like you could be a gang member, but as soon as he heard your obnoxious way of talking, he understood that you weren't? She smiles. It's not funny, Louisa. We could have been arrested, he insists. Maybe you joined a gang while you were in prison? She laughs. Stop it, he mutters. Maybe it was a library gang. Maybe you beat the other gangs with the power of knowledge? Ted leans down on the ground and picks up her passport. It had just fallen out of her bag. You need to keep hold of this, he says, like an annoyed dad would, to change the subject. I know, she says, still grinning. I mean it. You need to take things seriously, he snaps. She falls silent, ashamed. I'm sorry, I know. I need to keep hold of the passport. It's the only proof that I exist, she hears herself answer, voice suddenly trembling. He stops and looks at her then, with softer eyes, and shakes his head slowly. Is that what you think? Fish always said so. He shakes his head again with greater determination. You're proof enough, Louisa. Every time you draw or paint something, you're proof enough. Now come on, I've got something to show you. There's another train standing at the platform opposite, and when he leads her on board, she looks like someone who has just tasted chocolate for the first time. Beds? On a train? She whispers in astonishment. It's a sleeper train, Ted nods. But that isn't the best thing. He shows her their compartment, with a bed for each of them and little curtains to draw, and something absolutely fantastic. A lock on the door. As soon as Louisa's head hits the pillow, she's asleep. She hasn't slept so soundly since she was sleeping next to Fish. Ted falls asleep too, even though Louisa snores. When they wake up again, it's dark, the train is moving, they've slept the day away. "Are you awake?" Louisa wonders in the gloom when she hears his breathing change. "Yes," he says, thinking that you never have to wonder if Louisa is awake, because if she isn't asking questions, she's asleep. "Can I ask you something? Can I stop you?" "It's been a really long time since you went to the toilet," she says. "That isn't a question," Ted mutters. "You peed in the sea, didn't you?" "No," he lies. She laughs so hard that the bunk creaks. "Can I ask something else?" "Preferably not," he says, but of course that doesn't make any difference. "What happened to Yoar's knife?" Ted is glad the light isn't on then. The world stands still outside the window. The train thunders through the night as if everyone on board is on the run. His lips chase each other in an effort to stop trembling. Then he replies, "The knife was in his backpack." Yoar had come up with a plan. He was going to wait until his mom wasn't home because he knew that she'd tried to stop him if she... "Wait, wait!" Louisa suddenly pleads and changes her mind, muttering, "I shouldn't have asked. I should have just let you finish the story with you going swimming at the pier and setting the bird free. That was the perfect ending, when you were all still happy." "Yes," she hears Ted reply. She thinks for a whole minute before she decides, "Okay, but before you tell the ending, tell me this first. How did you get the money for paint and brushes and everything for the painting?" The train passes an illuminated platform, and in the cones of light she sees Ted's teeth glint as he smiles. "Well, we most certainly didn't sell any stolen bicycles." 46. Of course it had been Ali's idea, Ted explains on the sleeper train, that they should steal bicycles and sell them. Yoar was already something of an expert at that. He had sold his first stolen bikes in the schoolyard when he was just 11 years old. Unfortunately, the police had appeared and really didn't think that was a suitable business idea, because the police were really bad at encouraging young enterprise, if you asked Yoar. The only reason he'd gotten away with it was that he was so small they didn't think he was capable of a crime like that, which had annoyed him so much that he had almost confessed just for the sake of it. The artist had stopped him, of course, and after that he let Yoar steal the occasional bicycle, but never let him sell them again. It was too dangerous. But that summer before they turned 15, Ali thought it was definitely worth another attempt. "What are they going to do, throw us in prison? We're like, still kids," she groaned. That was the day after they set the bird free. "I think they have prisons for young people," Ted said. "Ha! How would they even keep Yoar locked up? He could squeeze out between the bars." Ali grinned. Under normal circumstances, they would have had a fight after that, the pair of them. But Yoar was so covered in bruises and swelling that Ali didn't want to make it worse. So she just stuck her tongue out and he gave her the finger and she laughed. Then the artist said shyly, "No, please, if you steal bicycles to buy paint, then it will sort of be felt in the painting. I don't want you to become thieves for my sake." So that was the end of the discussion. They spent the rest of the day watching superhero movies in Ted's room. It was raining outside and they didn't have any more ideas. Ted and the artist glanced at Ali's backpack from time to time, but she just mimed "wait" to them. They had to wait several hours until Yoar went to the bathroom before they could bring out what they had been hiding. When he came back down the basement stairs, Ali sang "Happy Birthday" at the top of her lungs, and when he covered his ears, she threatened to do it again. He tried to look like he was bothered, even a little irritated. But the truth was that he had never believed they would remember his birthday. So he didn't tell them that it was actually tomorrow. Ted held out a bottle of aftershave. It had belonged to his dad, but had been sitting in a cupboard unopened. Ted had carefully wiped the dust off and tied a little ribbon around it, and the artist had written a card. "Hope you think it smells good," Ted said. Yeah, really, because you smell like a pile of garbage, Ali said, but in a way that if you had heard the words in a language you didn't understand, you would have sworn she was saying, I love you. Yoar held the bottle as if it were a bird. The artist reached down into his backpack and took out a small bunch of flowers he had stolen from an old lady's garden. They're not stolen, he said. They're adopted. Ali and Ted laughed. Yoar smelled the flowers and muttered, You're all garbage. He wiped his eyes angrily with the back of his hand. He couldn't use the aftershave yet because he had so many cuts on his body that it stung too much, but he would sleep with the bottle in his arms that night. The next morning, his friends would wait for him at the crossroads until the sun was high in the sky, but he wouldn't come. It was a dazzlingly beautiful day, cloud-free and windless. All the colors of the sky and earth seemed sharper than the day before, unless that was just how the friends would remember it. Sometimes we remember the last moments before a great catastrophe as more beautiful than they actually were. Ali got worried and walked toward Yoar's house. She saw his parents set off to work, his old man stumbling out to a workmate's car to go to the harbor, his mom hurrying off in the other direction in full makeup. She looked so happy, Ali thought. She looked like she had a real bounce in her step. That was the last time any of the friends saw Yoar's mom like that. When Ali rang the doorbell to their apartment, no one answered. Yoar was gone. So Ali went back to the crossroads, lay down on the grass beside Ted and the artist, and they did the only thing they could do, wait. They lay on the grass until they ran out of both cookies and jokes, but he still didn't appear. Half the morning disappeared. To pass the time, Ali eventually asked, in that perfectly unconcerned way that only she had mastered, why boys had 2 testicles. She had evidently been thinking about this for a long time, but neither the artist nor Ted had a particularly good answer. Ted said instead that once when he was little, his big brother had tricked him into believing that men should really have 3. Several anxious months followed for Ted before he found out the truth. But why do you have 2, then? Ali repeated. Typically smart of men to have their own spare parts, Ted smiled. Typical of men to need spare parts, Ali pointed out. Come on! A voice behind them called out. They spun around on the grass and caught sight of Yoar. He was coming from the wrong direction, not from his house, but from town. His bruises were glinting in the sunlight, but he looked so proud that you hardly noticed them. It looked like he was a foot taller than yesterday. Come on, he repeated, and set off ahead of them. Where to? The others wondered. But he didn't answer, so they just hurried after him. Ali talked all the way, about things no one would remember afterward, but which were very funny at the time. Ted would remember that everything smelled of sun, and that he didn't know if there was a special word for that. What are we doing here? The artist eventually said, anxiously. Only then did Ted and Ali look up and realize where Yoar had led them. They were standing outside the little shop in town that sold art supplies. Yoar never explained his plan to any of them. It hadn't occurred to him that it might be a problem, so of course it immediately became a pretty big problem. If anyone had asked Ali, she would probably have said that it was typical of a boy to believe that everyone could read his thoughts simply because he had so few. But in Yoar's defense, she probably wouldn't have listened if he had explained what he was thinking in advance anyway. He took the artist into the shop while Ted and Ali stood guard, somewhat confused, outside. Not that Yoar had asked them to, but because they realized it might be needed. Once the artist realized what Yoar was actually planning to do in there, he panicked and tried to persuade him not to, because he refused to let Yoar become a thief for his sake. But Yoar had had enough of discussion by then. Just show me what you need! The summer's almost over, damn it! That picture needs to get painted! He demanded impatiently. So the artist nervously looked around the shop and pointed. His face got redder and redder as Yoar picked up more and more things, and when they approached the shop assistant behind the counter, the artist's whole body was shaking so badly that if he had been holding milk, it would have been butter. Ali and Ted were standing outside, feeling more and more nervous, knowing damn well from experience that a security guard or police officer would show up at any moment. So when Yoar and the artist finally came out the door with their arms full of paints, brushes, and canvases, their friends quickly grabbed everything from their hands and ran. Seeing as they were geniuses, of course they both ran off in different directions, but unfortunately, the geniuses chose the opposite directions and ran into each other. Ali leapt to her feet, so panic-stricken that she didn't look where she was going, and ran straight into a lamppost. Ted staggered to his feet, still dizzy from colliding with Ali, and managed to get halfway down the street before he realized no one was chasing him. Then he stopped so abruptly that his body was caught by surprise and he fell over again. Yoar was still standing calmly outside the shop, yelling, "What the hell are you idiots doing?" It had been a good day. Early that morning, Yoar had been woken up by his mom, one hand gently on his shoulder and the other holding a finger to her lips. "Shh," she had whispered, and nodded for him to follow her. They had snuck out of the apartment while Yoar's old man lay snoring, hungover, on the sofa. Yoar and his mom hurried down to the basement and over to a small storage compartment. Right at the back, where his old man never went, his mom had hidden her birthday present for Yoar. She didn't own anything of any value except her ice skates, which she had been given by her own mother, so she had sold them to buy a bicycle. Yoar had had many bicycles in his life, but that morning was the first time he had one of his own. In the light of dawn, he had ridden it around the whole block. He had never felt so free, so big, so full of possibilities. That was why he hadn't shown up at the crossroads to meet his friends all morning. He had cycled so fast that the wind tugged at his hair. He had let go of the handlebars and ridden with his arms outstretched toward the horizon. He had pedaled all the way into town before stopping. There he had sat on a bench and waited until the sporting goods store opened, and then he lifted the bike onto his shoulder and carried it inside. Because if you left a bicycle out in the street in this town, any old thief might steal it. Yoar argued with the man in the shop for a long time before they came to an agreement. Then Yoar had run all the way home to the crossroads, calling breathlessly to his friends, "Come on!" Sometime later, he was standing outside the art supplies shop and shaking his head in disbelief. Only when Ted and Ali got up from the ground and realized that no one was chasing them did they see that the artist was standing next to Yoar holding something in his hand, a store receipt. Yoar grinned and exclaimed, "What do you think I am, a thief or something?" Yoar had sold many bicycles in his life, but that day was the first time he had sold his own. And that was the money they used to buy the canvas and paint that would change the world. "Good ending, that, too," Louisa whispers in the darkness of the train carriage. "Yes," Ted says. She doesn't ask him to tell her anything more, so he doesn't. They just lie in their bunks, one of them on his way home, the other on her way farther away than she has ever been. "Good night, ghosts," Louisa whispers. Good night, Ted replies. "47. It's hard to tell a story, particularly when it doesn't end happily for everyone. Ted dreams of the sound of a human head being struck with terrifying force, so loud that it must have been heard through the walls. In the dream, all the hard men from the harbor stand in silence outside Yoar's house, with shock and shame in their eyes, and at the crossroads where Ted and his friends always promised tomorrow to each other, the sound of sirens echoes. He wakes up with a slight jolt, sweaty and scared. He blinks against the light. Louisa is sitting on her bunk, wide-eyed as she gazes happily out through the train window, because now they're close to the sea. She turns and notes that he's awake and asks at once, "Are we there yet?" "Soon." "How soon is soon?" "Fairly soon." "You'd have been a really annoying dad," she snorts. Thanks, he smiles. She hesitates before asking, do you want to tell the end of the story now? He thinks for a long time before shaking his head. No, not yet. But I can tell you a story about the time we stole a car, if you like. If she likes? So as the train approaches the town that took his entire childhood, Ted tells her about the days when the artist painted the picture. How his friends sat beside him in Ted's basement until they felt dizzy from the smells of the paint and turpentine and mineral spirits or whatever all the jars and bottles contained. The artist tested different types of paint, different techniques, most of them in ways he had probably only guessed because he had no teachers. One day he would go to a fancy art school and realize that he had already made up everything they taught there, only backward. His brain wasn't normal. One day the world would be grateful for that. Ted often went up and down the stairs in those days, fetching food from the kitchen, and one evening when he was warming up some lasagna for Ali, he heard his big brother playing the piano. Then Ted fetched one of their dad's beers for him and realized that it was the very last one. When his big brother took it and realized the same thing, he went and got 2 glasses. They drank a silent toast at the piano. Do you know what Dad's favorite meal was? Ted's big brother asked when he smelled the lasagna. Lasagna? Ted guessed. No, cold grilled cheese sandwiches. Like grilled cheese sandwiches, but after they've been in the fridge overnight. That was the only thing Dad knew how to make when he met Mom. Cold grilled cheese sandwiches and cheese puffs that have been in an open bag for 3 days and gone a little stale, and flat Coca-Cola. He loved that. I mean, can you believe what a waste it was that Mom got so good at cooking for that guy's sake? Ted laughed. Tell me something else, he asked. His big brother grinned. He wasn't even particularly drunk, but he still went on. When I was little, Dad and I used to hide behind the piano here and jump out and scare Mom. Did she get angry? Ted smiled. Are you kidding? She hated it when Dad scared her, so he did it all the time, the moron. One time he jumped out of the hall closet when she was holding a shoehorn, and she got so scared she smashed it into a mirror. She was furious because now she was going to have 7 years bad luck, she said, and Dad just went, If I hadn't ducked, you'd have knocked my teeth out. And Mom went, Well, that would only have been bad luck for you. When his big brother finished the story, Ted asked tentatively if he could hear it again. He giggled just as much the second time. That probably wasn't a bad feeling at all if you were a big brother who hadn't felt like a good big brother for a very long time. Do you want to have kids? Ted asked out of nowhere. Kids? Hell, I don't know. I probably wouldn't be a very good dad, his big brother mumbled. Yes, you would, Ted said confidently. And then his brother played a whole song because he had such a lump in his throat. You'd be a better dad, Ted. Dad always said you were the smart one in the family. No one knows where you get it from, he said after a while. No, I'm an idiot, Ted whispered. Don't say that, his brother retorted in a flash, suddenly upset in a way that was a big compliment. Sorry, Ted said, without really knowing what he was apologizing for. When you were at preschool, one of the teachers said you were the smartest in the whole group. On the way home that day, Dad said you'd be the first person in the family to go to university, his big brother said, unable to hide either his envy or his pride. I don't even know how you go about going to university. That isn't for people like us. It costs money. I'm not, Ted protested, but he was interrupted by feet padding into the kitchen. It was Ali. She had been sitting in the basement waiting for lasagna, and in the end, hunger had got the better of caution. She looked horrified when she saw Ted's big brother, and just snatched the lasagna out of the microwave and hurried back downstairs, like a mouse with a piece of cheese. Ted's big brother looked at her, then at Ted, and said, I'm glad you've got good friends. Me too, Ted nodded. Are you going out with any of them? His big brother asked, and Ted almost fell off the stool. No one else would probably ever understand that this was the most loving and accepting thing his brother had ever said to Ted. That he didn't just ask if Ted was going out with Ali, but if he was going out with any of them. Ted shook his head, His brother played another song before asking, "What do your friends think you should be when you get older?" Ted rolled his beer glass carefully between his hands, making waves in the foam. "Teacher," he admitted. His big brother nodded and said, "If you go to university and become a teacher, I could imagine having kids, because then my kids would have someone to look up to." Ted drank his beer and replied, "You're enough to look up to." That was the first time his big brother had ever been told that he was enough. Life is long, but it moves at high speed. A single step here or there can be enough to ruin everything. A few months after that evening, Ted's big brother would be on his way to a party with the Ox. He would never get there. Perhaps it was fate, perhaps coincidence. Perhaps the big brother would just remember what his little brother had said, the bit about picking friends that are better than you. Perhaps knowing that you are enough for one person goes a long way. So suddenly he would ask the Ox to stop the car, get out, and walk home again. The Ox would be furious and would stand in the road yelling at him, but the big brother would never turn around. Later that night, there would be trouble at the party. The Ox and a few of his other friends would assault another guy so badly that he almost died. They would all end up in prison. Not long after that, Ted's big brother would meet a girl and fall in love. It's a long life, but fast. One single step in the right direction can be enough. Ted left his brother at the piano that evening after they had drunk the last of their dad's beer. He went back down to the basement, stumbling over that one step that was just a bit higher than all the others. He didn't lift his feet up when he walked either. That was something he had inherited. It made him proud. His room was totally silent when he walked in. His heart sank straight down into his stomach then, because something must have happened. Something must be terribly wrong. He stared at Ali and Yoar, but they were staring at something else. "What's Ted gasped anxiously, but Yoar interrupted him. He's finished the painting." And there they were. 3 teenagers on a pier by the sea, almost hidden in all the blue, so if the picture had been hanging on a white wall in an exclusive art auction, rich adults would have been able to walk right past without seeing them. But now they were alive forever. Yoar, Ali, Ted. "You have to sign the painting," Ali whispered. The artist hesitated. Then he painted small skulls and wrote a name that wasn't his own in the bottom corner. "What are you doing? You have to write your own name," Ali insisted, but he shook his head shyly. "If anyone sees the painting, I don't want them to know who I am. I only want to be who I really am, with you." So right then, at the age of 14, he came up with his artist name, C. Yacht. The initials of Christian, Yoar, Ali, and Ted. They probably should have known then that he was much too fragile to become famous. But it was too late. The picture was far too beautiful not to carry him around the world. "Why didn't you paint yourself on there?" Ali asked. "I did. I'm sort of like all this, everything around you," the artist whispered. "Damn alien," Yoar said. And then he said something altogether incredible. "I love you." "I love you and I believe in you," the artist replied. "I believe in you and the other stuff too," Ali mumbled. But Ted said nothing because when he looked at that painting, he couldn't breathe. 25 years later, he still can't. "It was Yoar's idea that we should steal a car," he tells Louisa on the train now. "What for?" she smiles expectantly. "Because he was in a hurry to show us something before the summer came to an end," Ted says. And his voice is both exultant and sad, both happy and unhappy, because it's that sort of story, with that sort of ending. So they stole the car. It wasn't a great idea. It really wasn't. Admittedly, it was Yoar's old man's car that they stole, so it probably wasn't exactly a real theft, because Yoar had sat in that car thousands of times with his mom. In fact, the only thing missing on this particular occasion was her. Sure, Yoar shouldn't have been driving the car that day because he was 15 years old and had no driver's license, but if we're being strictly honest here, his mom didn't have a driver's license either, and she drove all the time. The apartment was empty when Yoar ran home. His mom had taken the bus to work, and his old man had gotten a lift to the harbor with a workmate. It was almost his summer vacation now, so the old man was drunk every day, as if alcoholism was a sport and he was warming up for a big competition, and even he realized he couldn't drive his car under those circumstances. Even so, Yoar's mom didn't dare take the car. She was too scared of getting in an accident. Not that she was worried about getting hurt, but she was worried about the car getting hurt. This close to her husband's summer vacation, she couldn't afford a single risk that would make him angry. The man could explode from the slightest cross-draft. The car keys were always kept in a jar on the counter. Not that his old man ever put them there, but his mom always found where he'd left them and returned them to the jar, so that he wouldn't be furious the following day when they weren't there. Sometimes she had to look for hours in his jackets and pants and under the bed. Some nights she and Yoar would walk around the lawn outside the house with flashlights. It was always his mom who found them. Yoar never understood how, but she would just smile proudly and say, "Moms find everything, darling." So Yoar took the keys and packed his best friends into the car and drove off without saying where they were going. "Yoar, I don't think this is a good idea," the artist felt obliged to point out from the back seat. "Definitely not one of your best," Ali agreed, looking anxiously at Yoar, who could hardly reach the pedals as they reversed in the parking lot. "You don't even know what the idea is," Yoar said defensively. "Does the idea involve you driving this car?" Ali asked. "Yes, but," Yoar began. "Then it's a bad idea." Yoar turned to Ted and the artist in the back seat as if they ought to be backing him up. Neither of them dared look him in the eye, but Ted plucked up the courage to mumble, "I think maybe it's better if we don't." "That's what I'm saying. Maybe your worst idea ever, and you've had some really bad ideas," Ali said. She said this with a trace of fear in her voice. Hearing that from her was like snow in August, wrong thing in the wrong place. It would be many years before Ted realized this wasn't because she was scared for her own sake or for Yoar's. She wasn't worried about their future because she always thought what Yoar did, that they didn't have one. She was just worried because he was taking the artist and Ted with them. "I've never had a bad fucking idea in my life," Yoar muttered. And in his defense, he was saying this to Ali, the queen of bad ideas. "You haven't?" Ali howled. "Name one." "That time you tried to have a barbecue indoors," Ali replied instantly. "And when we were at my neighbor's birthday party when we were 8 and you ate 3 helpings of spaghetti before you went on the trampoline." The artist smiled from the back seat. Yoar looked annoyed but maintained sulkily, "Okay, maybe those weren't exactly fucking perfect ideas." Then Ted dared to add, "And do you remember that time I fell asleep in the cafeteria at school and you tied the laces of my shoes together and then you pinched my nose really hard to wake me up, but when you started to run away it turned out that you'd actually tied one of your shoes to one of mine?" Then the artist laughed so hard that Yoar turned around and roared, "Quiet in the back, or you'll have to walk home." He would have been a good dad, Ted thought then. The artist stuck his tongue out. Yoar reached back and tried to tickle him. "Watch out!" Ali yelled. "Watch out for what?" Yoar shouted back. "The road! I'm supposed to be on the damn road. But you have to look at the road when you're driving. Make up your damn mind," Yoar sulked. Ted looked at the cars passing them, cleared his throat nervously, and asked, "What do we do if we get stopped by the police?" "We run," Yoar said, as if that were entirely obvious. "From the police? They've got dogs," Ali pointed out instructively. There really aren't letters big enough to convey the size of the letters Ted used at that point to exclaim, "Dogs?" Yoar rolled his eyes so hard that Ali had to grab the steering wheel to stop them from ending up in a ditch. Okay, we don't run. If the police turn up, we say you've got an inflamed appendix, Ted," Yoar said, pointing at a place on his stomach where his appendix definitely wasn't. "The appendix is here," Ted whispered, pointing to his own stomach, still upset about the imaginary dogs. "I told you, you should be a teacher," Ali smiled. Then the car started to smell a little like someone had farted, and Ali said it definitely wasn't her, which of course is something you say when it definitely was. They drove the rest of the way with the windows down and their heads sticking out of the windows like Labradors, apart from Ted, who imagined he had his head sticking out of the window like, for instance, a small and entirely harmless cat. "There!" Yoar said suddenly and stopped the car. "What?" the others all wondered at the same time. Yoar pointed to a large white building. "There!" It was a museum. The friends didn't get out of the car, but the artist moved to Ted's side and looked out his window, so close to each other that Ted could hear his heartbeat. Yoar's voice became serious as he pointed and promised, "Inside there is where your painting is going to hang when you win the competition. Everyone will admire it. Waiters will go around serving champagne and those tiny sandwiches that rich people eat. And you'll walk in and everyone will applaud." The artist whispered back, "You'll be there too, Yoar." And Yoar replied, Sure, I'll be there too." Ted falls silent on the train. He looks out the window and recognizes where they are. The outlines of the town and of himself are growing clearer and clearer. It is probably never easy for anyone to return to the place where they grew up. There's no way to forget who you are there, no matter how hard you've tried to become someone else. But for Ted, it's impossible to come home now, he realizes, because home was the people. He doesn't tell Louisa that everyone inside the car that day knew deep down that Yoar was lying when he promised that he would be in the museum when the artist won the competition. Yoar was in a hurry to love because he knew he wouldn't have the chance much longer. July was over, the next day was August, and that was the start of his old man's vacation. Ted doesn't tell Louisa that on the day Yoar stole the car, his friends had seen him shake his backpack from time to time, out of the corner of their eyes, to feel the weight of the knife at the bottom of it, checking that it was still there. Instead, Ted says, "As we sat there looking at the museum, Ali said, 'Okay, this wasn't your worst idea.' And then she held Yoar's hand, in that way people do when they belong to each other, as if it's more natural to touch each other than not to. And Yoar didn't pull his hand away. He wasn't embarrassed. And that was the first time I realized that they had kissed each other. And I remember sitting there in the back seat hoping that those two would get to grow old together." The train stops. Ted closes his eyes, fills his lungs, gets to his feet, and picks up his suitcase and the box containing the painting. Louisa follows him out onto the platform. They've arrived. "48. Nothing about the train station feels like home. The town where Ted grew up no longer exists. It doesn't even look the same as it had 2 years ago, the last time he'd seen it. Excavators are clawing at the earth. All the buildings are covered with scaffolding. Orange tape shows where you aren't allowed to walk. This town is shedding its skin all the time. It's excellent at reminding men like Ted that they belong to the past. His body tenses. He shrinks a little, almost as if he's expecting to be hit. Louisa follows him in a silence that's unlike her. At the end of the platform, there's a view of the sea, and Ted stops there for a moment. If the town hadn't recently built luxury apartments down in the old harbor district, you would have been able to see all the way to the pier from there. 2 workmen begin hammering a plank into the ground a short distance away, and Ted jumps at the sound as if it were a pistol shot. "Are you okay?" Louisa asks anxiously. He nods. It's a lie. He stands there thinking about Yoar and that last day in July, the hours after they had been to the museum, and all he can remember is the sound of a human head being struck. It must have been terrible. 25 years later, he still dreams about it sometimes, even though he didn't even hear it. He is scared of a sound he didn't even experience. That's the worst thing about having a vivid imagination. It works in all directions. He has thought about that day so often since then, has thought that the force of the blow must have been so immense that it was a miracle the whole head wasn't ripped off. Because the human body is so tough but so soft. We're a lethal animal yet completely unprotected. Fists and elbows can break ribs and crush jaws. One blow to the temple can mean the end. One single unguarded moment can extinguish a brain. One single really hard blow is enough. We think we're so big, but we're small, fragile, pathetic. That last summer as children only lasted a few weeks, but it will carry on inside Ted for his entire life. Time weighs more when you're little. In hindsight, he never remembers Yoar saying, "I have to kill my old man." It was just something that Ted suddenly saw in his eyes. There was no anger in them, oddly enough, no blind fury. Everything had already burned out. Inside Yoar, there were just ashes left, together with the cold calculation of a 15-year-old who had weighed all the options and concluded that this was the only one that remained. He never stood a chance. Yoar was dangerous, but the world was more dangerous. The world is undefeated. "Come on, we're going this way," Ted whispers. He carries his suitcase and the box containing the painting down the steps toward the street. Louisa follows him with her hands nervously clutching the straps of her backpack, her eyes darting in all directions as if she's trying to recognize places from his story. They take a bus the last bit of the way, but don't get off by the crossroads where all the friends grew up. They head in a different direction, toward the churchyard. Louisa stops at the gate, not because Ted asks her to, but because she feels it would be an intrusion to go with him. She wouldn't have wanted any company visiting Fish's grave. Ted bends down next to a flower bed by the church, looks over his shoulder to check that no one is looking, then picks 3 small flowers. He stops at one of the graves, crouches down, and whispers, "I didn't steal these. They're adopted." Then he apologizes for not having the artist's ashes with him. As if that were necessary. As if those 4 teenagers 25 years ago weren't a love story, belonging to each other forever, impossible to separate. Ashes or not. "I love you and I believe in you," he smiles, and pats the stone. Then he walks back to the gate, picks up his suitcase and the box containing the painting, and nods to Louisa. "Come on, not far to go now." "To what?" "The end of the story," he says. They pass some big, beautiful houses where rich people live, then some smaller ones for less rich people, and soon some even smaller ones. The cars get rustier, the lawns browner, until eventually they walk up a hill along a narrow cul-de-sac full of ramshackle little houses. Ted stops in front of the last one, steps up onto the narrow veranda, and knocks on the door. When it opens, 25 years have passed since that summer, but the eyes are still exactly the same. All the air goes out of Louisa. She's never even seen him, but of course she knows instantly who the man in the doorway is. Yoar. 49. There is a particular way of missing someone. The way you can only miss your best humans when you're 14 years old, when you go your separate ways outside your houses and your skin feels cold when they turn away. Ted remembers how he had felt it already as they sat there together in the car outside the museum. He remembers feeling frozen, even though the sun was shining. "I'm not going to win the competition, you're just going to be disappointed," the artist whispered. He was probably expecting Yoar to get angry, but instead his friend just leaned over the steering wheel and pointed calmly to the large white building. "You're going to fucking win, but that isn't the important thing." "Then what is?" the artist asked. "The important thing is that you understand that you belong there," Yoar answered. The world is full of miracles, but none greater than how far a young person can be carried by someone else's belief in them. They sat there together in the roar of the car's air conditioning, with their eyes closed and their chests rocking. And that was their whole childhood. They sat there until Yoar muttered, "Seriously, Ali." "It wasn't me," she immediately yelled. No, the artist giggled then, "because it was me." They threw the car doors open and tumbled out, lying on the grass and coughing as if they'd been poisoned. It had started to get really windy. There was a storm brewing, but not even that helped disperse the stench. "What have you been eating? A corpse?" Yoar groaned. "It's those cookies Ted always brings with him," the artist said defensively. They lay there gasping on the ground next to each other, and it was Ali who turned her head and caught sight of something utterly wonderful. On the lawn outside the museum was a sprinkler. 10 seconds later, they were all soaked. Those were their last breaths before August. Summer no longer felt endless. Soon they would be adults. Telling stories is hard, but if someone really wanted to tell the story of those 4 friends, they could have stopped there by the car outside the museum that day, because then it would have been a happy ending. But then Yoar reached for his backpack, shaking it to feel the comforting weight of the knife. And to his surprise, he noticed a smell. At first he couldn't place it, but it smelled good. It smelled clean. The panic struck him all at once. He tore open the zipper of his backpack, peered down to where the knife should have been. But all he found there was soap. "50. Louisa just gawps. Yoar's eyes keep darting around the doorframe, full of restlessness and anticipation, as if they still belong to a rowdy little brat who has just put fireworks in someone's mailbox. But apart from his eyes, his face is 25 years older, his body a few pounds heavier, his skin many wrinkles richer. Beneath his eyes, he has blue circles with a depth that requires dedication. You don't get those from just a few nights' poor sleep. They demand years of devotion in dark rooms with bottles you don't leave half full. "Hello, Yoar," Ted says warily, as if he isn't entirely sure which version of his friend he's going to encounter. Yoar looks him up and down with a degree of surprise, as if he has woken up in the future. "You're losing your hair," he notes, without saying hello, and without so much as glancing at Louisa. "You've got a bit of a beer belly," Ted smiles back tentatively. "I'm fat, you're ugly, at least I can go on a diet," Yoar retorts, quick as a flash. Ted's hand sticks out a few inches, but stops in midair, as if it doesn't know if the rest of him is ready to touch anyone yet. "You're not fat," he whispers, instead of saying what he wants to say. "I've missed you so much." "You've gotten old," Yoar says, instead of saying what he probably feels. "My skin has felt cold, all alone here." "I've gotten old. We're exactly the same age," Ted protests. Yoar snorts. "We're not the same age. We might have lived the same number of years, but we sure as hell aren't the same age. You've been 80 years old since we were 12. Then Ted suddenly laughs so loudly that Louisa jumps and wonders where he has been hiding all that noise, as if all this time there has been an extra roar of laughter, just for Yoar, unused for years. Then the man in the doorway turns to her. "So you're Louisa?" The question is so direct and the eye contact suddenly so intense that Louisa starts to stammer. How do you know that?" Yoar nods to his old friend. "Ted called from the train station." "When I went off to get the tickets for the sleeper train," Ted confesses, as if he wants to apologize for doing it in secret. With a degree of reluctance, Yoar defends him. "Ted probably didn't want to say you'd be meeting me because he didn't know if I'd have drunk myself to death before you arrived. But there's no need to worry. I'm sober. I may look hungover, but that's just my natural damn look these days." Louisa shifts her weight from one foot to the other. Ted glances at her and adds, "I've told her about you, Yoar, about us, but I think maybe that Louisa would have hoped to meet you when you were a teenager." With her ears turning red, Louisa snaps, "Stop it! I'm just trying to explain," Ted snaps back. "You're embarrassing me," she hisses. Yoar looks from one to the other. For two people who have only known each other a couple of days, they really have found an impressive number of ways to get on each other's nerves. Then he squints at Ted and asks, "What the hell have you done to your face?" Ted feels his bumps and bruises and realizes that the tape on his glasses is coming loose again. "It's a long story," he says tiredly. Louisa groans. "Stop saying that. It isn't. You got mugged and beaten up. It's a really short story." She points toward the metal construction that leads up to the narrow veranda. "Can I ask something? Is that ramp for a wheelchair? Does someone in a wheelchair live here?" Yoar smiles weakly. Then he grunts. "Do you know what that is? It's a fucking long story." "Everything is with you two, clearly," Louisa says sullenly. Yoar looks hesitantly at the box by Ted's side. "Is that the painting?" His voice falls off a cliff at the end of the sentence. "Yes. Do you want to see it?" Ted offers enthusiastically, but Yoar shakes his head firmly. He isn't ready for that yet. So he blinks angrily and looks around as if some dust has just blown into his eye and the wind is about to get yelled at. "Do you want coffee?" he grunts. "Yes, please," Ted says. "Have you got any Coca-Cola?" Louisa says hopefully. "Do I look like some sort of goddamn mescaline-starred restaurant?" Yoar complains. Ted really is a good friend to him for not pointing out that it should be Michelin. "Are you always this nice to guests?" Louisa asks, rolling her eyes. Ted can't help smiling at that. "We haven't seen each other for a few years, but he used to be even worse." Yoar snorts indignantly. "Ted's the only one who's changed. He was much quieter when we were little. He didn't used to fucking argue as much as he does now." When he turns to go into the house, Louisa sees something on his leg. "Is that an ankle monitor?" she asks. "Well, it's not a damn piece of jewelry," comes the reply. "Why do you have it?" "Because they didn't have room for me in prison anymore." "You've been in prison?" "Do bears shit in the woods? Do one-legged ducks swim in circles?" Yoar replies. She groans impatiently. "Were you in prison for having a terrible sense of humor?" "I've got a great sense of humor." "So what were you in prison for then?" "It's a long story," Yoar mutters. Louisa takes a deep breath, then glares at Yoar, then glares at Ted, then glares at Yoar again and asks, "Do you have a pillow?" "What?" "Do you have a pillow?" "Of course I have a damn pillow. Can I borrow it?" Yoar looks at Ted, who shrugs his shoulder uncomprehendingly, and Louisa looks so adamant that not even Yoar protests. So he disappears into the house and comes back with a pillow. And Louisa takes it with one hand and then spends 30 seconds punching the pillow over and over again as hard as she can with her other hand. When she's finished, she holds the pillow up first toward Ted and then toward Yoar and roars, "If I have to hear 'It's a long story' one more time, I'm going to hit both of you and—" Okay, Ted says, carefully backing out of range of her swinging fists, but Yoar just laughs. "I can see why Kim liked her," he says. "Who the hell is Kim?" Louisa shouts, by now thoroughly tired of no one telling a story from the goddamn beginning in this goddamn house. Yoar's gaze wavers for a moment and his shoulders sink as the air goes out of him. Then he touches the box containing the painting for the first time, as if he were gently touching the cheek of someone asleep. His name was Kim. That other name, Sea Yacht, that was just what he put on his paintings. That was what he used when he became famous, because then he probably felt like someone else. But when he was with us, when we were his, then he was just Kim. Kim? Louisa repeats skeptically. She feels a little betrayed that someone she has always known as Sea Yacht wasn't actually called anything even remotely close to that. Kim, Yoar nods affectionately. Ted touches the box then as well, at the other end. That's the closest he and Yoar get to touching each other. "The first time we met, when Yoar almost ran me over on his bike and drowned me," Ted begins. "You should have watched out," Yoar grunts. Ted rolls his eyes so hard that his pupils scratch him on the back on their way home. Sure, when I didn't watch out, and almost drowned. When I got up on the pier and saw him and Yoar for the first time, he said, 'This is Yoar, and my name's Kim.' But I had water in my ears, so I said, 'Kim?' And he said, 'Kim.' And I said, 'Kim?' Kim? And Yor thought that was so funny that from then on he always called him Kim Kim. But Ali usually just called him Kim because she always had to be special, Yor snorts. Louisa peers at Ted. What did you call him? I hardly ever said his name, Ted says quietly. It's a funny thing, the person we fall in love with we hardly ever call by their name, because it's somehow just so obvious that it's you I'm talking to, that it's you I'm always thinking of. Who else? Kim Kim. Yes, that suited him, Louisa nods as if she were holding the name up in front of a mirror in a dressing room. Can I ask something? She says, then immediately asks, Is it uncomfortable? She points to the ankle monitor. Yeah, Yor grunts. And you're not allowed to go outside the house? No. What happens if you do? I blow up. There's dynamite inside it. Louisa's eyes open wide. Seriously? No, you idiot. Are you always this dim? Louisa throws up her arms. Oh, sorry, because all geniuses wear ankle monitors? Is it so your brain cells won't escape, or what? At first, Yor looks insulted, then rather amused. He grins at Ted. This must have been the longest train trip of your life. Ted nods his strong agreement, and Louisa looks affronted. Then they go inside the house, and she brightens up because Yor finds a can of orange soda at the back of his fridge. Louisa drinks it like it's the last can of orange soda on the planet. Ted goes and pees twice during the course of 1 cup of coffee. Then he asks her, Have you decided yet? Decided what? She wonders. If you want to hear the rest of the story or not. She nods after some hesitation. What story? Yor asks. About us. About the summer when Kim Kim painted the picture. Yor's eyes narrow suspiciously. How much have you told her? Up until you turned 15, and we went to the museum for the first time and sat outside it in the car, and Kim Kim farted, and you discovered that the knife wasn't in your backpack. Yor drinks his coffee and looks like he has never wanted a shot of whiskey more in his entire life. You're the one who's good at telling stories, damn it. This part belongs to you, Ted says quietly. So Yor tells her, with slightly fewer adjectives than Ted usually uses, and rather more swearing. "51. Yor stood outside that damn museum, digging through his damn backpack, but he couldn't fucking find it. All he could find at the bottom were 2 damn soaps, taped together so they weighed roughly the same as a knife. Of course, Yor should have known better than to try to hide anything from her, she who had already told him that moms find everything. She took it. I have to... Fuck. I have to go home, was all Yor managed to say. He drove the car at full speed with trembling hands back through the town. The storm had come in over them now, the wind was rattling the windows, so they saw the flashing lights ahead long before they actually heard the sirens. When they were near the harbor, the ambulance rushed past them. As they turned toward the houses at the crossroads where they always called out tomorrow to each other, they saw the parking area outside Yor's building. In the spot where Yor's old man's car had stood when they stole it, there was now a police car. Outside the door to the stairwell stood a group of serious men with hard bodies, bowed heads, and broken glances. They were Yor's old man's workmates from the harbor. One of them was Kim Kim's father. Yor stopped the car and leapt out. He was running before his friends had even opened their doors. He was screaming desperately through the wind. He didn't slow down when the men from the harbor held out their hands. He forced his way through the crowd so wildly that even the heaviest men backed off. When one of them tried to grab his backpack, he just slithered out of it and rushed on into the stairwell. There was a body lying on the floor of Yor's room. The window was ajar. Dirt from the tin flower box had blown in across the floor. Yor glances at Louisa. The kitchen was already small to begin with, but now it feels like a matchbox, ready to ignite at any moment. Yor whispers, "It must have been one hell of a One hell of a blow to the head. It must have been heard through the fucking walls. People think we're so damn hard, so damn tough and dangerous, but we're fragile. We're defenseless little creatures. One single really hard blow to the temple is enough. One single second when you're not prepared, it can shut down your brain. I had a plan. My mom was going to work the night shift that night. She wasn't supposed to be at home. That was why I kept checking if I had the knife all the time. I was planning to wait until my old man came home drunk but I didn't have time. In a voice so fragile that Louisa has to lean across the table to hear, Yoar explains that he had prepared a small box. He was going to pretend he'd found another bird and look extra happy so his old man would hate him more than ever. He would leave the knife under the flowers outside the window again, then he would wait until his old man stumbled into his room, and when the bastard grabbed the box, Yoar would reach through the window for the knife and stab his old man before he had time to react. It was a good plan. It would have worked if he had gotten the chance. I just remember screaming, "Mom," over and over again, and I remember hearing someone yell my name outside the house. Yoar whispers. Ted clears his throat gently. It was Kim Kim who yelled. Because Kim Kim had run after him from the car, but had been stopped by the men outside the building. He wasn't strong enough to fight his way through. One day perhaps they would brag about that, those men, that they had once been so close to one of the world's most famous artists. But that day they didn't say a word. They just stood there, cowardly and silent, weak and pathetic, despite all their muscle. Then a howl was heard from inside the apartment. Then all Ted remembers is the longest, most unbearable silence he has ever experienced. He has often wondered what went through the minds of the men from the harbor outside the building then. He's spent so much time wondering what Kim Kim's dad, the biggest and strongest of them all, might have been thinking. Ted saw the father meet his son's gaze, and that was the first time Ted could ever remember Kim Kim not breaking eye contact. He stared so accusingly that his father shrank. Those men from the harbor would have to bear an eternal shame. All friends of men like Yoar's old man have to do that. Because that silence after the howl from inside the apartment was nothing compared to the silence the men themselves had all been walking around in, day after day, year after year. The biggest threat to men's health, statistically, is heart disease, Ted says thoughtfully at the kitchen table. Do you know what the biggest threat to women's health is? Men, Louisa says, because all women know that. Yoar spins his coffee cup, leaving marks on the old kitchen table. Then he tells Louisa how he saw his mom's body lying there on the floor of his room. How he yelled, "Mom," over and over again. Then his voice sinks. Everyone knew. They all knew what he was doing to us. Kim Kim's old man and my old man worked together for years. Some of the men from the harbor grew up on the same street as him. You know, you didn't choose your friends in this town in their day. You became friends with the kids you lived next to. Then you had fights with the kids from the next block. That's how they ended up so loyal to each other. When they got jobs for each other in the harbor, they always said, "the right sort of guy," and by that they meant that he could punch someone in the mouth and keep his own mouth shut. Because in the harbor, you have to be able to trust each other. It's dangerous as hell down there, trucks driving at full speed, cranes lifting containers that weigh several tons on cables that look like shoelaces. You have to have each other's backs. You have to be able to trust that the guy behind you will yell, "Watch out," if something's about to hit you in the head. You understand? Kim Kim's old man was missing 2 fingers on one hand, because one time when they were young, he got his hand caught in a machine. It hurt so much that he passed out. It was my old man who saw and managed to pull him free. Otherwise, he might have lost his whole damn arm. You know, Kim's old man would have done anything for mine after that. Anything at all. Because those men have to be able to trust each other, right? You have to know that someone is going to yell, "Watch out," when you're in danger. So they convince themselves that they have to be able to trust each other with everything. So if someone talks shit about the boss in the locker room, you keep your mouth shut. If he cheats on his girlfriend, you keep your mouth shut. And if he If he smells of alcohol when you pick him up in the morning? If he has stains on his knuckles that look like his wife's makeup because he didn't even wash his hands after he hit her? If he has stains on his shirt that he says are paint but which look a hell of a lot like blood, then you keep your mouth shut. Maybe you ask his wife one single time, if everything's okay with her and the kid, but of course she just laughs and says everything's great. Because what's she going to say? Help us? He's going to kill us? It's obvious as hell that she won't dare do that. And that's absolutely fucking perfect for all those right sort of guys in the harbor, all those big strong men, because then they don't have to ask again. They can just let it happen. Because obviously they haven't seen anything, they haven't heard anything, they just had a feeling. And you don't call the damn police for that, because what the hell are the police going to do about your feeling? So when I came home that day and I saw Mom lying on the floor of my room and realized what had happened, I just remember that I lay down on the floor beside her and held her hands. And I had never felt like that before. The coffee cup spins around on the kitchen table, leaving wounds in the wood. Louisa thinks about the men who stood there outside Yoar's apartment building, and she thinks about Fish telling her what evil among men is like. It's like water being heated up a little at a time. It gets worse and worse, but so slowly it's hardly noticeable, so everyone can convince themselves that it's probably normal, until we're all boiling. "He was funny, my old man," Yoar suddenly says with a sad grin. "That's probably what caused the blow. He told a joke down at the harbor and everyone laughed, and he was probably so pleased with himself that he didn't look. And it was windy as all hell that day. There was a storm coming in. But I guess no one dared complain. No one said that maybe it was too dangerous to loosen those damn steel beams then, because, real men, the right sort of guys, they don't complain. My old man walked right in front of a crane, and the guy driving it turned too fast. He didn't account for the wind. That's all it takes, just a few grams wrong in the weight distribution this way or that, and the beam starts to swing. My old man didn't have a chance of seeing it. And you know what? I've wondered every day since then how many of his workmates saw it, and how many shouted, 'Watch out!' Ted sits there stirring his coffee. He can still remember the look on Kim's dad's face outside Yoar's apartment building, and how he crumbled and gazed down at the ground when Kim stared at him. It wasn't shock on the man's face then. It wasn't grief, just shame. Yoar's cup spins on the kitchen table. It takes so little to crush a person, one small step this way or that. He says, "Mom looked so horribly small as she lay there, like a child who'd fallen out of a tree. I remember the window was open. I could smell the flowers. I remember there was dirt on the floor. I know I looked for blood. I ran over and touched her shoulder because my heart was beating so hard that I couldn't even hear if she was breathing. Then I just heard her whisper my name and start to cry." Ted sits on the other side of the kitchen table but feels miles away. He's thinking about what it was like standing outside in the silence. He remembers Kim telling him afterward that it was the first time he had seen his dad cry, with his face hidden behind his 8 fingers. Ted remembers that too, and he remembers wondering who the man was crying for, Yoar's old man, Yoar's mother, or himself. Yoar clears his throat and gathers his strength before he goes on. Right after the accident, the men from the harbor and the police went to see my mom and tell her what had happened. They didn't want her to find out over the telephone. And you know what she did then? She ran straight into my room because she was so scared that was her first instinct, to protect her child. But of course I wasn't there. I was at the museum, so she just lay on the floor crying and crying until I came home. And when she heard me in the doorway, all she managed to whisper was, Yoar, your dad's been in an accident. He's in the hospital. They say he's going to die." And I tried to comfort her, but she sobbed, "You don't understand, darling. I took your knife. I was going to kill him. If he'd come home, I would have killed him." And then she just screamed like she'd been holding it in for years. I don't know if it came from grief or relief, but I remember lying beside her and that I had never, ever felt anything like that. I felt free. Ted thinks that it takes so little for a life to take a different direction. Change weighs nothing. Like a knife, like a bar of soap, like a tiny animal. Yoar smiles weakly at Louisa. Do you know what my mom asked when we were lying there on the floor? She asked why I was so wet. I said I'd had a water fight with my friends, and then she worried I was going to catch a cold. Even then, she was worried about me. Ted says nothing, but he remembers standing beside Ali and Kim Kim and looking up at the flowers outside Yoar's room, and he could have sworn that at that moment a bird landed by the window. It sat there for a couple of moments, peering in. Then, in a blink, it was gone, spreading its little black wings and flying away. And Ted thought about how life is so fragile. Coincidence decides so much. It takes so little to change everything. Down in the harbor, when the heavy construction crane turned just a fraction of a second too quickly in the wind, it probably wouldn't have taken more than a few extra grams to change the weight distribution so that the steel beam started to sway. It would probably have been enough for a small bird to land and take off again. "52. Yoar's old man didn't die. Of all the strange things that happened that summer, perhaps that was the strangest of all, Yoar tells Louisa. Time's such a damn thief. You don't notice what it's stealing from you, he says, the skin hanging heavy under his eyes. The mornings after his old man's accident blurred together. The days ran away. 1 week became another. The doctors at the hospital told Yoar and his mother that his old man had suffered terrible brain damage. They said that when he woke up, everything would be different. He wouldn't be able to walk. He'd hardly be able to speak. He'd need help with everything. The doctors looked so upset when they said, "He'll never be himself again," because presumably they thought that was why the man's wife and son had tears in their eyes. Of all the strange things. His mother would stay with his old man. Yoar knew that at once. Not because his old man deserved it, but because the bastard needed her. Yoar realized that no one else would understand that, because how could they? There was no one like his mother to compare her to. She smiled, and people saw superficiality. She was kind, and people saw weakness. No matter what she did, they would always talk crap about her in the supermarket. Women like her can never do the right thing. Their men's guilt is always theirs. Even Yoar underestimated her, he realized, and felt ashamed. He had always assumed that her goodness made her light, and the world isn't built for light people. The planet spins, and they keep getting thrown into walls and fists. But now he and everyone else could see the truth. It was his old man who was tiny. His mother was the giant. Her son thought that the woman had 1,000 lives inside her that she could have lived. But she would never wish for any but this one, because this was the only one where she had this particular son. He left the hospital room to go and get coffee for her. When he came back, she was asleep in a chair beside his old man's bed. He looked harmless now. That bastard would never be able to raise his fists against her again. Yoar tried to think that perhaps that would have to be enough. The men from the harbor sat in the waiting room. They stood up when Yoar arrived. He went from man to man and shook hands with them all. He still had all the bruises and cuts left from his old man's most recent assault, and when he looked all these right sort of guys in the eye, many of them looked away. They had seen that his mother had a black eye as well. It was impossible to pretend not to know what had happened then, yet still they tried. Men always have excuses. But deep down they knew the truth now. They had minded their own business, never asking questions they didn't want the answers to, making do with only one side of a man, as if that was all a man has. That guilt was theirs to carry forever. Kim Kim's dad was last in line. He was the only one who didn't try to wipe his wet cheeks, and when Yoar saw that, he struggled to keep his own dry. When they shook hands, the man didn't look away from the bruises. Instead, he leaned over and whispered, with a sob in his voice, "I'm sorry I stayed silent. I'm sorry I was a coward." Yoar looked at him and wondered if he meant his silence all the times he had picked up Yoar's old man in the mornings, or if he meant his silence in the harbor. He wondered if any of the men had yelled, "Watch out," when the beam was swinging, or if they had just let it happen. He never asked. He just said, "You should say the same thing to Kim Kim before it's too late. Soon he'll go far away from here, and I hope to hell that he never comes back." Kim Kim's father's eyebrows jumped for a moment at that. Then he blushed. He knew his own son so little that he didn't even know his friends called him Kim Kim. Yoar walked away, his back straight, leaving the man standing there, bent double. Yoar fetches more coffee in the kitchen in his little house. It is clean, Louisa notes. It's old and worn, but everything smells good. The lawn is the prettiest on the whole street. Yoar clears his throat again and says, "On the way back through the hospital, I walked past one of those God rooms or whatever the hell they're called." "Chapel," Ted says. "Chapel!" Yoar nods and smiles at Louisa. "I went past and looked in, and which 3 idiots do you think were lying asleep on the benches in there?" "You're idiots," Louisa grins. Yoar grins too. He says he didn't know how long they had been there waiting for him, but it was just so obvious to them that none of them were going home until they were all going home. Who has friends like that? Ali woke up sleepily and leaned her head against Yoar's shoulder when he crept down by her side. Ted was snoring. Beside Kim Kim lay a drawing. He had drawn the chapel, but he had drawn a light through the window that wasn't there in reality. And who the hell can do that? Draw light. "Do you think God exists?" Ali asked her friends. "Yes," Kim Kim replied, running his pencil across the drawing so gently that it was impossible to know if it made a difference on the paper or just inside him. Yoar was breathing hard. "Damned if I know. I don't even think all the people who go to church every Sunday believe in God. I think they just need company, to feel that they belong to a group." Kim Kim nodded gently and replied, "But I don't think that means that God doesn't exist, Yoar. I think maybe that's what God is." They woke Ted and walked close, so close to each other as they left the chapel. Yoar found a vending machine and managed to sway and shake it, so a can of soda came loose and fell out for free. One small victory against the universe. Things like that shouldn't be underestimated. The 4 friends shared the can, and just as they drained the last drops, Yoar opened his eyes wide. "Where's the drawing? Did you leave it in the chapel?" "Think so," Kim Kim said. "Are you crazy?" Yoar exploded. "That's worth millions!" They ran back, but the drawing was already gone. "It doesn't matter, I'll do another one," Kim Kim promised. "You should just draw money, it would save time," Yoar said. Kim Kim laughed, then Yoar laughed, and then Ted and Ali laughed too, and perhaps that was the last time they all did that out loud in such a liberating way, together. They didn't see the man standing behind a corner, 8 trembling fingers carefully holding Kim Kim's drawing. "53. Louisa has finished her orange soda. She leans back in the kitchen chair and stretches her arms sleepily in the air. "So all that happened, and then Kim Kim won the art competition? That's a good ending, that is. A sad story, but a good ending." Ted and Yoar glance at each other, clear their throats uncomfortably, then Ted mutters, "Absolutely, it's a good ending." Louisa groans in despair. "What? Is there more? I don't know if I can bear to hear more," she snaps. But then her anxiety creeps out as she asks, I don't know if I want to know that not everyone got a happy ending. Ted nods and quickly wipes his eyes, looks at the time, and stands up. I think it's time for me to go now. Where are you going? Louisa shouts, as if he had thrown her down a well. Ted nods calmly toward the box containing the painting. I'm going to do what I promised, what we came here for. I'm going to help you sell that. Louisa starts to get to her feet to protest, but by then he is already out in the hall and closing the door behind him. He really is surprisingly quick for someone with a limp, Louisa thinks sullenly, slumping back down in her chair. Would you like more orange soda? Yor asks. No thanks, she says. Good, because I don't have any. He grins, but she can't bring herself to smile, even a little bit. The silence becomes oppressive. Well, Yor says. Well, she grunts back. He frowns, hides his curiosity behind irritation. Well, what are you going to do with all the money from the painting? I don't know, she mumbles. What do you mean you don't know? You're rich. You can do whatever you want in life now. I'm sure that would be perfect if I knew what I wanted to do, she replies, looking down at the table. How old are you? 18, he snorts. And you don't know what to do with shitloads of money? Damn, you're a bad teenager. Buy a sports car and drugs. Start a zoo. I would have bought a bunch of monkeys. You can't be in a bad mood if you've got a bunch of monkeys, especially not if you've also got drugs. He thinks she's going to smile, but he can forget that. She just whispers, I didn't even want the painting to start with. You should keep it, you and Ted. You are his best friends. I'm just a stupid kid he met in an alleyway. I tried to leave both Ted and the painting on the train, but things just kept happening, and I just wanted to hear the end of all the stories about you. But now I don't even know if I want that. Why not? Yor says, even though he probably understands all too well. Because it doesn't feel like there are going to be any happy endings at all. Yor spins his coffee cup for a long time before he replies, You're the happy ending. What? Kim gave you the painting because he saw you paint. You're the happy ending to his story. The life you live from now on, everything you paint. I need to go to the bathroom, Louisa whispers. She doesn't. She just needs to be able to fall apart in peace. Surely there should be some boundaries for the sort of thing people are allowed to blurt out when you've only just met them. When she finally goes back into the kitchen, she takes her drawing of Kim out of her backpack and gives it to Yor. I drew this of Kim, the way I imagine he looked when he was young. I gave it to Ted, but he gave it back, so you can have it. Yor has to lean on the table to stop himself from falling off his chair. It looks exactly like him. Then he grunts that he needs to go to the bathroom too, but really he just sits on the other side of the wall, taking deep breaths for a long time. When he comes back, he nods to Louisa and says, Come with me. I want to show you something. He carefully fixes the drawing to the fridge, then leads her through the little house, up some stairs, then opens a window and climbs out onto the roof. Louisa peers out after him and asks suspiciously, Is this roof going to hold me? It looks like it's made from milk cartons. It can hold me, Yor snorts. Sure, but what do you weigh? I'm a normal-sized human. You're not fucking normal in any fucking way. Stop making a fuss and come on, he insists. So she clambers out hesitantly after him. He tells her she doesn't need to take her backpack, and she looks like that's the most insane thing she's ever heard. Then he chuckles and mutters, The world is full of thieves, and she mutters back, Exactly. Then they sit next to each other with their feet dangling over the edge, and only then does Louisa realize that the reason she and Ted had walked uphill on the way there was because the house is on a hill, with a stunning view of half the town. Yor points toward some houses and says, Ali used to have a game. She would point at houses and say, If we lived there, and then you had to imagine things about that life. But her favorites weren't the most expensive houses, but the most normal ones, the boring ones. She would point at them and say, In that house I live a normal life. I'm married to someone ordinary. We have boring jobs and boring friends. I put little stickers on plastic containers in the freezer like Ted's mom does, and they say things like chicken soup and vegetable pie and lasagna. You know, I have to do that because I have so much food in the freezer that I'd forget what's in them otherwise. And I always have spare light bulbs in the house, and I have two boring little kids who lie in their beds asking strange questions like why polar bears don't eat penguins, just so they don't have to sleep. But they won't be scared of sleeping, Yoar. They'll never be scared at all. They'll just get to be ordinary, boring children with ordinary, boring parents all the time. I'd be good at that, don't you think, Yoar? I'd be awesome at being boring. That's what she would say. That was her game. Yoar falls silent there on the roof, smiles, shakes his head. It was a lie, of course. Ali would have been good at a lot of things, but being boring, she couldn't have managed that for a second, the lunatic. Can I ask something? Louisa says. Yes. Why don't polar bears eat penguins? Polar bears only live at the North Pole. Penguins only live at the South Pole. Was it Ted who told Ali that? Yes. Louisa smiles at that. Then she points to a house with lights on in all the windows and says, If you lived there, then? Yoar thinks for a while. If I lived there, I probably wouldn't have an ankle monitor. I'd have a normal, boring job. Like a high school teacher? Like Ted? Not that boring. Calm down, he snaps. She laughs. Would you be married to someone ordinary? Like Ali would have been? No. Why not? Because that was her thing. She said people like her and me couldn't be with each other because you can't both be broken and crazy. You need to have one of you who's ordinary. But you never found anyone? I never looked. Was Ali your first love? My last. Louisa blinks out across the town. She points at a huge house with an array of illuminated windows and whispers, There, that's the house I live in when I've sold the painting and got all the money, with my friend Fish. Fish? Louisa nods, but then she looks embarrassed. Yes, only she's dead. Can you live with dead people in this game? Yoar nods. In this game you can live with whoever you want to. Has it been long since she died? Louisa shakes her head. It was very recent. She liked games. She loved fairy tales. That's why it's so wrong that she died and not me, because she was kind of the hero in our story. Do you understand? The main character. You're not supposed to die first then. That isn't the same thing, Yoar says. What? The main character and the hero. They aren't the same thing. Louisa glares at him as if he's talking complete nonsense, but she will never forget that. Something very, very small, but very important, changes inside her then. Yoar points. Do you mean that pink house with the big tree in the garden? Is that where you're going to live, you and Fish? Yes. Good. Then I can live in the house next door, he smiles. She looks at him apologetically. Forget it. You'll never be able to afford to live next door to me when I've sold the painting. I'm like really, really rich, she informs him. But maybe you can come and clean my pool if you need a job. He bursts out laughing so hard that it echoes across the town. So does she. Then Yoar says out of nowhere, Ted isn't going to leave you. If that's why you don't want to sell the painting because you think he'll leave you and you'll be alone again, he won't do that. Ted is really, really fucking bad at leaving people. Louisa pretends to be very interested in a house in the other direction so he won't see her wiping her whole face with her shirt. Then she says, You're bad at that too. I saw the wheelchair ramp down there. You lived here with your dad after the accident, didn't you? Yoar lies on his back on the roof. Yes. You took care of him, despite everything he had done to you? He became a different man. It's hard to explain. He could hardly talk. He needed help eating, washing, going to the bathroom. But that isn't what made the difference. The real difference was in his eyes. There was no hatred in them anymore. Hell, in the end, even I didn't hate him anymore. In those last years, I called him Dad when I fed him. I'd never called him that in my entire life. Louisa replies through gritted teeth. I haven't had 25 years to stop doing that, so I still hate him. I've only just started. That's kind of you, but there's no need, Yoar says. Yes, there is, because you just stayed here with him your whole life instead of... Yoar's laughter interrupts her. Instead of what? Becoming a professional soccer player? An astronaut? What the hell would I have become? I didn't have a future anyway. All the damn adults I met believed I was going to die young. All this is a bonus for me. Besides, I didn't stay for my old man. I stayed for Mom. They moved here because staying in the apartment was impossible with the wheelchair, so I had to move with them to look after the house. Mom is... Hell, she doesn't even have a driver's license. And she cuts the grass in high heels, for goodness sake. Then Louisa thinks that perhaps life is long, but when that steel beam swung through the air in the harbor that day, it slowed Yoar's time down. Now it is creeping forward. Before the steel beam, he had been in a hurry to get to the summer, in a hurry for tomorrow, in a hurry to love his friends. But during the 25 years since then, he hasn't been in a hurry to do anything. Is your dad dead now? Yeah, he passed away a few years ago. There was only me and Mom and a few old guys from the harbor at his funeral. The guys who were left. Men don't live long in this town, people usually say. They all kill themselves, fast or slowly, with either a shotgun or the bottle. What happened to your mom? Yoar's breathing grows more shallow, as if it is sliding about in his throat. It takes a while before Louisa realizes this isn't because he feels despair, but the opposite. Mom met a man, a kind man. Not a mean old bastard and not a fucking monster, just a nice, boring, sober man. He doesn't fight, he doesn't even raise his voice. She always gets to choose what TV shows they watch. He buys her flowers every Friday. They live a couple of hours away from here now. She called me the other day and said they've started playing tennis. Who the hell plays tennis? He laughs so hard that summer arrives on the roof, even though it isn't even May yet. A happy ending, Louisa whispers. Yeah, Mom got a happy ending. No damn woman has ever deserved one more. But you still live here in this house? Yeah, what the hell, I could have moved, but, well, I was otherwise occupied. He waves the leg with the ankle monitor. What did you do? I knocked someone out. Who? Yoar sighs. On the way home from Dad's funeral, I saw a man hit a woman next to their car, and inside the car, a little girl was screaming. He doesn't have to say more. Louisa understands. One day she will go find the old newspaper article about the assault and will read that the man was beaten so badly that when he woke up in the hospital, he told the police he'd been attacked by at least 5 people. If Yoar hadn't gone to the police station to hand himself in, everyone would probably have believed that. Was it horrible, being in prison? Yoar shrugs his shoulders. It was okay. Ted sent books. Really, really boring books, but still, there was enough time to be bored. After a while, I got a letter from an old man. He was that woman's father, the child's grandfather. He wrote to tell me that they had left that damn man. He hoped that would mean something to me. It did. Not even Ted's books felt so boring after that. At the end of my sentence, there weren't enough cells. There are so many men like me these days that we have to wait in line just to go to prison, so they let me out with this. He waves his ankle again. Were you in prison when Ted got stabbed by that kid at his school? Louisa asks, and regrets it at once, because Yoar looks so ashamed that she's afraid he's going to jump off the roof. Yeah, he whispers, because all the people he loves are still his responsibility, all the time. And you were in prison when Kim got sick? Yeah. Did you see much of each other before then? No. We only met one single time after that summer when we turned 15. What? Why? His grin wanders sadly from one ear to the other. It's a long story. Then Louisa makes herself comfortable on her back, takes a deep breath of the town, and whispers, Okay, you can tell me the rest of it now. The rest of what? The rest of the whole long story, about everything. about the competition and the painting and everything. But it mustn't only be unhappy. It must also be a bit, ordinary, too. So Yoar takes a deep breath as well, and then he begins telling her the end. "54. After his dad's accident, the evening after the friends had sat in the chapel in the hospital, Yoar almost killed himself in the car. Well, it was actually Ali who did it, the goddamn lunatic. That was the evening she told them her dad had gotten a new job in another town, far away. Her dad owed money to the people around there, he always did, and now they were rude enough to want it back. Yoar blinks up at the sky there on the roof. I didn't cry after my dad's accident, and I didn't cry that night with Ali, either. I don't know if that hurt her. I should have said something smart, but all I could say was that it was good, because she could never live in this town, not as her full self. She couldn't be everything she could be. Not here. What did she say? That I could fucking go to hell if I wasn't going to fucking miss her. So then I told her the truth, that I would never fall in love with anyone again. And then she kissed me. She'd only done that once before. Afterward, of course, she said it was me who kissed her, but she was out of her damn mind. Louisa is lying down, so she has to wipe the tears out of her ears. So the two of you were a love story. She'd have punched you in the face if she heard that, he laughs. Why couldn't she stay with you? Her dad needed her, Yoar says, as if it were obvious. You're all the same, all of you. You can't abandon people who need you, Louisa says. You're one of us, Yoar replies. And that sets a new record for the kindest thing he's said to her. What happened with the art competition? She asks. So he tells her about how he and Ali were out driving all evening, how they stopped the car on a hill not far from the house where Yoar and Louisa are sitting now, and fell asleep there in each other's arms. They spent one entire night together. Some people might think that doesn't sound like much, but they can never have been properly in damn love. Most people have never had a hint of how that feels. Ali drove on the way back. Yoar taught her. She drove roughly as well as she had been able to swim the first time he met her, so they almost crashed, heading at full speed straight toward a brick wall. She stopped abruptly just at the last moment. Yoar screamed out loud and she stared at him, sweaty and happy, with her big wild eyes, and yelled, Now you know! What the hell are you talking about, you psychopath? He yelled back. Then she leaned against his neck so that he disappeared in all her hair, and she said, Now you know that you don't want to die either. You're not allowed to, okay? If you die before I come back here, I'll beat you to death. Come back here? He teased. Why would you come back here? Aren't you going to live in a big house with someone ordinary? One day maybe we can be ordinary enough, you and me, she whispered. They stopped by the sea. Yoar collected driftwood. That was how he made the frame for Kim Kim's painting. Even when it was hanging in an exclusive art auction 25 years later, it still smelled a little of the sea. When they got back home, they met Ted and Kim Kim at the crossroads and went back to Yoar's. They cleaned the apartment because Yoar wanted it to look nice when his mom came home from the hospital. Ali wasn't all that great at cleaning, so she sorted a box of old toys, although she mostly just played with them. She held up a Superman figure and asked, Why does he wear a cape, actually? It doesn't have any powers. He can fly without it, can't he? It was Kim Kim who replied, I think it's because it's hard to draw movement. So when the people who made him up had to draw that in the comic, they needed the cape to show that he was moving. Oh, Ali said, the way you do if you understand absolutely nothing. So Kim Kim tried to demonstrate by taking his shirt off and running around the room with it behind him, but he wasn't looking and ran into a wall. It was actually very dangerous because Ali almost suffocated with laughter. Then Ted said he'd read that Superman's cape was actually a blanket. It was the one his mom had wrapped him in when he was little, and his parents had sent him away in the rocket to Earth. That was such a heavy thought that they all just lay on the floor staring up at the ceiling. Will you forget me if I move? Ali eventually asked. Definitely, all her boys replied. You're so damn mean, she laughed. Forget you, Ted mumbled. We can't even remember a life before you turned up. How could we forget you? She lay there for a long time before she promised. I believe in you. I trust you. I'll never trust anyone again the way I trust the three of you. Me neither, Ted said. Me neither, Kim Kim said. Nerds, Yoar said. You're a nerd, Ali said, and held his hand. They lay like that for several hours, next to each other on the floor of Yoar's room. Then they framed Kim Kim's painting. Yoar clears his throat on the roof. That's probably, damn, I don't know how to say it. That's like one of my strongest memories. I thought about it every night in prison when I was trying to sleep. Louisa is silent for at least twice as long as she usually manages. Then she says, Fish read in a book that in heaven you get to choose one moment from your life, your best moment. And then you get to feel like that forever. She said it doesn't matter if we live till we're 80 then, because that's just lots and lots and lots of nows. And one single really good now is enough. I had a lot of nows. Millions, Yoar says gratefully. Then he tells her how Ali asked, Do you think there'll be good food at the party when your painting wins the competition? Of course there'll be good food. Rich people fucking love food, Yoar said. Hope there's champagne, then I can get as drunk as a skunk, Ali giggled. What date is it? Ted asked. What? Yoar said. I mean, what date is the competition? When we have to hand the painting in? They hadn't even thought of that. Yoar flew up and started hunting through drawers and bookshelves. He had hidden the newspaper containing the announcement so he wouldn't accidentally wipe himself with it the next time the toilet paper ran out. But he had hidden it too well. So he went around and around the room in a rage over how damn smart he'd been. When he eventually looked under the last thing in the last drawer, and there it was, he leafed through it so fast that he tore the pages. Then he saw the date and breathed out so heavily that he almost fainted. A week from now, he gasped. His three friends looked over his shoulder. It was the first time any of them had actually seen the announcement, and they would remember that moment as if the floor had vanished beneath them. Yoar thought he had read it so many times that he had memorized every word, but even so, he had missed the most important thing. None of the others dared say anything, so in the end it was Ali who said, in slow despair, But it says, maximum age 13, Yoar. What the hell are you talking about? It says you have to be 13 or under, Ted repeated. What the hell does that mean? Yoar wondered furiously, as if his brain couldn't even comprehend the meaning of the numbers. It's a competition for children, Ted said. We aren't children anymore, Ali said. I cried then, Yoar says quietly up on the roof. "55. Disappointment is a powerful thing. Used correctly, it is stronger than fear, more terrible than physical pain. If you see it in the eyes of the one you love, you'll do almost anything to make it stop. The army ought to find a way to use disappointment as a weapon, Yoar says up on the roof. He bites his lip and digs in his pockets. Damn, I don't have any cigarettes, he mumbles. I do, Louisa says and reaches for her backpack. No, don't worry. I've stopped smoking. I just forget that sometimes, he says. You're very strange, Louisa informs him. I've heard that once or twice, he answers. She dangles her feet over the edge of the roof and looks at all the houses she can live in now that she's going to be rich. She'd imagined it would feel different because her dream was always to be rich with fish. Now it's just frightening to own anything because everything she's ever had, she's lost. It wasn't your fault, that thing with the competition, she tries to say encouragingly. But of course she can see in Yoar's eyes that everything is his fault. Everyone was his responsibility. He sighs. Do you know what the worst thing was? That when Kim realized there wasn't a competition, he didn't look disappointed at all. Not even sad, just relieved. That's when I realized that I had to drive him away from this fucking town any way that I could. Because if he had been given a single chance to stay here, he would have stayed forever. The night comes padding in from all directions. Dusk stuffs the town in a sack. Lights go on in the houses down the hill like bullet holes in the darkness. "So what did you do?" Louisa asks. "I stole my dad's car again," Yoar smiles. Then he tells her about their very last adventure, their last really big act of stupidity. He waited until it was dark, then he gathered all his friends and told them to come with him. He forced them to wait in the car while he climbed into Ted's basement to fetch something, then put it in the trunk and drove off. It was the middle of the night, so the friends couldn't see where they were going, didn't realize where they were until they were standing outside the museum again. Yoar took a large package out of the trunk of the car, balanced it above his head, and ran around to the back of the building. By the time his friends caught up to him, he had already broken a window and slithered inside. The others slithered in after him, but a little too quickly, and landed in a shrieking heap on the floor with someone's feet in someone's hair and someone's knee in someone's stomach and someone's backside in someone's face. "Idiots!" Yoar groaned. "Are you trying to set the alarm off or what? You are the one who broke in," Ted said, before looking around and realizing that unfortunately he was definitely an accomplice now. Ali muttered that it smelled funny, and Yoar muttered back that maybe she smelled funny, and she hit him on the arm and he yelped, and Ted hushed them both. The only one standing completely silently was Kim. He was just staring at the white walls that seemed to reach hundreds of miles up to the ceiling. His head leaned back, gasping for air. When his eyes wandered from painting to painting, he looked like someone feeling sand between their toes for the first time, or making their first snow angel. Then Yoar carefully unwrapped the package he had collected from Ted's basement and took out Kim's own painting, with its driftwood frame. Only then did Ali and Ted understand what Yoar's plan had been the whole time, so they helped him to carefully take another painting down from the wall and hang Kim's painting there instead. Then all four friends just stood there in the middle of the big room, lightheaded with happiness. And perhaps that was the first time Kim saw what the others had always known. "Screw that competition. I just want you to get it into your head that your art belongs in a place like this, and that you belong here, too," Yoar said. Kim cried then. Ali stood next to Yoar and held his hand and mumbled, "This is actually your best idea ever, you idiot." Up on the roof, Yoar coughs, as if his body refuses to forget that it actually belongs to a smoker. "It was a good plan, really was. I just hadn't really thought through what we would do if a security guard showed up." "What happened?" Louisa wonders. "Well, a security guard showed up," Yoar informs her. "I get that, I'm not stupid, but what happened?" Yoar sighs. "Well, we ran, and we were seriously damn good at running. We were damn bad at a lot of damn things, but running, we could do that. So when the alarm in the museum went off and that security guard arrived, we could have run away from him without any trouble. He was slow and really old. Well, yeah, now in hindsight, maybe he was like 37 or something, but that was old to us at the time. Either way, he would never have caught us. No chance. The problem was just, well, that he didn't have to catch up with any of us. He just needed to catch up with the painting. We were really good at running, but we were pretty bad at carrying." Then he tells her that the alarm went off when Ali was looking for a light switch. So she would always tell everyone afterward that it was all her fault. All they heard was a low beeping sound from a different room of the gallery. They didn't even understand that they had triggered an alarm until they saw bright lights through a window and realized they were the headlights of a car. The security guard came running in, insanely old, but that didn't matter at all. Yoar and Ali tried to run with the painting between them, but Ali was taller than Yoar, just tall enough for him to have to stand on tiptoe to kiss her. Highly impractical if you had to carry something together. So they stumbled and lost their grip. The stone floor was like ice, so the teenagers slid in one direction and the painting in the other. Ted and Kim Kim tried to run in different directions, but of course they picked the wrong directions and collided. The guard came rushing after them, or maybe rushing is a bit of an exaggeration, but he arrived with some degree of speed. He was doing his best. As he stopped breathlessly beside the painting, obviously he jumped to the only logical conclusion: the teenagers had broken in to steal it. And then everything got seriously confused, Yoar explains to Louisa. Because when the guard picked up the painting, we all came running back, and he couldn't understand what was going on because, thieves usually run in the other direction. So Ted stepped forward and said, "Sorry, we broke in. You don't have to call the police. We'll go now. We'll just take that with us." And then we all pointed at the painting the guard was holding. And then, of course, the guard looked at us and said, "Are you completely out of your minds? I can't give you the painting you were trying to steal." And then I said, "We weren't fucking trying to steal the damn thing. It's ours." And then the guard started rolling his eyes and said, "Yeah, that's really logical. You brought your own painting with you when you broke into a museum." And then I said, "You can be logical, you asshole." And then Kim Kim said... Yoar falls silent for a moment, coughs again, like he's looking for his voice. "Then Kim Kim said what?" Louisa asks impatiently. Yoar collects himself. Then he said to the guard, "You must see that that painting doesn't belong here. It's not nearly as good as all the others." And the guard hesitated and said, "I think it's nice, but I don't know anything about art." And then I said, "So give it here then. It's worth millions." And sure, that really wasn't super smart because that's when the guard said he was going to call the police. So then Ali cried out that surely he could see that it was us in the painting. But the guard looked at the painting and at first he didn't see anyone at all. He could only see the sea. So we had to show him, and then he brightened up and thought it was wonderful. He had tears in his eyes, I swear to God. But then he said that the kids there on the pier, they could be any kids at all. And then Ali said, "We aren't kids anymore." And then, hell, it was as if all the air went out of us all. And we probably looked so sad that the guard said, "Okay, if you get out of here now, I won't call the police." But obviously we couldn't leave without the painting. So it ended up becoming the world's weirdest hostage situation. So then the guard sighed. "All right, can you maybe call an adult who can come and confirm that the painting is yours?" The four friends had stood there thinking that that was nice of the guard to give them that chance, but above all, to think that they had an adult they could call. Yoar's mom was at the hospital, Ted's mom was at work, Ali's dad was at a party, Kim Kim's mom was passed out in her apartment on sleeping pills, and his dad was sitting in the darkness drinking whiskey in his. But that was when the artist who would one day be known as C. Yacht suddenly raised his head and ran off a series of numbers from memory. The others didn't understand a thing until he blurted out, "I've got one. I've got an adult we can call." Yoar peers over the edge of the roof. There's a car driving slowly up the hill, along the winding road between the run-down houses. "Who was it? Who did you call?" Louisa asks impatiently. "Here she comes now," Yoar answers. "56. Ted gets out of the passenger side of the car and looks up at the roof anxiously. "Why are you sitting up there? You might fall," he calls to Louisa. "What about me? I might fall too," Yoar shouts back, insulted. "You're old. You don't have so much to live for," Ted replies. The driver's door opens and a woman in her 70s gets out. She's short and stern-looking. She looks a lot like the sort of woman who might well end up in prison if a young person asked if she needed help crossing the street. Ted calls to Yoar to come down to the kitchen, but of course Yoar calls back defiantly that no, they'll have to come up to the roof. Ted asks if Yoar is insane, and Yoar replies that Ted should stop being such a little coward. Then Ted looks a little like he might be thinking of saying that the woman next to him is far too old to sit on a roof. And the woman notices, and then she decides that she's definitely going to sit on the roof. So a few minutes later, she's up there dangling her legs, and that's how Louisa meets Christian's mother. "So, my dear, you're the one who's been given the most beautiful painting in the world?" She smiles. "Yes," Louisa replies, heavy with guilt. Then Christian's mother pats her on the knee, and Louisa doesn't actually hate it at all.
Kim must have liked you an awful, awful lot, my dear. I'm sorry you lost him.
I'm sorry you lost him too, Louisa says, and then she adds, and I'm sorry you lost Christian. Ted told me about him.
Thank you, my dear. Ted told me that you lost someone you loved too.
She holds out her finger and catches a tear as it rolls down Louisa's cheek. No adult has ever done that for her, so the question just tumbles out of Louisa. Did you get over it? Christian dying? The woman shakes her head sadly.
No, my dear, you never get over death. Not if you're someone who loves.
But it's easier if you're a parent. Then you don't have a choice. I have another child, Christian's younger sister. I have grandchildren now. People always say that you should live as if every day was your last. But when you have children, you realize that you have to live as if every day was their first. That's hard for you to understand. You're only a child yourself. I'm 18, Louisa protests, as if the woman ought to be impressed.
I'm sorry. You have so much life ahead of you, so many losses,
the woman replies, and then she asks, do you see her everywhere? The person you lost?
Yes. It's like I see her out of the corner of my eye all the time, in crowds.
Louisa nods. Then the woman holds Louisa's hand, and to her own surprise, Louisa lets her. The first years I was angry every time that happened, the woman says. I thought I heard Christian's voice in the supermarket, or saw his favorite sweater disappear around a corner, but when I ran after him it was someone else. Oh, I hated it. I was furious. Until one day I realized that it wasn't a curse, it was a blessing. Those were little winks from heaven. It was Christian playing hide-and-seek with me, the way we did when he was little. So every time it happens now, every time I see him out of the corner of my eye, I whisper, peekaboo. They are interrupted by a curse. It's Ted, trying to climb out onto the roof without losing his footing, and of course losing his footing at once. He almost slides over the edge. Yoar catches him at the very last second. How the hell are you still alive? Everyone else dies, but you're still here, Yoar mutters when Ted finally sits down. I seem to be more difficult to kill than one might imagine, Ted admits. The sun has gone down and the street lamps have come on. The shadows dance around them. Louisa looks over her shoulder and whispers out into the darkness, peekaboo. They sit there in silence for a while. Then Christian's mother clears her throat authoritatively and announces, I'll make some calls tomorrow, my dear. It won't be hard to sell the painting. You just need to decide if you have any preferences. What does that mean? Louisa asks. If you want to sell it directly to a collector, or if you want to sell it at auction. There will probably be more media attention with an auction, and you might get more money for it. Louisa shakes her head. No attention, please. Well then, the woman says, as if discussion of the matter is concluded. Can we go down to the kitchen now? Ted wonders hopefully. No! I haven't finished the story of that night when we broke into the museum yet, Yoar says. You think you're the only one allowed to tell stories here? But he lets Christian's mother tell the rest of it because this part belongs to her. How her phone rang in the middle of the night and she was terrified because she could never hear that sound without thinking something terrible had happened, and how a scared boy at the other end stammered that he had been given her number by Christian. She mumbled back drowsily, It's you? Kim, more than a little confused, whispered back, What? Who am I? Then she gasped, You're the boy my son called me about, that last time when he said he had found one of us. Kim got so nervous he slurred his words as he tried to explain, but she didn't even let him finish. She just asked for the address, getting dressed as she did so, then took a taxi to the museum and threw money at the driver before running inside. There she collided with the security guard. Unfortunately, the guard immediately asked if she was all right, but in a tone that suggested she was extremely fragile, and isn't that typical of men? So the atmosphere wasn't great to begin with. Then the guard explained that she had to identify a painting and confirm that it was painted by one of the children, and then she saw it. Dear Lord and all the angels in heaven, she saw it and almost fell over. How did her heart not burst every button on her blouse? Incomprehensible. That's the one, Yoar said, pointing. Yes, I can see perfectly well that it's that one, she snapped so sharply that even Yoar was lost for words. I was just trying to help, he muttered. So Christian's mother softened a little and said, I'm sorry for my tone, but I teach art history, so of course I understand that this is the painting. Anyone can see that it doesn't belong here. Then Kim said disconsolately behind her, I know, it doesn't belong here. It was stupid, all of this. Can we just be allowed to go now? We won't cause any more problems, I promise. But Christian's mother swept her hand excitedly around at all the other art on the walls, then pointed at his painting. Of course it doesn't belong here. None of the artists who painted those could paint like this. Kim was almost crying now. No, I can't paint like real artists. I get it. I haven't been to art school or anything. Then Christian's mother clapped her hands together in a mildly frustrated prayer and exclaimed, No, thank goodness you haven't had any training. No one who's had any training paints like that. Art doesn't require training, dear child. Art just needs friends. Then she crouched down in front of his painting, and when she saw the skulls next to his name, she sobbed so hard that no one really knew what to do. The guard cleared his throat. So, you can confirm that this painting belongs to the kids? Yes, she sobbed. And can you drive the kids home, too? They have a car parked outside, but I think the shortest one drove them here because he's holding the keys. And how old can he be? 11? 15! And I drive a hell of a lot better than you. How old are you, 60? Yoar snapped. I'm 37, the guard said, a little hurt. You look 10 years younger, Ali said quickly, and the guard brightened up. Like hell Yoar began, before being fully preoccupied with getting kicked in the shin really hard. Let's go before he calls the police, Ali hissed. And Ted and Kim nodded eagerly. So Yoar stepped forward to pick up the painting, but Christian's mother asked, May I carry it? They let her. She carried it as if it were alive. 57. It's hard to listen to the end of a long story, especially if you have a really important question that you don't dare ask. It's a beautiful night. The air is light and clear and full of promise. Soon it will be warm. Soon summer will be here. Soon everything will be better. Yoar and Ted and Christian's mother sit there on the roof under the stars and take turns telling Louisa everything. They tell her about the car ride home from the museum, how Christian's mother asked if Kim had done any other paintings, and when he shook his head, she whispered in astonishment, This was the first? What a gift to the planet, all the things you're going to create. Honestly, no one in the car understood what the hell that meant, but then she asked, Have you done any drawings? And then all 4 teenagers looked at her as if she were completely crazy. Had he done any drawings? When Ted's mom got home that evening, she found to her horror that there was a strange lady in her basement. Ted's room was full of Kim's drawings, hundreds of them, carefully spread out across the whole floor, like a map of a boy's heart. Ted's mother stood in the doorway, uncomprehending, and Christian's mother turned around and smiled. One day you'll brag to everyone you meet that this young man once sat in your basement, drawing. In Ted's mom's defense, she never did. Not even when Kim became world famous. She just left the room and saw that Ted, Yoar, and Ali were sitting on the stairs so as not to be in the way, so she asked if they were hungry. Ali couldn't help herself from blurting out, Is there any lasagna? Then Ted's mom did something incredibly unusual. She smiled. Are you the one who's been eating all my lasagna? I wondered where it was going. Neither of my boys have ever been that fond of it. It's my favorite food in the whole world, Ali said shyly. Lasagna? Ted's mom repeated, surprised, because she had never heard a teenage girl say that. But the teenage girl shook her head and corrected her. Your lasagna. Then Ted's mom wrung her hands and didn't know where to look. That happens if you're not used to compliments. I can teach you, she said. Ali stared at her as if Ted's mom had just promised to teach her how to conjure up kittens out of thin air. Teach me to make lasagna? It isn't difficult, Ted's mom smiled, and that was the first time in years Ted could remember 2 smiles from her in the same evening. Then she went up to the kitchen, followed by Ali, and a better lasagna has never been made, in that house or any other. Ted and Yoar sat on the stairs listening to their laughter. Then they heard Ali talk about her mother's death, and Ted's mother talk about Ted's dad's death. Ted hadn't heard his mom talk so much since long before the funeral. Did you love him a lot? Ali asked. Still. I love him a lot, still, Ted's mom replied. Is it horrible being an adult? The girl asked. Unbearable, the mother replied. You fail with almost everything, all the time. Not with lasagna, the girl pointed out. No, maybe not with lasagna. Perhaps that's why I make it. One single thing I'm not bad at, the mother admitted. Then Ali said, as if it were an altogether objective observation, You're not bad at being a mom. Everything works in your house. The lights all come on when you click the switch, the toilet's clean, and there's always food in the freezer. Ted and Yoar sat on the stairs and heard Ted's mom answer. You only know me through my son, so of course you think I'm a good mom. But Ted isn't my doing. He's a small miracle. The truth is, he's given me far more love than I've given him. Ali thought for a long, long time before she said, Ted gives everyone more love, but I think you've both given each other the same amount. Everything you had. Then they ate lasagna. Christian's mother gathered together all of Kim Kim's drawings from the floor of the basement and carried them carefully out into the morning light, out into the world, and so the next adventure began. A week or so later, Kim Kim was sitting with his friends at the crossroads, promising tomorrow. It was Ted's idea to write their names on 4 rocks and bury them in the grass there between the houses where they had grown up, and when they all met again, they would dig them up. They sat beside each other with dirt on their fingers, and Ali whispered, It wasn't me. But of course it was. So then they all farted. They put the rocks in the ground, and that was the last burial that year. And summer was over. Ted sits on the roof and says to Louisa, It might sound like an unhappy ending, but only if you forget how many times during this story we've told you that someone laughed. How many really good nows is that? How many people ever have more? When autumn came, the owl taught art at the high school again, but Kim Kim never went back to his classroom. Christian's mother visited her son's grave every day, but suddenly one morning she wasn't there. She was standing in a schoolyard in a town many hours away, waiting for Kim Kim. It was an art school. The principal there had done her a big favor, but she had insisted that she was doing the school one. The principal laughed then, but one day he would thank her. He would brag about that student every day for the rest of his career. Kim Kim said goodbye to his mom with a handshake, but she did something miraculous. She hugged him. I'm so sorry I didn't understand, she whispered in his ear. Don't be like all the other children. Don't be normal. Kim Kim didn't want to let go of her then. She had to force him to by wriggling out of his grasp. Children aren't responsible for their parents' happiness, but they still try. Inside her apartment lay a heap of his drawings. Christian's mother had been there and dropped them off because she wanted the woman to understand. The woman did, eventually, and even the demons in her head probably got it then. They almost made their peace with her after that. Kim Kim's dad drove him to art school in his rusty old car. They didn't say much, but just as they were driving into the schoolyard, his dad mumbled, I hope you know I was never ashamed of you. I'm ashamed of myself. Kim Kim wanted to explain everything he felt then, but he didn't have enough words, so he said the biggest ones he knew. I love you and I believe in you, Dad. His dad would no doubt have said the same thing back if he knew how. He had to take the bus home. He still had his son's drawing from the hospital chapel. It hung on his kitchen wall as a great treasure, but the rest of the apartment was almost empty. It wasn't until much later that Kim found out that his mom and dad had sold just about everything they owned, including his dad's car, to be able to buy everything he needed for art school. Christian's mother helped a lot, too. When the men in the harbor found out, they organized a collection of their own. His dad would never brag about his son, but all his workmates down there would do it for him. One single good deed can't outweigh a lifetime of bad ones, but those men were prepared to give it a try. They were hard people who had lived hard lives, but one damn Saturday they would go to a damn museum and see a damn painting, and that feeling would be like a damn sunrise in their chests, that they had been part of something beautiful. Kim's mom would never be entirely whole. Some people never are. She got lost on her way home from the supermarket more and more often. She spent her last year living in a nursing home. Kim sent drawings every week, and she papered the walls with them. He was there when she died. He had just graduated from art school then, and sat by her bed for a long time afterward, holding her hand, as if the demons fell asleep on his lap. A week later, he went for a walk with his dad. They didn't say much, but there were little smiles here and there. They parted with a hug. When his dad went home that evening, he sat in the chair in his kitchen, surrounded by his son's drawings, and fell asleep, calmly and gently. Kim buried both his parents on the same day. Then he left the town and never came back. The world was waiting. The starry sky above the houses is making Louisa dizzy. After a while, her eyes don't know if they're staring up at the universe or down into it. So she closes them and breathes slowly, and then, at last, she asks the question she really doesn't dare ask. What happened to Ali? Yoar and Ted lie there in silence, as if they are both hoping the other will say it. Then they both start talking at the same time, the idiots. Ali would have liked that. When she and Yoar parted for the last time, they were sitting on the steps outside her house. Ali explained that her dad had found a job in another country, also by the sea, but not like here. By that sea there were long, chalk-white beaches. Summer never ended there. "I'm going to learn to surf," Ali said. "You're probably going to be the fucking best at it," Yoar nodded. She grinned, wild and happy. "You think? When we met, you could hardly swim. Now you swim better than any of us. You can learn to do any damn thing you want." Then she kissed him so hard he fell off the step. When she left, he gave her a red blanket, like Superman's cape. Then she flew. They wrote letters to each other every week for several years. Not to brag, but Yoar was right. She did end up being the best at surfing. She wrote to him that she had never felt so happy as when she was paddling out to sea, straight into the sunrise. Then she felt like she knew what she was doing on Earth, she wrote. How many people find something that makes them feel like that? How lucky was she? Early one morning, not long after her 18th birthday, she went out into the water and never came back. When Louisa hears that, she cries so hard that the whole roof sways. She bitterly regrets asking. Because who can make someone grieve for a person they never even knew, so that it hurts this much? She cries so it feels like her ribs are breaking. Yoar gets so unnerved by her tears that he eventually mumbles, It was over 20 years ago. Not for me. For me, she died now, Louisa snaps. That's the worst thing with stories. For me too, Ted whispers. And then Yoar sits there under the stars, and he too loses Ali all over again. That's the worst thing about death, that it happens over and over again, that the human body can cry forever. What is that thing you always say about people living quietly? Yoar whispers. That's Henry David Thoreau, Ted whispers back through the darkness. Most men lead lives of quiet desperation. Yoar nods slowly. Well, you can say a lot of things about Ali, but that's one damn thing she definitely didn't do. She wasn't quiet for one single damn day of her life. They laugh. You've lived a pretty remarkable life if you can still make your humans do that, more than 20 years later. Hope she and Fish find each other in heaven, Louisa says. Hope not, or there won't be any heaven left by the time we get there, Ted answers. Can I ask something? Louisa asks, then asks immediately. How do you cope with death? It's Christian's mother who answers. It's art that helps me cope. Because art is a fragile magic, just like love. And that's humanity's only defense against death. That we create and paint and dance and fall in love. That's our rebellion against eternity. Everything beautiful is a shield. Vincent van Gogh wrote, I always think that the best way to know God is to love many things. It's cool that we happened at all, Louisa whispers. Something like that, the mother smiles. Then Ted tells Louisa the story of how Kim Kim came home to bury his parents, not long after he left art school, and how he and Yoar and Ted made a grave for Ali, too, so they had somewhere to leave adopted flowers. They picked out a large rock and snuck into the churchyard at night and found an empty spot. Kim Kim painted her name on the rock and surrounded it with small wings. Then they stole a shopping cart outside the supermarket and rode down the steepest hill in town, almost killing themselves in the process, and then Ali was with them. She was with them forever. It was when they were sitting on the pier in the darkness that night, and Kim Kim whispered, I think I'll stay here now, that everything changed. And do what? Ted asked in surprise. I don't know, work in the harbor maybe? Kim Kim said, shrugging his shoulders. That's when Yoar exploded in a rage like they'd never seen. He yelled at Kim Kim for so long and so angrily that even Ted got upset. There was a terrible argument among all three of them, and in the end, Kim Kim and Ted stormed off, leaving Yoar sitting alone on the pier. Yoar sits curled up on the edge of the roof now, mumbles, If I'd asked him to stay, he would have stayed forever. Hell, I wanted him to stay. That's why I had to yell terrible things at him. I shouted that I'd had to fucking look after him since preschool, but that I couldn't do it anymore because I can't look after an infinite damn number of people. Now he had to damn well look after himself. I was as cruel as I could possibly be. Ted leans his head as close to his friend's shoulder as he can without touching him, and admits, It took me a long time to realize why you did that. But you knew that the only thing keeping Kim Kim in this town was the fact that he didn't want to leave you. So you drove him away. He cried that night, but I know you cried more. And I told him that he ought to go traveling, see the world, and in the end he agreed. So he went. And I saw you. You'd climbed into a tree and sat there watching the taxi as it drove away. Yoar's voice swings between two different ages, 15 and now. And then he called me, months later, from somewhere in Asia, in the middle of the night. He didn't understand that there was a time difference, the moron. He'd found a mural, or whatever the hell it's called. He sounded like he was in love. He said that the first person he wanted to tell about it was me. And then apparently he forgot that I was an asshole, and I remember him talking, and I just thought that he sounded so happy. He could be happy. Just not here. Did you ever meet again? Louisa asks, and Yoar smiles a broken little smile. I had problems for a few years. I was a damn idiot. I was drinking a lot. I stood at the airport a couple of times, but I never dared get on the plane. I didn't want him to see me so messed up. I wanted him to remember me young. Remember me beautiful. It's hard to be an adult, Ted says. It's hard to be a child, too, Louisa points out. Speak for yourself. I was awesome at being a child, Yoar says. Yes, I can imagine, Louisa admits. Then Yoar glances at Ted and says, I thought I'd managed to scare Ted here away, too, but he kept coming to visit me the whole damn time, even though I was drunk and told him to go to hell. He's bad at that, Ted is. He really can't go to hell. He doesn't like traveling, Louisa says. Yoar laughs so hard he's shaking and part of the roof comes loose. Now the rain will get in. He's bound to blame it on Ted. And Kim never came home again? Louisa asks, and Ted answers. No. He stood at the airport a few times too, but it's scary to go back to a place where you hurt so badly and felt so small as he did here. You think you're going to become the same person again. Maybe you'll understand that when you get older. I understand it now, Louisa says, and Ted feels ashamed. Yes, you probably do. I'm sorry about that. What about at the end, then, when he got sick, she wonders. Yoar waves the leg with the ankle monitor. I couldn't travel then. Good excuse for a coward. Did you talk on the phone? Yeah. The last time was just a few weeks before he died. What did he say? We talked about Ali. We told stupid jokes. I told him I loved him. What did he say? Yoar glances at Christian's mother and replies, He said that thing that you always said, the thing that Painter said, that you should paint like the birds sing. But Kim said it was never like that for him. He said he painted the way we laughed. In a few hours, the sun will rise. The air will be a degree or two warmer. Summer will be on its way. It's probably just her imagination, but Louisa could swear she can hear a cat meowing out there in the darkness, sleepy and happy and on its way home. It's probably Ted's imagination, too, but he can hear both the cat and the sound of birds taking flight, the gentle rustle of wings. Then he suddenly hopes that the cat doesn't sound so happy because there's one bird missing. That ruins the romanticism of the moment, it really does. Soon the world will smell of rain. As the first drops land on the roof from the sky, the four people get up and crawl back into the house. Ted is obviously a little taken aback when he sees Louisa's drawing of Kim on Yoar's fridge. You gave that to me. You gave it back. You had your chance, Louisa flashes back. You can't just do that, Ted snaps as if he's considering contacting a lawyer. No, it was super easy. I just did it, she points out, like a 5-year-old inventing her own rules in a game. They carry on like that for a while, and will carry on carrying on because Yoar is right. Ted will never abandon her. Little brat, Ted mutters. Miserable old bastard, she grins. Yoar carefully lifts the painting out of the box while this is going on, just as Christian's mother walks into the kitchen. She has to lean against the wall then, the old art history teacher. Dear God, it's incredible, completely incredible, she exclaims in delight. Louisa doesn't understand her reaction at first because it looks like Christian's mother is seeing the painting for the very first time. It takes a handful of seconds before Louisa realizes that the woman isn't looking at the painting at all. She's looking at Louisa's drawing. '58. Louisa finds one last way to make Ted really, really nervous before the night is over. She's pretty creative when it comes to annoying him. You have to give her that. This is a really, really bad idea, he repeats time after time in the car. Christian's mother is driving. Louisa is sitting in the front. Ted is sitting in the back, hissing, "Watch out!" through his teeth every time a medium-sized leaf drifts across the road. Ted doesn't like being in a car much, Christian's mother says apologetically. Ted doesn't like anything very much, Louisa sighs. I like lots of things, just not things that move, Ted sulks. Christian's mother smiles at Louisa. He only likes books. When all his friends moved away, Kim to art school and Ali abroad and Yoar to the other side of town, I told Ted he could come and see me and read books whenever he wanted. From then on, I couldn't get rid of him. You've got an awful lot of books, Ted says in his own defense from the back seat. Then Christian's mother explains about the large room in her house that she turned into a library after Christian died. Ted came there every day. There was a comfortable chair, a safe place, and shelves filled with imaginary friends. That was why he became a teacher, because he wanted to give that security to other children, teach them how to have adventures without moving. So you became a history teacher, the most boring subject possible, Louisa informs them. You're boring, Ted retorts. Then Christian's mother looks sternly in the rearview mirror. Ted, stop being so immature. Ted glares sullenly out the window. She started it. Then, unfortunately, Christian's mother sees something else in the mirror and exclaims anxiously, Uh-oh, police. Louisa raises her eyebrows. Don't tell me you don't have a driver's license either, like yours, Mom. Of course I've got a driver's license, my dear, Christian's mother snorts before adding, just not at the moment. It's on hold for a while. Then it's Ted's turn to sound anxious. How can a driver's license be on hold? Christian's mother groans. I was driving a tiny bit too fast, so the court took it away from me. But if you think about it, that's only because I'm too good at driving, so I know how to drive fast. So you're saying the court took your license away because they were jealous? Ted asks. Absolutely, that sounds good. We'll use that excuse, she nods. If the police have dogs, I'll never forgive you, Ted gasps, and Louisa sighs. For goodness sake, Ted, can you just try not to be yourself for a little while? He defends himself by saying, This was your idea. Even Ali and Yoar never had ideas this bad. Louisa whispers to Christian's mother, If the police stop us, I'll say he kidnapped me. Louisa, that isn't funny, Ted shouts. But Christian's mother thinks it's so funny that she giggles so hard that she accidentally puts her foot on the brake pedal really hard, meaning that the police car almost drives into the back of them. One of the police officers gets out and walks over and asks if everything's okay. Well, apparently I'm either driving too fast or I'm driving too slow. You're never happy, Christian's mother snaps. The police officer looks a little hesitant. Where are you going? He's kidnapped us, Louisa says immediately, nodding toward the back seat. The police officer looks at Ted, the world's unhappiest man, with his dirty suit jacket and taped glasses, and his whole face covered in bruises. Then the police officer laughs. A kidnapper. Sure, sure. Then he wishes them a pleasant evening and drives off. Ted has never felt so insulted in his entire life. The women, old and young alike, laugh so hard that the car rocks. It isn't a bad night. Not a bad night at all. They stop outside the museum. Louisa breaks in through one of the bathroom windows. Ted hits his head when he crawls in and has to tape his glasses again. Christian's mother finds a spare place on one of the walls. That's where they hang Kim Kim's painting. They sit side by side on the floor and look at it. Do you still think this is a bad idea? Louisa asks. Yes, you should sell it and take the money and have a fantastic life, Ted answers. She shakes her head sadly. That won't work. If I see this painting as money, then I'll see all paintings as money. Then I'll never be able to paint anything. Christian's mother is sitting beside her, and there is such a long silence that she feels that perhaps they're expecting her to say something. So she does what she usually does and quotes a poet, Thomas Transtromer. Don't be ashamed to be a human being. Be proud. Inside you, one vault after another opens endlessly. You'll never be complete, and that's as it should be. Louisa hugs herself then. Ted carefully cleans his glasses and says, Kim Kim used to sit in a window looking down at the street and ask how everyone else could bear to be human. What did you tell him? Louisa asks. I said that maybe we could learn how. Have you figured it out yet? Maybe I'm on my way. That's all anyone can be. Then Louisa's face lights up. On your way? So, more traveling? Shut up, he smiles. She doesn't, of course. It belongs in a museum, she says to the painting. So do you, Ted tells her. He's said some nice things, but that could be a record. What are we going to do now? She asks. You're asking me? This was your idea, he snaps. So? Am I suddenly supposed to have another plan? You're the grown-up here. So I'm supposed to have a plan? I can't even fall asleep on a train without you leaving me. I left you one time. One time! Can you just stop going on about it? No! Louisa hides her gaze in the painting for a long time before she mumbles. Okay. I won't do it again. Okay, Ted mutters. Okay, she repeats. We'll figure out a plan, he mutters, annoyed. Like a dad would. Then Christian's mother clears her throat, puts her hand tenderly on Louisa's shoulder and says, My dear, I have a suggestion for what you can do next. That's the happy ending. '59. The alarm goes off when they're about to climb back out through the window. It's mostly Ted's fault, Louisa will explain to everyone. They crawl out onto the grass and run to the car, arguing. Christian's mother drives away like someone who really shouldn't have a driver's license. The following day, the local newspaper writes about the break-in, but it takes several days before anyone discovers that the thieves didn't actually steal anything, but left something behind instead. When the story eventually spreads, it gets told on news broadcasts all across the globe about how the world-famous painting, which was bought at auction by an anonymous buyer just before the artist's death, has now suddenly appeared in a museum in his hometown. Tourists come from near and far to see it. Journalists try to uncover the true story behind the mystery. They call it the reverse heist, and several of them phone the man who owns the auction house that sold Ted the painting. So one day, the man from the auction house calls Ted and says that unfortunately he's lost Ted's phone number. Ted doesn't understand what he means at first, so the man kindly explains that he loves art. He loves it so much that sometimes he loses his mind. You tend to forget these things when you've been selling paintings for millions for long enough that it all started with falling in love. But when I read about the one of the sea, I was reminded of how much I liked it. I stood for hours just looking at it before we sold it, not because it's perfect, but because it isn't. It's one of the most human works of art I've ever seen. I was pleased to hear that it's hanging in a museum now. Some works of art shouldn't be owned by anyone. They should belong to everyone. I agree, Ted says, whereupon the man repeats, So I'm afraid I can't find your phone number. And I'm afraid all the documents about the sale with your name on them have disappeared. So when reporters call me and ask, I won't be able to help them. Then he hangs up. The painting remains in the museum, and no one ever finds out how it got there. That, too, becomes a pretty good story. Ted gets another call as well. It's the conductor from the train. He still has the box containing the artist's ashes. He's been trying to get a hold of Ted since that night when Ted ran off the train. Eventually, he got a hold of the mother who had taken Ted's suitcase and the painting, and she still had Ted's number on the scrap of paper he had given her on the platform. It's a long story. The conductor promises to send the ashes to Ted, but not by mail, of course, because you can't rely on the post office. He sends it via conductors, from one train to the next, all the way home. Call me sometime, if you like, the conductor says. Yes, of course, I'll call to let you know it's arrived, Ted says, misunderstanding. The conductor laughs. No, I mean, you can call me sometime, if you like. Then Ted blushes. He probably isn't ready to fall in love again yet, but it's nice to be asked. I might even take another trip by train, he says shyly. I'll keep an eye out for new passengers, the conductor promises. Kim is buried on a day that feels like the start of summer. The minister reads from the Bible, Christian's mother reads poetry, Louisa paints small wings on the gravestone. Once the minister has gone, Louisa and Yoar slip away and pick up Ali's stone and move it next to Kim Kim's. Yoar has been given permission to attend, even though he's wearing the ankle monitor, because Ted found out that they make exceptions for funerals. As they stand there covering the graves with adopted flowers, Yoar asks very seriously if they could pretend that Ted has died and is getting buried tomorrow, because Yoar would really like to go to the movies. On their way back from the churchyard, they come across some children drawing on the road outside their houses with chalk. Louisa stops and asks if she can join in. Then she draws skulls and cockroaches that look so alive that the children's eyes almost pop out of their heads. When the children's parents call them home for dinner, one little girl turns around and says, "You can keep the chalk. I've got more." Louisa takes it and draws on every single wall between the church and the sea. She finally gets to see the pier. The old harbor district is different now. The town has built luxury apartments there, and there are restaurants with complicated names and shops no one can understand what they're selling, and there are angry people with little dogs everywhere. But when they walk to the end of the pier and sit there dangling their legs over the edge, Louisa sees exactly what the four friends saw 25 years ago. An endless sea, a great friendship, a true love story. She hears them giggle, detects the smell of a fart. All of it. "Do you think you can learn how to live without Ali and Kim Kim?" she asks, as they're slowly walking back to Yoar's place. Yoar just grins and points to a large house. "We aren't without them. Kim Kim lives over there. And sometimes he lives there. And Ali lives there. I see her every day when she's taking the trash out." Ted points at other houses and tells stories and fantasies. Their humans are playing hide-and-seek. "I think Fish lives there today," Louisa eventually decides. "Yeah, that's a good house. One of my favorites," Yoar nods happily. They walk close to each other and see their friends everywhere all day long. Winks from heaven. "Have you decided yet?" Louisa asks, looking at Ted. "About what?" "About what you're going to do with your life." The corners of his mouth twitch nervously. He starts hesitantly, but then the words just pour out of him. "I found out what happened to the boy who attacked me. He's in prison. They have schools in prison. They have teachers. I thought I might be good at that. It's a stupid idea." Louisa shakes her head. "It isn't stupid." "It's a bit stupid," Yoar interjects, nodding to the leg where Ted got stabbed. But as they walk, they notice that Ted is actually moving better and better, less and less uncomfortably. Getting stabbed with a knife is a trauma for the whole body. His leg was probably the part that healed quickest. It was other parts of Ted that were limping. Slowly, he's daring to be a person again. One day, not long from now, Yoar will even take him out for a bicycle ride again. Dear God, how they will argue then. "You'll be a really good teacher in a prison," Louisa says encouragingly, and adds, "Plus, it's a bonus that there are armed guards to protect you because obviously you need that." Yoar roars with laughter, and then Louisa turns around and asks quickly, "So what are you going to do then?" "What the hell do you mean?" Yoar snaps back. "With the rest of your life." "What the hell kind of question is that? Look, I know you're old, but you're not that old. You can still do something." Yoar looks like he's never thought about that. After a long while, he says sullenly, "I might try to set up a damn business repairing engines. I might start a damn workshop in my fucking backyard." "I can paint you a sign," she smiles. Yoar thinks for a long time. Then he grunts with the most irritating declaration of love a person like him can give. "As long as you don't stay." She promises. The next day, Christian's mother calls a certain principal she knows. He sighs that he's only doing this as a favor to her, but she insists that she's the one doing the school a favor. One day, she is proved right. Again. Ted and Yoar empty their bank accounts to make sure Louisa has everything she needs when she goes. Well, it's mostly Ted who funds it. But Yoar makes coffee while Ted goes to the bank, and that counts too, if you were to ask Yoar. So Louisa gets to go to art school. She almost completely manages to avoid learning anything at all from the teachers, it has to be said, but she makes friends. Some are classmates, but most of them are men and women who have been dead for hundreds of years. She goes to art galleries, she cries, she finds out how hard her heart can beat. She grows up, she paints every day. She tries to learn to be a human being. One morning she packs a bag and sets off, traveling by train and boat and even airplane, all the things she has only seen in movies. She sees the world, then the world sees her. Her art becomes famous. She becomes someone else's postcard. One day she will be riding in a big black car in a bustling city far away, and suddenly she will yell at the chauffeur to stop. At the far end of an alleyway, a teenager wearing a hoodie will be painting the wall of a building. Louisa will approach cautiously with her hands raised, with paint stains all over her fingertips, to show what she is. The teenager will back away warily, but won't run. Louisa will stand close to the wall, breathing in the painting, in the middle of an explosion of storm and longing, and then she will know. Ted stays in the town by the sea. He becomes a teacher again. He lives an ordinary life. It goes slowly, but perhaps he's getting ready to fall in love again. He rents a small house on the same street where he grew up. From his bedroom window, he can see the crossroads where he always called out "tomorrow" to his best humans. The 4 rocks that they wrote their names on are still buried in the grass there. On weekends, he goes by train to a town an hour away. His big brother has a job there, and their mom has moved into his basement. Ted sits in the kitchen and plays cards with her. Before he leaves, he says goodnight, first to her, then to all the ghosts. He has a good relationship with his brother, apart from the fact that his brother keeps dogs. They don't like Ted, and the feeling is definitely mutual. But his brother's wife is a loud, funny woman who likes cold grilled cheese sandwiches, flat Coca-Cola, and stale cheese puffs. They never have children, but there are kids in the next house, and one afternoon one of them knocks on the door and asks if Ted's brother perhaps gives piano lessons, because they have all heard him playing through the walls. That's a really good day. From time to time, Ted goes to see Christian's mother and talks about poetry. Sometimes they read fairy tales, but usually they just sit in silence together in the same room. The minister at the church eventually realizes that there is one gravestone too many in the churchyard, but he never says anything. Who would it be disturbing? The dead? They're all busy anyway, playing peekaboo. When the townspeople find out where Kim Kim is buried, there's a line out through the gates to lay flowers there. In the evening, Christian's mother comes and helps the minister pick up the flowers and put them on graves that no one visits. One damn Saturday, Ted knocks on Yoar's damn door. It's early as hell, Yoar points out, but Ted just tells him to hurry up. They need to be there when it opens, before it gets crowded. And on the way out, Yoar yawns that perhaps being in prison or wearing an ankle monitor wasn't so bad after all. They take Yoar's dad's old car. Nobody knows how he's managed to keep the old wreck running, but he's good at keeping things alive. He gets that from his mom. He and Ted drink a damn cup of coffee and drive to a damn museum, arriving before it gets damn crowded. They pay for their damn tickets and walk to the very far end where there's a damn painting hanging. They stand there looking at it for an hour, but really for a whole summer. Then Ted feels something touch his fingertips, and it takes him several seconds to realize that it's Yoar holding his hand. One evening, Ted wakes up in the middle of the night because the phone is ringing. He answers half asleep, and the voice at the other end starts babbling immediately. "Louisa?" he mumbles, confused. "Yes, of course it's me," she yells. She never says hello when she calls. She always just starts talking, because she knows Ted has 2 seconds every time where his heart is in free fall otherwise, because he always thinks something terrible must have happened. It's actually incomprehensible that a man who worries as much as he does hasn't had a heart attack, especially considering that he's so very, very, very old. "Is everything okay?" he grunts. "Why do you sound so weird?" she asks. "It's the middle of the night," he informs her. "Oh, right, yes, the time difference. It's evening here," she replies. "How nice for you. Were you asleep?" "In the middle of the night? Yes, most normal people usually are." "You're not normal in any way," she laughs, making the phone rattle. "Can we talk tomorrow?" he asks and closes his eyes. No, wait, I just want to tell you something." "What?" "I've found one." "One what?" he mumbles. "One of us," she replies confidently. First she hears a bang, when Ted drops the phone on the floor. Then she hears his voice again, wide awake now. "Tell me," he whispers. So Louisa tells him everything, about a teenager in an alleyway and a painting on the wall of a building. She tells him about the speed a heart can beat at, which no one who's stopped being young can remember. She talks on, and Ted listens, and Heaven leans closer to the roof of the house to hear. Louisa tells him about art so beautiful that just seeing it makes you too big for your body, a sort of happiness so overwhelming that it's almost unbearable. "When I was standing in front of that painting, I forgot to be alone. I forgot to be afraid. Do you understand?" she says. Of course Ted understands. If you've experienced it once, you never forget it. If not, there probably isn't any way to explain. "If that artist is one of us, really one of us, you have to do whatever you can to help," he says. "I know," she says proudly. And so the next adventure begins. "You sound happy," he smiles. "I am. You sound happy too." "Maybe I'm on my way." "That's all anyone can be, Ted. On our way." "You sound grown up. You sound old." "I've always been old." More rattling on the line. Then she asks, "Can I ask something?" "Preferably not," he yawns. "Well, it isn't really a question. It's more of a suggestion." He replies with a sigh, and she of course interprets that as enthusiasm, so she goes on, "I know what you ought to do, Ted, with the rest of your life. You ought to write a book." Ted is sitting on the edge of his bed. The sun is on its way up outside the window. He presses his feet gently against the floor, making one of the floorboards creak. Then he laughs quietly. What would someone like me write a book about?
My Friends, a novel, was written by Fredrik Backman and translated by Neil Smith. It was read by Marin Ireland. It was recorded by Tom McLean at Beat Street, NYC. Editing, mix, and post-production by Ponderosa Post. Elisa Morales was the associate producer. My Friends was produced and directed by Michael Noble. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. My Friends is available in print from Atria Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, A Man Called Uva, a novel, written by Fredrik Backman and read by J.K. Simmons. The following is an excerpt from Fredrik Backman's The Winners, a novel, part of the Beartown series, read by Marin Ireland.
Everyone who knew Benjamin Ovich, particularly those of us who knew him well enough to call him Benji, probably knew deep down that he was never the sort of person who would get a happy ending. Obviously, we still hoped. Dear God, how we hoped. Naive dreams are love's last line of defense, So somehow we always convince ourselves that no terrible tragedies will ever afflict those we love, and that our people will succeed in escaping fate. For their sakes, we dream of eternal life. We wish for superpowers and try to build time machines. We hope. Dear God, how we hope. But the truth is that stories about boys like Benji hardly ever end with them as old men. They don't get long stories, and they don't die peacefully in old people's homes with their heads resting on soft pillows. Boys like Benji die young. They die violently. Keep it simple. That's a common piece of advice in hockey, as it is in life. Never make things more complicated than they need to be. Don't think too much, and ideally, not at all. Perhaps that ought to apply to stories like this as well, because it shouldn't take long to tell. It starts right here and ends in less than 2 weeks, and how much can happen in 2 hockey towns during that time? Not much, obviously. Only everything. The problem with both hockey and life is that simple moments are rare. All the others are a struggle. This story doesn't start today. It's been going on for 2 years, because that was when Maya Anderson moved away from here. She left Beartown and traveled through Hed on her way south. The 2 forest communities lie so close to each other and so far from everywhere else that it felt like emigrating. One day Maya will sing that the people who grow up this close to wilderness maybe find it easier to access the wilderness within them. That will probably be both an exaggeration and an understatement. Almost everything that's said about us is. But if you take a trip here and get lost and find yourself in the bearskin pub and don't get slapped for being stupid enough to ask how old she is or asking for a slice of lemon in your drink, maybe Ramona behind the bar will tell you something important. Here in the forest, people are more dependent on each other than in the big cities. People are stuck together here, whether we like it or not. So stuck together that if one bugger rolls over too quickly in his sleep, some other bugger loses his shirt on the other side of the district. You want to understand this place? Then you need to understand its connections. The way everything and everyone is tied to everything and everyone else by invisible threads of relationships and loyalties and debts. The ice rink and the factory, the hockey team and the politicians, league position and money, sports and employment opportunities, childhood friends and teammates, neighbors and colleagues and families. That's made people stick together and survive out here, but it's also made us commit terrible crimes against each other. Ramona won't tell you everything. No one will do that. But do you want to understand? Truly understand? Then you need to know what led us to this point. One winter, 2.5 years ago, Maya was raped at a party by Kevin Erdahl, the best hockey player anyone had ever seen in these parts up till then. No one uses the word rape these days, of course. They speak of the scandal, or that thing that happened, or, well, you know. Everyone is ashamed. No one can forget. The sequence of events that started at that party eventually affected political decisions, and money was moved from one town to another. That in turn led to a spring and summer of terrible betrayals, then to an autumn and winter of violence. It started with a fight in the ice rink and almost ended with war on the streets. The men in black jackets, who the police call hooligans, but who everyone in Beartown knows only as the Pack, attacked their enemies over in Hed. And the men from Hed responded by setting fire to the bearskin pub. In their hunt for revenge, the Pack lost one young man whom they loved above everything else, Vidar, in a car accident. That was the culmination of everything, the final consequence of years of aggression. After that, no one could bear it any longer. Vidar was laid to rest. 2 men from Hed ended up in prison, and a truce was declared among the hooligans, but also between the towns. The truce has largely held since then, but is feeling more and more fragile with each passing day now. Kevin and his family moved away from here. They'll never come back. No one would allow that. The whole of Beartown has done its best to erase all memory of Kevin, And even if no one here would admit it, that was much easier to do after Maya had also packed her bags. She moved all the way to the capital, started studying at the College of Music, and almost became a different person, meaning that everyone who was left could talk less and less about the scandal until it was almost like it had never happened. Benji Ovich, who was once best friends with Kevin, also packed his bag. It was much smaller than Maya's. She left to go somewhere, whereas he just left. She sought answers in the light, and he in the darkness. She in art, and he at the bottom of bottles. Neither of them probably really succeeded. In the place they left behind, Beartown hockey was on the brink of collapse. In a town that had always dreamed impossible dreams, hardly anyone dared to dream at all anymore. Peter Anderson, Maya's dad, resigned as general manager and gave up hockey altogether. The sponsors fled, and the council even discussed shutting down the entire club and letting Head Hockey take over all the resources and grants. In fact, it was only at the very last minute that Beartown was saved by new money and stubborn local businessmen. The factory's new owners saw the club as a way of being accepted by the local community, and an optimistic politician named Richard Tew saw an opportunity to win votes, and between them just enough capital was conjured up in time to prevent the club's demise. At the same time, the old committee members were replaced, meetings about the club's brand took place, and soon they were able to proudly present an entirely new values system. Brochures were sent out with the wheedling message, "It isn't just easy to sponsor Beartown hockey, it's also the right thing to do." And against all odds, things did actually turn around. First on the ice, then outside the rink. Beartown's coach, Elizabeth Zechel, applied for a job with a larger club but didn't get it. The job went to Head's coach instead. So he left the forest and took several of Head's best players with him. Suddenly, Head was without a coach and was soon digging in the same trench of plots and power struggles that all clubs in that situation seemed to end up in. In the meantime, Zechel put together a new team in Beartown, appointed a young man named Bobo assistant coach, and gathered a ragtag band of players with a 16-year-old called Amit at their head. Amit is now 18 and easily the biggest star in the whole district. Such a serious talent that there were rumors last winter that he was going to be drafted to the NHL and turn professional in North America. He dominated every game throughout the whole of last season until he got injured in the spring. And if that hadn't happened, the whole town was convinced that Beartown would have won the league and been promoted to a higher division. And if Head hadn't managed to gain a few miraculous points from their final matches, they would have come in at the bottom and been relegated to a lower division. So everything that seemed so utterly improbable when Maya and Benji left now feels, 2 years later, like merely a question of time. The green town is on the way up, and the red town is on the way down. Every month, Beartown seems to gain new sponsors, and Head has fewer. Beartown's rink has been renovated, while the roof of Head's is close to collapse. The biggest employers in Beartown, the factory and the supermarket, are advertising for staff again. The largest employer in Head, the hospital, has to make cutbacks every year. Now it's Beartown that has the money. This is where the jobs are. We're the winners. Do you want to understand? Then you need to understand that this is about more than maps. From above, we probably look just like two ordinary forest towns, hardly more than villages in some people's eyes. The only thing that actually separates Beartown and Head is a winding road through the trees. It doesn't even look that long, but you'll soon learn that it's a serious walk if you turn up and try it when the temperature's below freezing and there's a headwind, and there aren't any other sort of temperatures and winds here. We hate Head, and Head hates us. If we win every other hockey game throughout the entire season but lose just one game against them, it feels like a failed season. It isn't enough for things to go well for us. Things also need to go to hell for them. Only then can we be properly happy. Beartown plays in green jerseys with a bear on them, and Head plays in red with a bull, which sounds simple, but the colors make it impossible to say where hockey problems end and all the other problems start. There isn't a single picket fence in Beartown that's painted red, and not one in Hyed that's painted green, regardless of whether the homeowner is interested in hockey or not. So no one knows if the hockey clubs took their colors from the fences or vice versa. If the hate gave rise to the clubs, or if the clubs gave rise to the hate. You want to understand hockey towns? Then you need to understand that here, sport is about much more than sport. But do you want to understand the people? Really understand them? Then you also need to understand that very soon, a terrible natural disaster is going to destroy things we love. Because while we may live in a hockey town, first and foremost, we are forest folk. We are surrounded by trees and rocks and land that has seen species arise and be wiped out over thousands of years. We may pretend that we are big and strong, but we can't fight the environment. One day the wind starts blowing here, and during the night that follows, it feels like it's never going to stop. Soon Maya will sing songs about us, we who are close to wilderness, inside and out. She will sing that the place where she grew up is defined by tragedies, the ones that hit us and the ones we were guilty of instigating. She will sing about this autumn when the forest turns against us with full force. She will sing that all communities are the sum of their choices and that all that holds us together in the end are our stories. She will sing, "It started with a storm." It's the worst storm in a generation in these parts. Maybe we say that about every storm, but this one was beyond compare. It's been said that the snow might be late this year, but that the winds are early. August ends with sultry, ominous heat before autumn kicks the door in at the end of the month and the temperature tumbles in free fall. The natural world around us becomes erratic and aggressive. The dogs and hunters feel it first, but soon everyone else does too. We notice the warnings, yet still the storm arrives with such force that it knocks the breath out of us. It devastates the forest and blocks out the sky. It attacks our homes and our towns like a grown man beating a child. Ancient tree trunks collapse. Trees that have stood as immovable as rocks are suddenly no stronger than blades of grass beneath someone's foot. The wind roars so loudly in our ears that the people nearby just see the trees fall without even hearing them crack. In among the houses, roof panels and tiles are torn off and thrown heavily through the air, razor-sharp projectiles hunting out anyone who is simply trying to get home. The forest falls across roads until it is as impossible to get here as it is to leave. The power cuts that follow leave the towns blind at night, and cell phones only work intermittently. Anybody who manages to get hold of anyone they love yells the same thing into their phone. "Stay indoors, stay indoors." But one young man from Beartown is driving, panic-stricken, in a small car along narrow roads to reach the hospital in Hyed. He doesn't dare really leave home, but he doesn't dare stay either. His pregnant wife is sitting beside him, and it's time now, storm or no storm. He prays to God the way atheists in the trenches do. She screams as the tree crashes mercilessly onto the hood, and the metal crumples so violently that she's thrown against the windshield. No one hears them.